Look, I don't think that we should be pointing fingers at anybody for why I'm late. But it's clearly Shadow's fault. You know, I didn't want to say it, but wait, dog, shut up. Hi y'all. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, let me know what those are like. We got sushi today. I'm sorry. Well, you know what? Sometimes sorry just doesn't cut it shut. I'm sorry. That's so mean. How y'all doing? What's up? I'm gonna eat my sushi first thing, so you know, got that going for me, which is nice. Oh, I am so tired. I've not been sleeping terribly well lately. What is it? Like, what are they? What's it?
They're like they're like these soft, sweet bread pillows with rice inside.
Scares me. I will wait for a bit before I have one.
That's
I want
fair.
to eat
No,
my
I'm
sushi.
just handing them over here.
Oh, did you
I'm,
get 2 packs of it, or did you not like it?
I mean, I had some, but I had a whole thing of sushi. I'm not very
Okay.
hungry right now.
Oh, all right. Sure. I need to find a place to put them. Eh. Eh.
They're fine, but I'm not gonna get them again for
Yeah.
myself at least. But yeah.
That's usually how I feel about new things, but sometimes you can get surprised. Yeah. It's all good at work, so I can't stay long. Just wanted to say hi and Merry Friday. Hi, Sarah. Happy Friday. What's up? It's Flat Fuck Friday. Everybody, go say hi to your resident flat fuck. I should have known better than moving the anti-protons to the left. Universal shelf. I know. So Mike, have you tried the Helldiver Hive World diving? I have not. I've been meaning to go play some Helldivers, and I just haven't got around to it yet. You know? I don't know. I gotta though. I want to get that ODST stuff. I know Faith wants to get the ODST stuff too. Is it still going, or did we miss
I
that
think
already?
it's still going.
All right.
Premium more band though.
Premium Warband. It's still going? Okay, cool. Some really good and intense stuff? Hell yeah. I'll have to I gotta go play that for a bit. At some point. I don't know when. Hive World is chaotic but fun. Rad. Roach spawns sometimes are bonkers though. Roach spawns? You mean like those little guys? I don't know anything about the new update. If there's new enemies, I don't know what they are. Dragon roaches. Flying by. What? Excuse me? They got the bile type. They fly now. Well, that's horrible. Is it bad that ooh, I almost dropped my soy sauce onto the carpet? That wouldn't have been a good time. Is it bad that I'm kind of rooting for the Terminids? You know? Like. And more surprises? Oh no, alright. The upside of Dragon Roaches, though, is that missions you get a bunch of roaches don't seem to spawn BTs. Oh, okay, cool. Terminids need their independence back. Rooting for the Terminids? Yeah, you know, they're just sleepy little guys, you know? They just want to hang out and have a good time. Eat. Like, relatable, honestly. You know? I also just want to hang out and have a good time and eat. And the government keeps getting in my way, too. All the Terminids really want is to lay eggs. Whether or not you vibe with that says a lot about you. Exactly. Thank you, Regency. I'm glad somebody understands me. Hi, Judge. Hope y'all having a good Friday. I am so far. Mostly I was sleeping. Then I took a shower. Now I'm eating sushi. And that's a pretty good chain of events so far, you know? I saw a hatchback in the Walmart parking lot and wanted to slash its tires and piss and shit on it. I did not because I'm a domesticated kitty. Why? Why do you hate hatchbacks? What's wrong? What's wrong with Cat? What's wrong with hatchbacks? Did I miss something? That's very aggressive. Determinants are / were sapient, at least the higher forms. Did not know that, but that just makes them cooler. Oh, I forgot to mention the hatchback was covered in MAGA stickers. You should have led with that. It's like the can a felon be president conversation all over again. Why did I forget to mention the most important part of the sentence? I don't know. Yep, the Terminans even had diplomatic relations and peace with Super Earth before the First Galactic War. I did not know that. That's neat. That makes me like them even more. I do know about the E1, the E7110, the oil. I knew about that. I just thought that the Terminids were like a relatively like neutral existence, like hive species that just kind of ate stuff and wandered around. And that the reason that they're even in super space was because they got kidnapped. I didn't know that they were fully sapient. Sorry, Terminids. Terminage, Tyrannage, Tyrannage, Terminage, Terminage, Tyrannage. Ow! You can argue that the Tyrannids as a whole are sapient, but that they are just one, like, cosmically, psychically linked hyperorganism. Like proper cosmic horror shit from the little bits of, like, people who've touched the hive mind. How sapient they are now is in question after all the super Earth genetic manipulation, but probably their highest forms, like Hive Lords, are. Have we seen Hive Lords? There's things that we've run into.
Sorry.
I heard it earlier, now it's stuck in my head. I can't get invisible out of my brain.
It's on almost every single YouTube video right now.
I know. Oh, good sushi. So what are y'all up to? How's y'all's Fridays going? You having a good day? You enjoying yourselves? You feeling like fulfilled? Always be gaming. I got a follow after we ended stream. Wow. Wonder if it was from the raid. Maybe. It's a lovely day outside, all cool and crisp. God, I wish it ever got cool here. There are also some proper individuals in the Tyranid hive mind, like the Norn Queens and the Swarm Lord and a few Oters. I didn't know that. Interesting. Well, California's a giant heat bolt. That's true.
We get cold, just not yet.
We get cold, just not yet, and not for very long, you know? Not that I would know, but it seems eternally hot there. It's not eternally hot. It's not like Florida. God protect me. But it is definitely longer hot seasons than New England.
Yeah, and I mean it's only gotten the hot seasons have only gotten longer in the last like 6 to 8 years because of everything that's going on. We used to have cooler weather around this time, once upon a time.
Yep.
But alas, that is not the case of the world anymore.
Yep. I mean, New England's like that too. New England winters went from being like blizzards every year to like occasionally you get one. And like winter has been shortening and shortening. And
or it's like winter here is rather than just like shortening, it like kind of just it got a little shorter, but it moved in the calendar. Like we get our snow now probably between February and March instead of December most of the time, whereas before it used to be the other way.
The way I describe the change in weather in New England is that basically spring and fall were both subsumed by winter and summer. You know, like they just bounce on it. Yeah, I'm gonna need a more compelling reason to get myself banned on Twitch. Yeah, winter here was from October to March. Now it's just a couple weeks in January. Yeah. Summer in Michigan can be like Florida. Hottest it gets is 105 with 98% humidity. Cool. Ugh, I hate it. Here it's way worse and more hot, aside from we get polar vortexes being pushed down, which is also a bad thing. Yeah, you know, the weather's just generally kind of fucked. Everywhere. And
I wonder why that is.
I wonder why that is. It's strange that in the span of just my lifetime, weather patterns that have been relatively consistent for hundreds of years have changed completely. Crazy.
So bizarre.
So strange. It's almost like the climate is changing. But no, that can't be it. That's woke. That's woke nonsense. Yeah. Can't be that. Obviously, God just wants us to have more warm weather.
Because of all the wokeness. He's punishing us.
There it is. Yeah, God's punishing us for woke. I've heard ping pongs between very cold and rather warm during the winter. Yeah. Oof. Yep, I live in an apartment complex from before climate change was a consideration, so it's 100% made for retaining heat and not for cooling down at all. Yeah. Maybe you're just a loser and the weather hates you personally. Damn, Regency, I hadn't considered that, but that's a pretty compelling argument.
I'd like to remind everybody that we live up in the mountains.
Yeah.
It's supposed to get colder. We're supposed
to get snow, yeah. Yeah, we're like, 2,000 feet above sea level?
Yeah, over 2,000.
Yeah, over 2,000. And it's like, just, oof. Clearly God is punishing us for all the children switching their genders. I knew it! I knew it all along. Is the weather setting a magnification glass right on Merc to follow her around? Yes, I am the climate change. I roll up and the temperature rises by like 10 degrees wherever I go. It's just God doing this to me the whole time, you know? Like, every time he points at me, it goes up by like another 5 degrees.
How dare you!
The nerves!
Switch your gender back right now!
Go back to acting like a boy, you harlot! Fit check. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let me put my choker and my necklace on before I do the fit check. I gotta go make that coffee. Relevant comic in Discord? Okay, let me take a peek. What do we got in the Discord? Okay, hold on. Let me try. Is this? Bring that up. Pop that over here. Shrink this window. I fucking hate this little bar at the top of my screen. If it just had like a keep this, no, whatever, it's fine. Windows 11 is fine. I'll live with it. What do I do? One sec. Window capture. That says the Bible. You question the word of Jimmy?
Jimmy!
Mark, my hair's done? Ooh, did you put a picture up already? Congratulations. I hope it came out good. It looks a little orange in the pics, but I assure you it is red. Hell yeah. I wish I could pin windows and tabs to the top of my desktop. Or the top layer of my desktop. Yeah, that'd be nice. Maybe there's a way that I just don't know. That's possible. Sometimes I can be a bit stupid when it comes to my computer. I don't think it's going to be like particularly legible here, but I'm going to just put it up so I can read it. Mr. President, it's clear to me the reason we have natural disasters is that we let the homos practice their unnatural lifestyle. My God, how come no one told me? Why, if that's true, soon. Welcome to the CI Gay. You are an elite force of the gayest individuals in America. You are a lightning rod for God's wrath, and it's up to you to use that power for good. Today's news: torrential rains end Midwest drought. President credits mobilization of hundreds of rainbow RVs. Today's news: hurricanes change course away from Gulf Coast to follow Armada of gay speedboats. Earthquake rocks terrorist camp. Big gay Zeppelin seen floating above. Sodomy-induced lightning strikes power. Lightning strikes power a new type of generator. Electricity now free and clean. Well, that didn't go as planned. Yes, it did. I've been trying to give my chosen people free energy for millennia. That's good. That's good. I like that. It's a good one. I can stay. The CI Gay. Let's see. In selfies in Discord, they're not the best, but I forgot to save the one I took at the salon. Aw, it does look good. Hell yeah. Very cute. God damn it. Invisible is wrapped around my brain like the fucking world serpent. Can't get that song out of my head. Oh. When you get the chance. When you're feeling up to it. Could you go turn the burner on from a coffee and
yeah,
keep an eye on it?
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. It's all set up.
It's
the
all
coffee's
set up?
in
okay,
it. It's
perfect.
water's in there. All you gotta do is
for you in just a second here.
You take all the time you need.
I got you, baby.
You do whatever you like. All right, I need to get ready for this fit check. I need to actually finish putting my outfit together. Yeah. I can't express to you that this took over 4.5 hours. Oh, I get you. I got my hair dyed one time. Like, you know, you can still see the remnants of it down there. And it took hours.
Yeah, girl, I bless my hairstylist. I have had some hair dye jobs where I have been in the chair for like 6+ hours.
God damn.
Like literally an entire day
Holy
for some
shit.
of them.
How you doing, pretty girl? Hey, Serafina, what's up? I'm doing good. We finished, Oh, there's tape down here? What did I just step on? Some sort of piece of food or something. Disgusting. It's gone now. I'm doing well. Hi. We finished all the endings of We Know the Devil yesterday, which was really cool. I really liked that game. It's pretty neat. Very gay, very trans, good. Got that religious trauma adventure game vibe. You know, I love that shit. And I'm a sucker for sketchy pencil art. You know. I don't know what I'm gonna do today. I might play Metal Gear Solid. I'm afraid I want to play Metal Gear Solid, but I'm also afraid that if I launch Metal Gear Solid, it's going to destroy my computer again. But I have to cross that bridge eventually, because I gotta play it. I love it. I love that game. It drives me mad. In all the most fun ways. Yeah, y'all deaf understand? Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. I get you. If I dyed all of my hair, that would likely take a couple days. Damn. Dude. Alright, sorry, Doge. Let me get this together for you. I keep distracting myself. Yeah. No biggie, I'm off work for the week. Aw, hell yeah. Cannot get this snap to click. Ah! Oh, because I was trying to click the one that's the smaller loop. Is this what we're going for? Is this what we're doing? Is this the look with this outfit? I don't know. Let's see. 2 more hours till freedom. Also, I like the collar. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, cool. Good. Here we go. It's the combo now, you know? I have a hard time wearing this choker without the chain necklace. I like this thing a lot. I think it adds a lot to the vibe, you know? It gives a little bit more to the outfit. Just a bit, you know? It's just like denim cutoffs and it goes well together. Yeah, it does. They're very nice. When it's the combo's next level, right? Yeah. It's just stealth. It's better than some of its parts. I like both of the pieces individually, but you put them together and it's like exponentially better, you know? I gotta get more chokers. Oh, if you have a low cut top, you should wear a necklace that goes down some. I agree. I have this rad beadcraft necklace I got from Pride, from an indigenous craftsman at Pride, and goddamn, I need to find an outfit that I can wear it with, but none of my clothes currently go with it. It's so fucking cool though. It looks so rad. It's so pretty. It's good with some of my dresses, but I don't wear my dresses often, so oh, it's so the beads are so tiny. It's so sweet. Fucking rules. It's so colorful. It's awesome. It is a like probably one of the coolest pieces of I think it's the coolest piece of jewelry I own. This is probably second place. Um, but it's just, it demands an outfit to be built around it, you know? You can't just throw it on anything. These two fit a lot of like my general aesthetic a lot more. That requires like going out of my way. Huh, I see the plushie table keeps growing in population. Yes. Now we have so we've got the 4 raccoons, we have the rat, we have Ahsoka Tano, we have my son, we have the ceramic Viking, we've got the banana, uh, and we have the Julia crab now that I have yet to name. Show rat? Yes. This rat was made by Bonesaw for my birthday. Look at this delightful little child. Rat. He's good. He's good. I like the rat. The rat's a good friend. And then of course, my couple Warhammer models because gotta crab. Crab. This one, I think I have to swing this way. So obviously banana and rat ought to trade places though. You think the rat should be in the hand? I feel like I feel like the masturbation joke with the banana in the hand is funnier. Although giving the rat a place of honor would make sense. Maybe the rat can go on top of Lancer or Skisrax. I don't know. We'll shift it around. eventually. It is getting to the point where I have to be careful not to add too much more, though, because I barely have enough space for my arm now to, like, rest when I'm using my mouse. Yeah, when we, True. True. I think that's probably what we're gonna want to do that when we actually do the, like, furniture moving.
Yeah.
Which we were supposed to try to look at this last weekend, and I didn't do that. Well, maybe later. We're thinking about restructuring the furniture situation up here so that I can set up my green screen. Because with where I am right now, there's like no way that I can do it. And if I can set up my green screen, then when I'm playing games where I have to be sitting up using my mouse and keyboard, I can have myself just like cut out, you know? Just me in my chair, chilling, having a good time. Instead of the big giant rectangle, because the big giant rectangle bugs me. It's gonna be weird changing angles though, because it's gonna have to be more like direct on. So I'm gonna be like looking straight at the camera for most of the stream in that case, which I don't know. I haven't done that since like the first Twitch stream I ever ran, where I back when back before I started properly Twitch streaming, I streamed for a week. I have like 2 clips from it on if you go way back on my channel that are still there. And I used to have my hair like this the whole time, just getting that Wednesday Addams like dork ass look. I was just sitting there playing like this. It was how I just. Before I realized that you can just, no dissing Wednesday. I'm sorry. Wednesday is a cool character, but her hair is just so I can't get over that like really proper like pulled back hairstyle. I don't know. That's me. But I can just do this, totally different, completely different vibe. Hello, hi Jojo. What's up? How you doing? Oh, I paused the music. When did I pause the music? Oops. My bad. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do today. We'll figure it out. I do need to play World of Horror still, but I feel like I need to play something that's a little bit less spooky for a day or two before I go back to that. It's funny how the Addams were made to be the opposite of the American core family in every way, and that has translated to them being loving and affectionate with each other. Yeah. Nothing has changed. That's not entirely true. There are more families that act more like the Addams than there used to be. But God fucking damn it. It's so evident, especially watching going back and watching more media from like the 90s and 2000s again, like with having not seen it for a long time and going back and rewatching it, like the absolute disdain, like the casual like almost banal misogyny that just permeated everything. Like, we still deal with a lot of that today. Like, we are not an enlightened society by any metric, but it is wild. And I'm going to talk about Firefly again, because I just finished my rewatch last night. Thank you.
Oh, jeez. We haven't watched the movie yet.
We haven't watched the movie yet. We have not watched Serenity yet, but, holy shit. I still really like Firefly. I genuinely love that show. But goddamn, I forgot how much it just. By the way, after hearing about the season 2 plans, I'm kind of happy we never got a season 2. One of us. I've been saying I'm glad that we didn't get a Firefly season 2 for a while. Not because I don't want more Firefly, but because I don't think it would have ended up being. I think it would have ruined things. I think it would have retroactively made the rest of Firefly worse. And you can see it with how just season 1 of Firefly gets towards its end. Like, as you get closer to the end of the run, and I think it's because in the first half, the things that you look at people doing and going like, oh, okay, that's clearly a character flaw, but that'll be addressed, right? Like, that's something that, like, they're gonna have to grow and, like, deal with and, like, you know, become a better person or whatever, and they just get worse. Like, and then they're rewarded for it, and everybody treats them like they're great, in fact. Do you think the 90s were bad with that? Look at the 60s. Speed Racer being a kid show then, due to that, is now an adult show. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I am familiar with that kind of angle of things. I'm a big fan of Gundam 79. And in Gundam 79, a character distinctly painted as a heroic, cool guy who's actually doing the right thing in this instance punches a woman who is going through like an emotional episode to snap her out of it, and everybody's like, wow, yeah, Slugger, you sure did do a good job there. You showed her. You gotta teach those women. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's fucking awful. And it's not like she's attacking him or anything. It's like, it was just like a shut up, woman kind of moment. It's like, fuck, all right. Jesus. If I remember correctly, the script, for example, called for the companion, Inara, my favorite character. I'm bad with names. Poisoning her... that sounds like Joss Whedon. Poisoning her vagina and sexing a hostile crew to death, etc. Yep. Yeah, that tracks. That sounds like Joss Whedon's writing. Yeah, see what I mean? See what I mean? This is what I mean. Joss Whedon... Was it Amuro? I haven't finished 79. It was not Amuro. It was Slegger, who is a character who doesn't show up until like the second half of 79. He's the American character. His prominent features are that he's super gung-ho about being in the military. He's a pilot. He eats hamburgers on screen like 3 times out of like 7 on-screen appearances, and he punches a lady. Like, that's it. I beg your finest pardon. Yeah. No, yeah, Firefly's got some, like, I remember, and I think it is, like, a changing of the times things, where this doesn't mean that it was ever, like, a good thing to have this, like, the things I'm complaining about in the media necessarily, but I think the reason it was seen as, at the time, like, positive representation for women is just because it had female characters with any agency at all. Like, I like half of the women most of the time. The other half I'm 50-50 on because they're written very, very, very inconsistently. Be especially horrified if it was Amuro, most trans character that isn't expressly a trans character ever. No, honestly, I think Amuro is basically sympathetic for the entire thing. I remember Amuro being my favorite little war criminal for the entirety of Gundam 79. It becomes more and more clear that while Whedon is skilled in many ways, the reason his works are often loved are because of people subverting his wishes / going against him in acting, etc. That I would buy that, absolutely. So like the particular, I'm gonna do another rewatch. Like this watch through of Firefly has caused me to want to watch it again with like a notepad and like start taking notes about things and like write a fucking video essay on it, because it's one of those things. I only do this about media that I either really love or hate in a very specific way. This is one of the ones that I really love. I really genuinely, Firefly is a piece of media that has been really important to me for a lot of my life, like genuinely. Like it had a serious impact on me when I was a teenager. And in some cases that was good, and in others it was really bad. And there's a lot of really, really good stuff in there. But there's also like a lot of really consistent problems that are pretty bad, especially through a modern lens. It's like I vented about this a little bit in media discussion in the Discord. where, like with Buffy, Spike was supposed to just be a minor, non-recurring character, and Whedon got so pissed he shoved James Masters and held him against a wall while shouting at him to not get full of himself. Wait, what? It's fucking wild. Jesus Christ. I didn't hear about that. I don't know much about Whedon's backstage stuff aside from, you know, the big things, the general vibe, but watching back through Firefly, knowing who wrote it, changes the perspective on a couple of things. Like, the thing that I was talking about in media discussion a whole bunch was, specifically, Malcolm Reynolds, who's supposed to be like the charming, roguish, scoundrel, Han Solo kind of, you know, scoundrel with a heart of gold, you know, character. He consistently gets away with behavior that I would, especially after having been in a couple of abusive relationships, describe as distinctly abusive. Like, about, I want to say like 2/3 of the way through the show, I stopped seeing him as the scoundrel with a heart of gold and more like, as specifically with the way that he interacts with Inara. He's a lot better with most of the other members of the crew, but Inara specifically, he reads almost exactly like an emotionally manipulative abuser. Like, he treats her terribly all the time, regularly violates her boundaries, particularly one of the two hard boundaries that she set in the episode Out of Gas when she was first hired, which are, don't ever call me a whore again, and you don't enter my shuttle without permission, which are running bits in the show that he does both of those things. He calls her a whore, and he also hits other people for calling her a whore, because they're not allowed to, only he can. Because when he's doing it, it's full of love or respect or whatever. And so he does that regularly, and he regularly enters her shuttle without, which is her home. She lives there. She is explicitly not part of the crew. It's mentioned a few times, but a lot more in the last 4 episodes. Inara is not a member of the crew. Inara is a tenant. She pays for her shuttle. She rents her shuttle space. She is not a part of the crew. She's not seen as part of a crew. She doesn't get a cut. She is not subject to the command structure of the crew, but she's treated as property by Mal regularly. But then he does these big overtures of like showing he actually cares, or like what, like saving her, or like cutting her on a deal, or like, you know, giving her like throwing her a bone basically. And it feels like love bombing, like in hindsight, like now that I'm looking at it in a modern context. Morning, Misty. Hi. Morning. Hi. Gods. Yeah. No, it's rough. I don't like it, and it gets worse the longer the show goes on. And then they it's like watching through it, knowing that like Inara is the the person that they intend Mal to end up like being with at the end of the show, you know, like they are the like their will they won't they like tension is like a regular theme in the show. Knowing that makes it feel way worse. It's like I remember the first time I ever watched Firefly. Yeah, spoilers for a show that came out in the 2000s, I guess. In like 2002 or whatever. In the I think it's the second to last episode, Heart of Gold, which I can talk about Heart of Gold a whole bunch, but and I probably will actually. In the second to last episode, Inara realizes that she can't put up with Mal's shit anymore, and she decides that she wants to leave. She wants to leave the ship and go live and do things elsewhere, because it's just not good for her. It's not, she's like tearing herself up over this guy who's an asshole to her all the time. And like, good for her. Good for you, Queen. Like, go. But it gets played as this like really tragic thing. And I remember when I watched it originally, I was like, no, Inara, don't go. Like, stay with Mal. He loves you. Blah, blah, blah. And this time I'm like, fucking get out of there. Find somebody else. Go live your best life. Go move in with that chancellor that you hooked up with that one time and had that really deep conversation about how neither of you feel like you can be yourselves around men. So, spending time intimately with a woman is cathartic and nice. Like, go be with her. Like, go live your bisexual dream and you're better than this dude. But it's played for like, sympathy and like, ooh, I hope she ends up coming back and they get together. Which I'm pretty sure does happen in Serenity, but I don't remember, and I think that's gonna annoy me. Yeah, abusers showing themselves in their works, just like another thing in Game of Thrones. Yeah, the Jaime Cersei scene, yeah, in Game of Thrones. Which, by the way, and this is a nitpick thing, that is explicitly consensual in the books, and the showrunners thought that it would be a charming thing to have him just like rape her on screen. Like that was like they thought that was romantic, I guess. Like they came out later and they're like, we don't really see it as if it was any kind of sexual assault. And I'm like, that's fucking concerning because it was, obviously. Like the Game of Thrones showrunners are. Ooh, I liked Game of Thrones. I still like a lot of Game of Thrones, but man, it's hard for me to watch any of that show knowing where it ends up. They demolished, like, Jaime was going into such an interesting way. It's just like, there's so many things wrong with the GOT show. Yeah, that's an entirely different conversation. I could fucking spiral into that for a million years. J&J got super surprised when people took it as rape and said that no, it's a romantic sweet moment. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking maddening. It's like, no, it's not. Like, what are you talking about? It, like, the, and this is what I mean. Like, when I talk about, like, you can have that kind of content in, please do. I do not feel like talking about politics today. That's cool. We're gonna be doing, like, media rants today. I'm in a big media rant mood. I've been watching Firefly. Watching Firefly has got me in, fucking twisted. I have like, this is like a kill your heroes moment for me because I've always looked back on Firefly as like a really foundational thing for like my tastes in science fiction and stuff. And I'm here for Ranty Mark. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I remember when I watched it a couple years ago. I think either when I was 26 or 27, like either just before or right in the start of my transition. I went back to rewatch Firefly because I was living with my friend Sam. We were roommates in Vermont, and we like doing kind of like a cultural exchange. We're both really big like film and TV and like animation buffs. Like we have like different but overlapping tastes, like distinct but overlap. What is going on with my camera? You okay, buddy? You chilling? Do we? Wait. Do you see that? Do you see that happening? The camera adjusting its exposure depending on where my hand is. Oh, it broke. That's funny. I have the power! Now I'm beige. Now I'm pink. Now I'm beige. Now I'm pink. Now I'm beige. No. I have to adjust the lights. This is going to drive me insane. 1 second. How's that? Is the exposure better now? Or is it worse? You okay, bud? You chilling? All right. My camera keeps the color adjust is like going, okay, cool. Anyway, right, yes. I watched it with Sam, and I remember I wasn't looking at it analytically then, but I do remember getting to the last couple episodes and being like, wow, that got weird. I don't remember how rapey Firefly got at the end. That's not fun. I didn't like that. And he was like, yeah, I didn't either. And we were like, all right, yeah, cool, awesome, cool. It turns out Joss Whedon was always kind of a sex pest. Hydrate, thank you, Shadow. And so this time I went in wanting to scrutinize that more from the beginning, and holy shit, the cracks that run through the entirety of the show are so much more apparent. Like, I always remembered the female cast being like really strong and well written when I was a teenager in the Double O's, because by the standards of Double O's television, they are, which is not a high bar. And the fact that there even are as many, like, the cast is really diverse and has a lot of interesting, like, it touches on a lot of interesting things. There's like, it's like the homeopathic version of a show that has something to say about, like, gender dynamics and things. But it always ends up falling into a really misogynistic reading of it, or presentation of it. Homeopathic gender, yeah, you know, it kind of smells like it, you know. There's a whiff, there's a hint, but it's not really you know, that revolutionary or deep, you know. It's like watching old ass cartoons and all the problematic jokes. Yeah, or that you can't watch a single sitcom made before 2015 without an entire episode in it that is exclusively about making fun of trans people, and a few other instances throughout the course of the show of dunking on trans people. I forgot how freaking Friends. Yeah, oh my god. Even one of my favorite shows, The Venture Brothers, which I love, and they get better about this. They do, like, they recognize what they did, and they try to smooth it out. I'm not gonna say they ever fully hit the mark, but like, you can see them trying to fix it, trying to patch it up. But Venture Brothers is, oh shit, the fit check. Doge did a fit check, and I never stood up. Fuck. One sec. How I Met Your Mother is terrible with a ton of stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Yeah, gods. Yeah. I really like The Venture Brothers. I love The Venture Brothers. It's one of my favorite, like, animated shows of all time. But holy shit, it does not it doesn't do trans people justice, and that is being very generous. And then they tried to, like, wheel themselves back, but they you know, so it goes. Anyway, hi, look, this is the fit. It's simple. This is it's hot. The climate is trying to kill me, and so I'm showing as much skin as I can. Hey. Ooh. Damn. Hell yeah. Black tank top, dark booty shorts, and a collar. Do I sense a Metal Gear day? It may be a Metal Gear day. Yes. If I ever stop ranting about Firefly and stuff, it'll be a Metal Gear day. This fit is called minimum coverage per terms of service. Yeah, exactly. God, so my family loved How I Met Your Mother. I loved How I Met Your Mother. For a while. I watched the first couple seasons, and then I kind of fell out of it. I stopped watching sitcoms in general, but yeah, I always, so this is one of those funny, like, dysphoria presenting as something else moments. I say funny. Yeah, cue that meme you made, Sarah, with the funny story relates to the most traumatic shit ever. It's the I used to be really uncomfortable every time a trans person showed up in anything, particularly if they were being made fun of, and I thought I was just grossed out by trans people, but in hindsight, it was, I mean, a little bit of that because of the indoctrination and all that, but it was like a, it was like pain by proxy, you know? The, it's every time they would show up and be made fun of and, like, be treated like trash, like, I would feel, like, pain. And I didn't know like how to push-ups. All right, Julia, give me a sec. Um, and for a long time I thought that like trans people made me uncomfortable, but that wasn't the case at all. It was trans people being treated badly made me uncomfortable, but that was the only ways that I didn't have any way to like process that. I didn't have like the language for it. Um, but yeah, I got more to rant about Firefly. I'm gonna keep circling us back there, so I'm gonna talk about that when I'm done with these push-ups. Did the Robin Scherbatsky being trans mask, trans femme, Robin being trans in the How I Met Your Mother sequel? I don't know. I don't care. Whoop. Yeah. What did we saw that was very bad? Apparently the sequel series also now have confirmed that Barney is just as horrible as he was portrayed, and it wasn't just Ted being an unreliable narrator trying to make him look worse to the kids. Ooh, gross. CSI wasn't too bad on the trans community. They didn't misgender or put them down. One of the recurring villains was a trans mask. Interesting. Alright. Let's see. Also, hi, Jill. I don't know if I said hi. Did I say hi, Jill? I think I said hi, Jill. She doesn't care, chat? I don't care. I don't care about what. Oh, about How I Met Your Mother, yeah. I feel like we had better representation back in the 60s and 70s. The main character, always a man, would hate the idea, or they would have the hots for her and then be super pissed at them, and their wives would show them that they were being dumb, and he'd come around and see the error of their ways. I can't speak to it too much. I don't watch a lot of 60s and 70s like television. It's okay, you don't have to acknowledge my presence, but I should. And I mean to. Oh. Not in the 80s. In the 80s and after, we just became a joke, something to not like, but make fun of. Yeah, I think I am hesitant to say that the 60s and 70s were terribly much better. Yeah, I wasn't there, but like from what I've read about it, overall, because the things that made it through, I think that was Hays Code era, wasn't it? Like 60s to early 70s, or am I thinking about the wrong thing? Whatever. I'm not gonna get into Hays Code stuff. It is odd though. Like it really is like the more visible we became, the more like conservative society and culture focused on like kicking us back down, you know? Could it also be some survivorship bias? A few from the 70s who watched may have aged well. I think it I don't know. I know a lot of Hays Code era stuff. There's a mix between there were a lot of people working in the industry that were working really hard to include queer stuff without breaking the rules, and those came out really well. This one YouTuber actually goes back and watches media about trans people. Yeah, Lily Simpson. I watch the Lily Simpson videos every now and then, but they always make me sad. It was always a one-off episode. That's fair. Yeah, reasonable. I like Lily Simpson's content, but I have to be in a particular headspace to watch it because, I forget a lot how badly we're treated in media. Like we're broad like it. Ooh. I read Misty's message first about misogyny and not transphobia. Oh yeah, no, it's specifically transphobia. All right, I'm gonna do these push-ups, or I'm just gonna keep ranting. I really need to start doing those off stream. I have no pectoral muscles anymore. They've dissolved completely. But yeah, anyway, Firefly wears women's empowerment like a skin suit, in order to tear down the same women that it's like nominally empowering, so that they can be targets of like misogynistic social situations by the rest of the crew. If you want to enjoy consuming and analyzing old media and not be as bummed, listen to Kill James Bond. I've heard that the Kill James Bond podcast is really good. I also have trouble listening to podcasts. I'll maybe. I should look into it. Yeah, I think a lot of the podcast is Abigail Thorne and her friends being horny on Maine for like 2 hours at a time. Valid. You've only got a month to get swole, Jill. I've been working out this whole time, she says, and then doesn't have any pecs. I don't have pecs, but my arms are doing great. I don't think I've heard you talk about Zoe once during any of these rants. Washington Mel's reaction to some talking about her, but not her. Zoe is... I love Zoe. I adore Zoe. Zoe is one of my favorite characters. Zoe is treated like a prop more than a character. Zoe is, by the narrative, I mean, and this isn't me, like... Again, I like Zoe's character. I don't like how the show and the rest of the cast treat Zoe. Zoe is like a kind of a plot device. Like, in a lot of cases, she is the most consistently written character, but almost like to a fault, where every time there is like a plot focusing around Zoe, she's not actually the driving force of her own stories. She is a companion to somebody else's plot line, even in the ones directly about her in most cases. Basically until we get to the she wants to have a kid thing in Heart of Gold, but that's just like a one-off line that doesn't get brought up again until Serenity. And I guess the examples of this would be most particularly the episode where Wash and Mal get taken by Niska. She is the one who ends up saving them, and that's good. But a lot of the episode is dedicated to Wash and Mal arguing over Mal fucking her. And that's really annoying to me. She is the definitive second in command. She's the definitive, eternally loyal, unquestioning second in command. Yeah, but that isn't her character. No, her character's great. I love her character. I hate how the narrative treats her, though. Her character is fantastic. Until they decide to, like, the argument that they have, right? Okay, this is in that episode, right? In same episode. The inciting incident for that episode is a fight with Wash that comes out of nowhere. They like, we haven't seen them fighting over really anything, like a little prod and jab, but like a more of like a playful back and forth. So they get into the argument about Wash's idea. Wash has an idea to offer to the captain. We've never seen Wash suggest a thing and get shot down for it and be frustrated by it ever before in the show at this point. So Wash apparently has an idea about how to sell the medicine that they got from the aerial heist. He asked Zoe to bring it up to the captain. It comes up that she had said she didn't have time to bring it up. But what that really meant was, she did bring it up to the captain. The captain, Mal mentioned to Wash that it's not a good idea and we don't circumnavigate Metalman. It starts this whole fight. They both freak out and she loses her shit about how, what we need in this marriage is one more shouting match, which we've never seen. Like, it's never happened. It just makes her out to be an asshole for kind of it's like a manufactured conflict. And this whole plot line, this is like the Zoe episode. It's like one of the only ones where she's like a central character in it. And initiated it by like creating a conflict out of nowhere. I mean, that did happen in the pilot, though, in the very first interaction between Wash and Zoe. Which one? When was that? Which one? Which episode's the pilot? Hold on. I remember they moved the pilot around. Intended pilot. One sec. Nightfall, Alliance Cruiser, Manager, Small-Time Crew, Old Business, Wealthy Doctor. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I'd have to go back and watch it again. Train robbery is the pilot, is it? He's like, we need some shore leave, and she's like, if the captain thinks it's a good idea, and Wash gets snippy about it. Okay, I guess we got one line setting up a full episode crash out that causes a very annoying episode set. I don't know. Okay, not the pilot, then the first episode. Yeah, they mixed around like the episodes a lot. So I don't know. I really like Zoe. It does, her being the definitive hyper loyal second in command grates on me a little bit. And I know like there's good reason for it. Like there's enough backing for it. It's just like, I think the fact that I have turned around on seeing Mal as a, I don't see Mal as much of a good character as the show treats him. And so her like eternal loyalty to Mal, upsets me. I have baby chickens? Hell yeah, Ruined Princess. That fucking rules. Like, we get a couple moments. This is why I have to go back through and like grab, like actually take notes on these specific things because it's hard for me to recall all of it specifically. It's just like, I feel like most of the time Zoe is, she only really gets to have her own like moment in that one episode, and I don't like that episode's setup, which I guess paints my overall opinion of that episode. Overall, I think Zoe's a great character. I like that Zoe, like, she is like strong, she is largely independent, she's like snarky, she's the most capable person on the ship, like overall, I think. She's great. I like Zoe a lot. I just don't like how the narrative treats her most of the time. It makes sense to me perfectly. Mel was a great man during a tragic time, and she was the number one. Then he just broke and stayed broke, and she's loyal to who he was and who she remembers. That's a good read on it. That's fair. That's reasonable. Yeah. That's probably a good way to look at it. It does annoy me, but understandable. It's, I guess I'm frustrated by, well, okay, so counterpoint. Yeah, I don't know how great a man he was. It's a classic trope usually done with mentors and teachers, I guess. I just, like, the things that we saw from the war was that, like, Mal is more of, like, a morale leader, or Mal, I guess, in the war is the person who keeps the team together, and Zoe is the person who keeps the team alive. And like, that's pretty rad. That's cool. I like that. And Mal does serve that role in the narrative. That's one of the characteristics that I like about him the most, is that we do, except usually when it comes to Kaylee. I have really, really complicated feelings about Kaylee's place in Firefly's narrative. I guess I just wish that we got more of Zoe, is probably what it is. Is like, she is so much, like, she almost fades into the background, not because she's not interesting or because she doesn't have like a lot of really compelling stuff, what we saw very briefly was that while Mal was there, he kept morale up, but he also accomplished the impossible by the standards of what people thought, and they still lost. That's fair. Mal doesn't get Kaylee at all, but likes her ability with engines. Yeah, but he also treats her like a child. And the more I've watched through it, the more I like. Just the show treats Kaylee like a child too. Like, and I don't mean like the kid of the crew. I mean like a literal child. I agree. More of Zoe would have been amazing, which is why we wanted more of her in later seasons, and that's valid. I would love that. I love Zoe as a character. She is. When I say I really like two of the women on the ship, and I'm conflicted about the other two, it's Zoe and Inara are my favorite characters in the show. Like, I want like justice for Zoe. I want Zoe to be more recognized by the narrative as like it. I want the show to treat her like she's important instead of just taking her important, like the important things she does as a given. Like, she is the stable, like, rock of the ship. Like, basically, like, when everything goes absolutely, like, batshit tits up, she's the one who's, like, still sane, through it all. Like, she keeps the coolest head in every situation. She's not always the one with the plan or, like, the one who's coming up with the solution, but you can bet in any bad situation, in any crisis, like, Zoe's gonna be calm and she's gonna keep moving forward. Still livid about the character assassination that they did to Shepard Book. Inform me. I want to know about this. Does it happen in Serenity, or is it over the course of the show? I honestly haven't been paying that much attention to Shepard Book because I've been too busy mauling over how the show's treating their women. Oh, I didn't read A Shepherd's Tale. You're right, I didn't read A Shepherd's Tale. I've talked about A Shepherd's Tale a couple times about thinking about reading it. Is it that bad? What do they do? What do they do to him? Should I just go read A Shepherd's Tale? Would it be better if I did that rather than having you explain it to me? I agree, more of Zoe would have been amazing, which okay. Did Zoe have anyone who was there for her? Basically Wash, which I think is why the Wash's crash out in the Niska episode bugs me so much. I'm off to bed. Enjoy the talkie talks. I will. Good night, Shadow. Thank you for being here. You want to know his actual story? The story he never had to tell? Okay. Yeah, I guess. I actually brought it up when I was watching the show with Faith, that I really like that it is insinuated that Book has a really complicated past, but that it never gets touched on. Like, it will ruin the character that bad, huh? Holy shit. The one that keeps the coolest head on the ship is Shepard. He has a get out of jail card that works better than Inara has. I guess that's fair. Shepard's also that role. Yeah. But oh man, ruining the character of Shepard Book that's frightening. I really like Book. I like Book a lot. That's unfortunate. That bad, huh? Oof. I think I actually, I was always of the belief that he was truly a believer and that he had a toxic and deep story. Throw all that out the window if you read the book. Really? Is he not? Is he not? I feel, really? That's... Or keep your thoughts and imaginings and never touch it? Oh no. Yeah, my read of Book was very much like a person with a deeply troubled, complicated past. Probably somebody who has done a lot of really bad things. Who has, through, like, belief in a higher power, like turned his life around to be better, you know? To transcend his worst impulses and, like, his history. Like, that's the way that he reads to me. And oh god, is he like an Alliance spy who's just, like, exclusively a preacher as a cover and He's just like fooling everybody around him. Not even that good. Not even that good. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. That's frightening. Shepard has enough past authority in the core worlds. He can keep the core world ships from inspecting the ship. Yes, he does. And that's really cool. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, yeah, who's the guy from the Bellerophon episode? The bioweapons guy they steal the Lassiter from. Oh no, I destroyed my sushi. I kind of put Book in that camp, like a former Alliance Black Ops agent or something who like left the life behind him because he fucking hated it and didn't like the person he became, you know? It was so bad that it makes no sense for him to have the powers he has in the show. The guy who wrote the story, not Josh, just shat on the story and then threw it out. Well, that's miserable. That's a good girl. On your knees for me. Hi, Bakti. Maybe just ignore that part of the canon? Yeah, I'd probably do that. I ignore a decent amount of the Firefly canon. Or we can say that what we imagined is the real story and you just never read that terrible fanfic. That's fair. Yeah, a lot of complicated feelings about Firefly, clearly. I like Firefly a lot, and that's why I have so many capital O opinions about it. No, so I like Zoe. I don't like the way the show kind of treats Zoe. Not always, like most of the time, Zoe's just kind of a plot device, you know? Like she's there to be the one who like pulls Mal out of the fire. And that's a good role to serve in the story. It's just every time the spotlight is on her, it feels like it's not actually on her, and she doesn't really get a her episode. You know, the closest thing is the episode with Niska, which I'm really mixed on, because I like her reaction to the boys being captured, like her organizing the rescue and like putting everything together and like storming the Skyplex. That fucking rules. And that's rad. And I love that. I just hate that I have to keep flipping back and forth between that and Mal talking about fucking her to get back at Wash or whatever. Like, it's not exactly what it is, but it's just, and again, I know like there's a narrative reason why it's all happening and it's not serious. Like he's not actually doing, it's just knowing who wrote that scene. And see, in a vacuum, that episode would work. If all of the other misogynistic underpinnings of the show didn't also exist, if that was the only one, or like even just a point on a scatter plot, it wouldn't bug me so much. But because it is like a consistent theme of like the women being used as like objects or plot devices, all the way up to Nandi getting actually fridged in Heart of Gold. Like, Nandi is an awesome character that they introduce in an episode. An ex-companion running a brothel on like a backwater Western world, who ends up developing a relationship with Mal, and they hook up and they have like a whole big night together, and then like right at the end of the episode she gets shot and she's the only casualty of the entire big battle that they're in. She just dies so that there can be like more drama in the Mal Inara romance, and it's fucking maddening. It's because like Nandi actually kind of a better fit for Mal, you know? Bit of a like actually genuinely more like a better meshing relationship. But then again, this is coming from the same bitch who genuinely thinks that Mal and Saffron is a better like will they won't they romance, like toxic romance, than Inara and Mal, where that's just Mal being an abusive asshole to his tenant. I am so upset by the way that the show treats Inara, which is similar to how I feel about how the show treats Zoe. Inara is my favorite character in the entire show, the companion, the prostitute character. Shocker. She's great. I love her. She is hands down my favorite. I adore basically everything that she does. Every time she's on screen, I'm happy. Unless she's being browbeaten by Mal, and then I'm annoyed because the show wants me to think it's romantic, and I just fucking hate it. Oof. I disagree. Mal doesn't have a good fit. The tragedy is that they know and love each other, but he's broken and never going to be fit for anyone because he's the problem. Yeah, fair. Better fit than Inara. I don't like. It would have been fine. If they left her alive and actually explored that, I would like it more. If Nandi and Mal hooked up in Heart of Gold, and then Mal left and like actually made a choice and did something, and we got to see Mal be broken actually, instead of just like the person that it's painted as like him getting along with and actually like having sex with for the first time in like years, and very obviously like enjoying his whole night and all of that. Like they just murder her for character development instead of actually making them have the characters make choices about how they're going to deal with the end of that like you could have had functionally the same or a similar or even I think better outcome narratively for like tension and Mal being broken and not able to actually be with someone by leaving her alive and having him do the like, you know, Nandi, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be, but my love, my life, and my lady is the sea. Like for real, like make Mal actually make the bad choices. Like make him actually do the thing. Like there is like the cosmos like bends around Mal's character flaws, and it drives me insane. Because he is a character. He's potential man. Mal is potential man. Like they constantly hint at him doing something with his character, and he just never does. That's just main character syndrome. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's main character syndrome. It strays almost into like self-insert. Like he's not acting like he's broken because the universe is broken, but he never actually does any of the bad thing. He always comes this close to doing the bad thing. He shows like every single sign of a person who would do the bad thing, but then something happens that prevents him from needing to actually do the bad thing, and it's just implied, you know? It's like him constantly violating Inara's boundaries. It's literally the Mac and Dennis implication bit from It's Always Sunny, but with the main character of your sci-fi show. It's maddening. It drives me insane. Also remember, it's only one season from a guy who just came off the back of doing 8 seasons of Buffy. There was so much room for development. Joss very well might have fucked things up, but you have to leave room to grow. You do. I understand. But I can't speculate on what we didn't get. You know, like I can't analyze what we don't have, right? So like, could that have changed? Maybe. Could it have become something else? Maybe. Do I think Joss Whedon would have actually made him grow there? I don't think so, because the narrative doesn't paint it as bad. Like it doesn't see these behaviors as a problem that he has to correct or as something that he really needs to, at least I don't think it does. I think it like him violating Inara's boundaries all the time, I think is supposed to be seen as like or at least the way that the show seems to paint it. But if we're being analytical, we have to think about how we would have written the character with room to grow and not these plot-defining points. I guess, I suppose, yes, that's fair. I think, and this is the thing that really cements it for me with how Mal treats Inara. He stops getting any pushback from her. She gets mildly annoyed about it, but just accepts this as like the way that things are and like laughs it off and I don't like it because it feels or like the way that Inara acts towards Mal and the way that she like craves his approval while being treated terribly regularly, constantly. It feels like the time I had to live in an emotionally abusive relationship in a house with the person who actually had the lease for the house and constantly threatened to have me kicked out of the house if things got went bad, if things ever got too like shaky. Like I don't like all of the layers of power dynamics that Mal regularly takes advantage of. And I don't think that that's an intentional thing. I think that that's a function of Joss Whedon not realizing that all of that is like a problem. Like, but that's like part of the issue, right? Like, he doesn't think that these are bad things. Him writing it, he thinks that it's just he thinks that it's I don't think he thinks it's like good behavior, but he doesn't think that it's bad behavior either in any significant way. That's valid. Yeah, and that's I guess probably why it frustrates me so much. Inara feels defeated, but in a way where she doesn't realize she feels defeated. Like, she doesn't take this shit from anyone else. It's only Mal. And it's only the person who owns the spaceship that she lives on that we deal with. But again, that's looking back at the accepted behaviors for TV at the time. Yeah. But that's what I'm criticizing. That's what I'm that's what I'm talking about. Y'all remember when Han Solo forces a kiss on Leia and then after that she falls in love with him? That's how Malcolm Reynolds is written. Yeah. And I feel like, no, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, it's the swashbuckler thing, right? And I feel like in the same way that you can't engage with, and here's something else, Firefly is a Western, right? Ignoring Han being like a decade older than the barely legal episode 4 Leia. That's right, I forgot about that. There's it's blatantly wrong, I agree, and I wouldn't accept that from writing today. Yeah. And again, this is like I know I keep stopping to say this, but I really want to drive it home. I like Firefly. I like it a lot. Still, even with all these complaints that I have, I really like Firefly. But I'm also, because I like it, I want to analyze the bits of it that make me uncomfortable or that I don't like about it. And the problem with Mal violating Inara's boundary is solved when she stops enforcing them, and that's portrayed as romantic. Yeah, basically. We have similar things with, and again, we're talking about standards of TV at the time. If we're looking at it in that context, Firefly is genuinely fantastic on a lot of these issues compared to the other things coming out in that period, which is deeply concerning. But that said, I've still got bones to pick, and it's my stream, and I get to rant. It's my stream, and I get to rant about cult classic science fiction from the 2000s if I want to. Not barely legal. She was 16 as an actress when she first became Leah. She was too young. Too young. Oof. Meant jokingly. Fair. I was on a thought train. I was on a train of thought. I'm not trying to stop you. You get your rant on. Oh, I know. I'm just passionate. I'm just going. And I like I love this little like back and forth. I like the perspective you're bringing because it has changed the way I look at a couple of the critiques that I've had. So thank you. Genuinely. I like it's kind of like the symposium thing, you know? Like you can only get so much from a single perspective. So like in the act of sharing a critique of something, you refine it, you know? When other people bring their perspectives and their looks at things. Yeah, dialogue is good. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's very important. I'm not here to bestow my like godly take upon the fucking mortals, like Moses coming down with the Ten Commandments. I want to have like I do really like the discussion. I like when I get to see other people's takes on things and other people's angles on it, because I'm only one fragment. My perspective is one fragment of reality, and I can't see outside of it without other people like sharing their splinter of reality. God, I didn't know she was a minor. I was just going off Han treating Luke like a child, then locking lips with his twin sister. Yeah, yeah. Speaking of locking lips with characters treated like children, Kaylee. I got beef with how Joss writes Kaylee. Kaylee, aside from Inara, actually maybe more than Inara even, I think I have a personal bone to pick with how Inara's narrative is written, because Inara has been like the character that ultimately like gender envy, like role model character for me since before I knew that I had gender envy. But Kaylee is so fucking like I like Kaylee. I love Kaylee as much as I hate Kaylee's writing. I really, really, really like the character when she's not being the crew's assigned victim, which is her primary role on the crew. You'd think her primary role on the crew would be to be the engineer, but that's like the reason she's on the ship. But narratively, most of the time, or at least as often as she is the engineer, she's the victim. And it gets really gross by the end. The last episode, Objects in Space, is hard to watch because of how often Kaylee is threatened with violent sexual assault by the villain. And it's like, I get it. He's the villain. Whatever, but it feels mean-spirited. It feels real bad. I do not like it, and that's on top of the fact that Kaylee again is treated like an actual child, alternatingly. Either a child or a hyper-competent savant mechanic. Like, it's there's a lot wrapped up in it. Her origin story in Out of Gas, may I offer a different perspective? Go for it. She's not the victim, she's the heart of the show. I think she's both. I think she can be both. And I think the heart of the show part is when I love her. During the 2000s, things were dark and edgy. Like, yes. And I can acknowledge that. I can still critique it. I just, and here's, Firefly. Yes, we're talking Firefly. I watched Serenity before I knew what Firefly was. I'm hoping the Reavers do not get a lot of screen time in the show. They don't. They actually get no screen time until Serenity. They show up, I think twice, as ambient threats that the crew have to avoid. And in one of those, one of the Reavers' victims ends up being, goes crazy and tries to kill people. But the Reavers themselves don't ever actually show up in the mainline run of Firefly. Fuck, what was I saying? Right, so the issues I have with Kaylee. I love Kaylee. I want to like her more than I do because she's very inconsistently written. I don't love that she's functionally a savant, like narrative, like savant archetype, where like in her introduction in Out of Gas is a really good, like, I guess so using violence, especially sexual, which was new to TV, it elicits a disgusting, revolting ick to the watcher that makes them beyond impassioned towards anyone who threatens her, including the captain. We're meant to love her and hate anyone who makes her sad, whether or not the writing is good or bad. Yeah, and that's fair. And I do get that's why they're doing it, but I don't like the way they did it. And that's fine. It doesn't make me objectively right or wrong. My fucking camera exposure is going crazy again. Hold on. Maybe. If they ever revive the show, keep it far away from the guys who adapted Game of Thrones. Oh, absolutely, yeah. They do get screen time in the series. They ran into a ship of theirs in one episode, but not them directly. That's what I mean. The Reavers themselves don't really show up. There is a ship that flies by once, but that's there's a chase and stuff. The actual like physical, like the Reavers in their body, they don't actually ever make an on-screen appearance. You see Reaver ships. You see one Reaver ship, and you see the aftermath of a Reaver attack, and that's it. Counterpoint, that's her being a victim for plot purposes, which sucks. Yeah, right. So the problem here's where I want to talk about Kaylee. I want to keep talking about Kaylee. We're gonna talk about Kaylee. Kaylee is introduced in Out of Gas. Or not introduced. Kaylee's origin, like everybody, Out of Gas is the origin story episode. It tells how all of the members of the crew are hired. I like Out of Gas. I think it's one of my favorite episodes. Out of Gas rules. I like flashbacks. I'm a sucker for a flashback. Kaylee shows up. Her first time she's ever on Serenity, she's hooking up with the engineer that they had already hired. Like, the guy that they hired to be their engineer, their supposed genius mechanic, is fucking Kaylee in the engine room because engines make her hot, Captain. Which is pretty funny, actually. I like, that's a funny bit. I like that. That's good. Kaylee fixes Kaylee fixes a problem that the other engineer said was unfixable. Aside, I love Zoe's first impression of Wash being I don't like him. Me too. Love that. Love that. Adore everything about that. The terrible mustache on all of it. It's so good. So Kaylee is introduced. She's hooking up with the mechanic they already have. Mal enters the engine room. He is annoyed with his mechanic, not only having not finished the job he said was supposed to be done a couple days ago to get the ship running again so that they could leave, but, fucking a prairie harpy, in the engine room. The engineer says, sorry, Captain, engines make her hot. She likes engines. And then Mal's like, I don't care. Fix my engine. We need to be out of here. We got a rendezvous to make, or what have you. They've got to go. They have to leave. And he's like, can't fix it. Need a new part. Gravity boot shot. Kaylee's like, no, it's not. And she proceeds to fix it immediately. And Mal's like, wow, that's super impressive. How'd you do that? And she's like, oh, I was when I was on my back earlier, I got a good look at it, and like I figured it all out. You just got to fix this, don't you? She does a whole bunch of technical mumbo jumbo. It's great. I love it. Good stuff. Then he asks, have you ever worked on engines before? And she goes, no, they just make sense to me. I just get them. And it's like, that annoys me. Like, it's the, like, specifically because she functionally has a supernatural power to understand engines, and also acts like a child around the engines, in a lot of other episodes, including that same episode where she's just turning a broken piece over, saying it's broke, can't fix it when they're in crisis. And her competence is extremely situational, and it feels like a classic example of like autistic savant writing, where the Joss kicked me out, shake my head, where she is, depending on the episode, fully a child, or the annoyed potential love interest of Simon, or a engine genius, or a child and an engine genius at the same time. And it's frustrating. I wish they toned back the Kaylee acts like a child bits just a little bit, especially because so much of her plot line is about wanting to get laid. It feels weird. They infantilize her a lot for her being the character that actually canonically fucks second most on the ship. You know? Like, it's like Jane and Kaylee are like first and... Well, no, okay. Actually, Zoe and Wash probably canonically fuck the most because they fuck all the time. So, third most on the ship. It's like Zoe and Wash... Jane, Kaylee. And the fact that the third horniest and third most often laid character is also infantilized regularly fucking bugs me. Beautiful young woman who is infantilized and has supernatural powers? You mean River? You mean Buffy? You mean Dollhouse? Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. I love this conversation, but it's weird. Usually talks about Firefly's troubling writing center on River, so this is refreshing. River is an entire fucking panopticon of, like, problematic writing that I don't know if I have the spoons to talk about necessarily. I could talk a lot about River, but I don't feel like I need to. Like, I think everybody knows that River's writing is all over the place. It's almost like Joss Whedon has a thing. Yeah. Also, yeah, I'm not going to talk about River. At least not right now. River's... Most of River's past and reason is answered in the movie. It's barely hinted at in the series. They get into it pretty heavy in the last few episodes of the series. From Ariel to Objects in Space, which I think Ariel is episode 10, and Objects in Space is episode 14, the last episode. There are... Like, those two episodes specifically dive pretty deep into what's going on with River. Like, they confirm that River is a psychic fully. Actually, a lot earlier in the series. But they, like, the crew knows that she's a psychic by Objects in Space. Like, everybody knows that she has psychic powers by that point. Like, it's proven, it's out in the open. So, like, and they talk about her amygdala being stripped by people in Ariel. There's a couple mentions, I think, between those two episodes. Like, they go into it. It's the main focus of Serenity, but, okay, but can I give credit where credit is due? I love the Believer. Genuinely one of my favorite tropes and characters of all time. Are you talking about the, is that the agent from Serenity? The primary antagonist? If so, I agree. He's one of my favorite characters. I'm gonna look for a bit. Love this convo though. Okay, we'll see you around, Jill. The sword dude, yeah. The main bad guy from Serenity. No, I love the Believer. I adore. He's fucking awesome. The line. I can't remember it exactly, so I'm gonna paraphrase it. But it's I'm trying to basically, like, oh, I know I'm a monster. I'm trying to make a world where people like me aren't needed and don't belong. Like, that fucking rules. Like, that is a hard as fuck villain motivation. There's no place in paradise. I'm a monster. There it is. That's the one. That is, like, that one line contextualizes his entire character so perfectly. He fucking rules. Sin Eater trope enjoyers rise up. I love that shit. It fucking rips. I'm a sucker for that. And I think that's probably, I'm paraphrasing sadly, but yeah, fair. That trope is absolutely one of my favorites. I'm a sucker for that shit. If you've got that on a villain or a hero, I'm gonna like that character almost 100% of the time. So good. So good. Love that shit. So yes, I agree. Give credit where credit. Well, yeah, give credit where credit's due. Again, I love Firefly, and I remember really liking Serenity. I'm probably gonna watch it either tonight or tomorrow night, so I'll have more to say about Serenity then, probably. But no, man, that guy, like, so good. I almost feel like, from what I remember, the Believer feels like a better execution of what they were trying to do with Jubal Early in Objects in Space. Like, where Jubal Early is actually a monster and doesn't and says that he has like greater like motivations or whatever, and it's like all like pseudo-philosophical. Like, the Believer feels like a retread of that, but like executed way better and more genuinely, you know, with more time to really let it set in. I love the Believer and I hate Jubal Early, so you know, you can take like similar concepts and have them like in the execution, devil's in the details and all that, have them either like completely collapse or be fucking awesome. I think I swapped the hands that I had Jubal and the Believer on, but whatever. Very good. I imagine the acting played into it a lot as well. That's fair. That's possible. I'm gonna have to watch it. I don't think I hated Jubal's the actor for Jubal Early's performance so much as I hated what Jubal Early had to perform. The Believer feels like somebody actually put thought into the like 3 edgy 5 me, I'm a monster, but I'm a monster that society needs. And Jubal Early is the actual like Reddit thread, like I'm 14 and this is deep version of like being an edgy antagonist who's like a philosopher. It's like the similar to how the episode, second episode with Niska, the Believer has so much confidence that it feels like he's the Predator. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Jubal Early does too. Having just watched that episode last night, like, they are both supremely confident. Although I guess Jubal has some level of, like, Jubal can be shaken. Like, River is able to shake him eventually. Whereas the Believer is actually, like, fully to his, and this is kind of what I mean. The Believer is fully to his core on board. He has completely internalized his, like, insane philosophy. I guess saying it's insane is doing it a disservice. It's not insane. It is utility. It is the ultimate extrapolation or like final end point of utilitarianism. Like, the Believer is like almost a supernatural manifestation of a utilitarian ideology, where any amount of suffering that he has to inflict for the greater good is worth it, as long as he provides more utility to like humanity as a whole than he takes away by like torturing and murdering people, you know? My brain is not ready for this level of theory at this time of day. Sorry, ABSP. I'm on a media kick. I'm talking about Firefly. I'm talking about a lot of them. It's mostly Firefly. We're mostly talking about Firefly because that's what I've watched most recently. Basically, Renegade Shepherd. It is a lot like Renegade Shepherd. Yeah, like really dedicated Renegade, like pure Renegade Shepherd. I guess no. Maybe it's like more like like deep Renegon Shepherd. I don't know. Believe me, I'm not telling you to stop. All right, fair. No, I really like, and that's the thing. Like, when Firefly shines, it is brilliant. It is like the burning heart of a star. It rules. And that's why the cracks that bother me so much, because it's this close to being like one of, I mean, it's still like a genuinely like a just excellent piece of media, but it's so close to being one of those like masterpieces, you know, which is why I'm frustrated by the things that I'm frustrated by so much, because there is a lot of really good stuff in Firefly, and at its core, Firefly has a lot of themes that I really relate to and that have helped me through some really difficult times. The episode The Message, where they get the soldier, their old army buddy, who was dead and like was killed and mailed himself to them. Oh, surprise, he's not actually dead. He's smuggling organs. Like, that the line from that, when you can't walk, you crawl, and when you can't crawl, you find someone to carry you. Like, Jesus Christ, man, that, whew, like, it gets me. Like, I remember playing Destiny with my boys and telling them there's a small chunk of the Firefly cast here. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I feel like The Believer speaks to service members and their families different. Going to war and going through hell and raining down hell on your enemies in hopes of making the world safer for your loved ones, which is just as tragic considering how deeply fucked our government is. No, I agree. Actually, that's probably a good point, Misty. I related to The Believer. When I first watched Serenity, I was still deep in the doomsday, like, tribulation religious cult. I saw myself in The Believer. When I first watched Firefly, I saw The Believer as almost aspirational. Not even almost. Like, I was like, that's what I need to be to, like, you know, live up to the expectations that my family has laid out for me for the end times, you know? Like, it's terrible purpose. It's terrible purpose, right? Like, it's Paul Atreides. It's that I am accepting the burden of being a true irredeemable monster in order to create a world that is even just marginally better than the one that I was born into, you know? Merc, do you have a degree? I do not. I would say the tyrant, not Paul. No, you're right. Yeah, the tyrant. Paul, maybe. Yeah, no. That's a good point. Definitely the tyrant, not Paul. Correct. Good correction. Paul shirks the terrible purpose. The tyrant embraces the terrible purpose. Paul is what happens when you fall short. Paul was selfish, save his family. Yeah, exactly. But no, ABSP. I do not have a degree. I never went to school. I'm not good at structured academia. I just read a lot. I watch a lot of things. I'm very introspective. I don't know. Which also, like, is it's like outsider art kind of stuff. She's just brilliant. I don't think we need to go that far. It's Rhodes Scholar. Yeah, I'm an armchair philosopher. I'm like an outsider artist, you know. I've been meaning to read some philosophy because I feel like a lot of the times I'm retreading ground that's already been, like, pretty well thought out by other people, and if I just, like, went and read that, I could reinforce my own, like, ruminations a little bit better. So I do want to do that at some point. I do, and I'm for right. Thanks, Jill. No, I'm just really passionate about media, you know. I'm passionate about things in general. I think about stuff a lot. I didn't go to college, didn't want the debt, but doesn't mean I haven't stopped learning things. I even helped a group of education streamers. That rules. That's awesome. Yeah, I was homeschooled by, you know, a conservative cult until 8th grade. So I've been learning things on my own through, like, independent study for like the majority of my, like, childhood education was, like, basically being left alone to solve problems and learn things for myself. When you're homeschooled, particularly when you're homeschooled with a bad curriculum, it's a very sink or swim environment. You either like if you possess that fundamental burning curiosity, the lack of structure can be really liberating, because you especially if you have a bad curriculum, you're left with a lot of questions that you'll never get answers to unless you go find them yourselves. If you don't have the like urge to search beyond what you are presented with, then homeschooling's pretty terrible for you, because you will not get a good education. I'm sorry. The specific kind of homeschooling that I had, plenty of people I'm sure can homeschool and do it well if they actually have any kind of credentials or use a proper program. You know, mine was not a proper program. I had a Bible class. Evolution was considered not real. My science classes talked about the creation of the Earth like 6,000 years ago. Like, I did not get an education before 8th grade, unless it was in something that did not explicitly contradict like young Earth creationism. I wasn't really homeschooled or learned at school. I actually tested out things in school and even taught a couple teachers on the taught topics. I spent most of the time watching Discovery, History, and Science. I did a lot of that. My Catholic school didn't even go that hard. Rip. Oh, it was bad. Again, when I talk about being raised in a cult, I mean it. That reminds me, one of the streamers I follow actually wrote a D&D module that explains climate change in the modern day in a way that kids can understand. It's supposed to be available to school bodies to use at some point. That fucking rules. I like that. I like that a lot. Assuming my partner to be also has ADHD, homeschooling is not even part of the conversation. Yeah, 100%. There are public schools in the US that teach at a lower level than most homeschooling. Be careful with most. A lot of homeschooling in America is based off of it is explicitly done by the kinds of evangelical young earth creationist cultists that I grew up around. I would say actual real homeschool, like good, like decent programs, yeah, depending on the state you're in, it can absolutely be better than our education program because of how fucked up it is. But usually because conservatives sabotage it intentionally, because people that are held up as fucking messengers of God by evangelical like fundamentalists like Kent Hovind genuinely argue that public schooling is evil and part of the devil's plan for the corrupting the youth. Alabama is one of the very lowest in education levels. I believe it. My religious sister homeschools her 4 kids, and good luck to them. I wish them the best of luck. It can be rough. It can also be good. It was funny actually. When I was in high school, I went to a book club at the library across the street from my high school, and there was a kid that went there who was homeschooled, and he was fucking brilliant. This dude, he's probably a fucking like somewhere big in like computer engineering or mechanical engineering at this point, because this dude, he was fucking autistic as shit and really got that like STEMtism, you know? That guy was completely just terrible in social situations that were not like tailored for like his particular like temperament, which the book club was. But that's a guy that homeschooling was good for. He probably would have eaten his own books if he was in a public school, but he was a fucking genius. Absolute, like, one of those breaks the mold, like, you actually need a special curriculum just for this dude, because he was doing, like, completed, like, half of his college courses by the time he was, like, a junior in high school. It was fucking nuts. Alabama, I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. My brother-in-law, benefit of the doubt, but my brother-in-law is a young earth creationist pastor with questionable beliefs about what turns kids gay. Of course. Of course. Why not? Why wouldn't it be? All right, I gotta get back to talking about Firefly. I'm getting distracted. We're about to get political. I don't mean to get political, but what the fuck is a bird? I've done politics rants the last 2 days. I'm gonna try and stick to media analysis today. I've got to discipline this wrinkly little brain of mine. What else have I got? We were talking about The Believer, and that's how we got onto this whole thing. I talked about Kaylee. I talked a bit about Zoe. I don't have a lot of notes, like mental notes about Zoe, because Zoe doesn't get to be like a central figure very often. She's like the dedicated, like stable side character. But she's great every time she's on screen. I love her. Discipline, eye stalks, prick up. Yeah, discipline me. We got that's what brought you back from lurking. So, do I have anything else? What else have I got? Heart of Gold, episode wise, the one about the brothel. I like overall. Nah, the girl I called didn't pick up. Sad. I'm sorry. I hope they call you back. Or she calls you back, I suppose. Heart of Gold is an episode that I like 90% of, and the other 10% annoys the shit out of me because it's about a whorehouse. It's about a brothel. I like stories about women in brothels standing up for themselves and kicking the shit out of people who are bad to them. That's been a favorite trope of mine for a long time. I adore that shit. Every time the prostitutes take up arms, I'm like, you go, queens. Like, rock on. Can't imagine why I like that so much. Don't like that only one person died. Oh, Dr. Simon. Nothing that isn't really hidden about him, and he's barely a supporting character and is not intended to lead or fight. Simon Tam is a weird character, I'm realizing. Like, he is such a wet noodle. He has his moments. I think Simon is at his best in what are the two episodes? Ariel, where he plans the hospital heist. That rules. I like that a lot. And where's the one where he like menacingly brings up to Jane that like he better not like betray him again, or he shouldn't betray him again because they could be like we can circle each other snarling like angry animals, or we can just decide to trust each other. But either way, no matter what you do to me, no matter how you treat me or how many times you betray me, when you are on my table and under my knife, you are safe. I liked that. That's cool characterization for Simon. I wish we got more of that. And I know this one definitely a function of it being, 2000s TV. How often he just says absolutely the worst thing in every given situation, and I can kind of sympathize with that. I do. It does get annoying after a little while, but he doesn't really have a lot of character traits. Like, Simon Tam is like a shonen anime protagonist, Like, he always means well, and he's like really nice a lot of the time, except for when he's accidentally mean. And he's kind of an asshole. He's kind of like a privileged dick, but not in like any kind of malicious. I don't know. There's just not enough like. I feel like he doesn't have a lot of defining character traits besides like rich, doctor, loves sister, wants to date Kaylee after like the middle point of the show. Like I don't know. He's just kind of there. I like Simon. I do. I wish that he got more like. I wish that Simon had his own angle, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's his core personality trait being wants to protect his sister is nice. But that plays into the problems with River a little bit. I guess what it comes out, like, River and Simon are one character collectively. Like, they are not, you can't separate them. Like, if you remove River and Simon from each other, like, they don't function as their own character anymore. Just, like, they have their own character traits, but they aren't, like, functionally different characters. Hi, Godrismark. Hi, Jim. How are you doing? And, that's another. Every character doesn't have to be super deep, Like, I love my sister and I miss being a doctor is like, whatever. Like, you're allowed to not have that much depth to you. But, you know, like, we don't ever really learn anything about him, you know? He doesn't ever really change. I mean, he changes. He gets a little bit more used to things, and, like, that's cool. But, he changes, but he doesn't develop, maybe, is better. Until, like, the end of Serenity. I think, if I remember correctly, he kind of gets there by the end of Serenity, which Serenity is meant to be, like, the entire wrap-up of the whole show, so, like, there's a lot of character development that's saved for Serenity, if I remember correctly. But I can't really talk about that too much until I get to actually watch it. My birthday's coming up Monday the 8th. Ooh, exciting. Well, happy early birthday. That's cool. You doing anything special for it? Hook, your birthday's today? Happy birthday! Oh my god!
Happy birthday to the great good Hook. Happy birthday to you. Yeah.
Not really, it's in January? You lied to me. She sang a song! I can't believe you would do this to us, Hook. She's crying now. She's crying.
I'm so sad.
Oh.
It was a lie. It was a song about lying.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about, but thanks, dear Merc. Of course, we're talking about the TV show Firefly. You made Faith cry. Let me see. What else have I got? Do I have anything? Do I have more that I need to talk about? Maybe not. Maybe that's all I need to say about Firefly right now. Maybe not. Maybe something will come to me. I already talked about Mal and Inara, which was the most pressing thing that I needed to get off my brain. Timed out Hook! Is stream stuttering or is it just me? Oh, it looks like I am dropping frames. Oh no. Why?
Consolation, my connection.
Oh, is it? Maybe it's our internet then. Who's downloading porn? Certainly not me. Sorry. Get it together, Twitch. It might be our internet. Seems like she's having problems over there too, so it might be a little blink on our connection, which happens every now and then. I'm watching Julie's stream, also some hiccups. Okay, alright, maybe it is Twitch. I'll take any opportunity I can to blame Bezos for my problems, you know? It's very cathartic for me. You know, like, you're lucky she even performed for you bastards. Ugh. Alright, I'll try to wait until I'm not dropping frames anymore to talk about too many more in-depth things. You don't download, you torrent. King, you want an affirmation? King. I am so proud of you for collecting all of that silver for the teleporters in the Conan server. It means a lot to me personally. I needed that silver. I needed that silver real bad. And I'm glad that you got it, because now I can make a horrible little teleporter network and everybody will be able to go anywhere they want. And it will be fucking awesome. And that's because of you. You did that. Thank you, King. I'm just gonna restart my computer because nothing is working. Great. It's Snow Crash. We're all gonna die. Wow, I think the frame dropping is getting worse, actually. Don't look at your numbers. Just refresh the page. Don't... Okay, I'm back. I think I'm back. It looks like we're back. I aim to please. You please often, King. All right. Just as you said that, it got better. Classic. Classic. What else? Oh, here's a titch. Here's a touch. Horrible little teleporters on terrible little hills. Yes. I aim to please and fail. Hey. Sucking at something is the first step to being kind of okay at something, alright? He is a very pleasant man. I'm on fiber. There's no reason for slow speeds. Phil. So, Hen, you want a little... well? You want a little skewering my favorite media with unfair critiques? Ew, well... A little... Actually, they're pretty fair. I'm just applying a modern lens to a show that came out 20 fucking years ago. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, this is a little baby tangent. This is a function of, with Firefly, this is a function of it being a Western, but not quite a deconstruction of Westerns. Not quite. It's just a Western in space, and I like that. I like Westerns, but, and by setting it in space, you do separate it from a lot of the inherent problems that a lot of Western narratives, the genre narratives, run into. But it still is deeply... It pantomimes the settings and context of things of the Old West, including the fact that the Alliance is often painted like the Union in the American Civil War, and the Independents are often painted explicitly like the Confederates from the Civil War. And while slavery is not explicitly the point, it's not. They don't bring it up too often. They do mention that there are slavers and slaves and indentured servants, but and they don't really talk about what the Alliance's stance on that is. Point being, the Independents are framed as the good guys, but they wear the skin of the Confederates in a lot of ways, and that's a very minor, very niche aesthetic trapping, more than like a really serious critique of things. But it does get a little weird sometimes. It's a little weird sometimes. Because the Alliance are simultaneously painted as like a corrupt, authoritarian, like federal government, and also the ones that like are, whether they're doing it well or not, like slowly improving the quality of life of everybody in the system. And they never talk about what the leverage point of the war is. So it really is just aesthetics for the most part, and the fact that the Alliance are very clearly shady and corrupt. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I feel weird. I feel weird feelings about the war in Firefly, and they don't talk about it much. There's not enough information about it to really make any solid conclusions. It lives in the mist of speculation. That's just me being like, wow, the brown coats sure do use a lot of language that's similar to fucking neo-Confederates in America, don't they? Like Unification Day, the Unification Day episode, or not whole episode, but the one where Mal gets into a fight in a bar with an Alliance soldier. He steps at the end of the bar fight when Wash shows up to save them all with the ship. He steps onto the ramp of the ship, turns around, and literally says, "We will rise again." And it's like, did you have to pick that? Did you have to say those words exactly? Did you have to specifically say that phrase?
What is that? What is that context on that? I don't understand.
So a common refrain. It's a like a rallying cry for neo-Confederates, which are people who
Gotcha.
is the South will rise again. That's it's like a KKK people who think that the Confederacy did nothing wrong actually, people who think, you know, that kind of like crowd. The South will rise again is a kind of a rallying cry or a battle cry for them. So it having that be like word for word, not the South, but we will rise again with the people coded as Confederates in the post-Civil War narrative in the space western is like, these are the guys we're rooting for. Like, it's like it's a little questionable. It's not, again, they keep it all vague enough that they never are explicitly endorsing anything, but they're wearing the skin of the Confederacy in a sci-fi narrative, and that bugs me.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, exactly. Is the right way to yeah. And moving mass my base is close to the Silver Mine and the Brimstone Lakes. Oh, Mark, also I killed the Scorpion Queen. There's a fancy shield for you. TBH, not the worst choice Joss Whedon has made. Not the worst. Not a good one, though. Yeah. Hi, how are you? Hi, Armin. I'm doing great. I'm talking about Firefly a lot for most of the stream so far. But still pretty bad? Yeah, still pretty bad. It's like that whip TikToker whipping a can of grape soda during February. Like, that was a choice. Was it Jacques? Was it Jacques the Whipper? Was it my actual, factual, one-way rival, Jacques the Whipper? Was it him? I'll take any excuse to dunk on that motherfucker. I've disliked that guy since before he was popular. I knew him when he was just a local, fucking regular performer at King Richard's Fair. I don't like him. I don't like him. Very full of himself. That is a choice. That is a oof. What movie / series are we talking about? Firefly / Serenity, yeah. I've never noticed the nose ring, super cute. Thanks. I actually it used to be a small silver one, and I just swapped it out for a wider black one, so it's more visible now. It used to only ever be like a little glint occasionally from the lights. Ooh, more Merc lore? Yeah. I actually, the motherfucker, I got my boss to have his, he had, the last time I worked King Richard's Fair, ooh, I'm so upset. Oh, I'm gonna do a little rant. I used to run games at King Richard's Fair for a long time, since I was 16, on and off. Like, it was my first job. I worked it a lot. I liked it so much I ended up traveling with Renaissance fairs for a while. It's how I ended up being so like kind of well traveled. I'm back from the timeout. Welcome back, Hook. And I went back in I want to say 2024 when I moved back to Massachusetts briefly. While I was a streamer, actually, I was making some TikToks during this time still. And it was just before I started streaming. I think I started streaming in like the last week of that King Richard's Fair run. So this was after he had gone on, Jacques the Whipper had gone on America's Got Talent and like got all TikTok famous and super popular and stuff. And so I hadn't heard anything about him for a while because I only knew him from before he got like proper famous. And I used to see him as a rival back when I was a twink trying to also seduce all of the ladies at the Ren Fair. Because he was the other twink trying to seduce all of the ladies at the Ren Fair. So he's been in my head. He doesn't know who I am. Almost certainly not. But in my brain, he's been my competition. Him and the one other fucking twink that worked for games. Since way back. And, we were all, you know, kind of scumbags. Twink story time? It's Twink story time. We were a trifecta of kind of scummy Ren Fair, like, flirtatious, self-styled seducers, you know? And so then I went off and I went on my huge, like, self-discovery arc and traveled around the country and did all kinds of stuff. And I come back and this motherfucker's famous. And I'm working the same place that I worked when I was a kid. He's working the same place that he worked back when he was getting started over there. But now everybody's showing up and he's got a fucking meet and greet. And they put the tent for his meet and greet right behind my game. And the line wound around in front of my game. And I was like, I can't do my job. And I went and I talked to I brought my friend Jed came over and I was like, Jed, I can't do my job. And he was like, all right, I'm going to go tell the boss. We'll get this worked out. And so he goes and he gets our boss to go yell at the person setting up the fucking meet and greet to move their line because it's getting in the way of me doing my job. I'm very petty. Anyway, we're going to go back to talking about games now. Hi there. Hi, Quachi. How you doing? What do you think of Cheese of Truth Guy? I don't think I know Cheese of Truth Guy. Whoa, I hit 100k points? Hey, congratulations. I think one of the worst was what made the crew go out of their way to make sure Whedon wasn't alone around Michelle Trachtenberg. Which one's Michelle Trachtenberg? And what happened? Can you fill me in on that, Snowy? I don't actually know much about the lore of Joss Whedon's ascendance to villainhood. So please fill me in. Where am I? Right, I have my opera thing here. Bring this over here. Buffy's sister. Oh, her. Oh, her. I had a huge crush on her from like the one time I watched Buffy when I was a teenager. Valid though? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad that you saw that as a valid crash out. I was losing it. Because I was also, at the time, was just starting to get really popular really popular by my standards, not by Jacques Whipper's standards on TikTok. Yeah, I've got like 14,000 followers or something like that. Like a respectable amount, but by no means like a superstar on TikTok. I also don't post there much anymore because I've transitioned over to streaming primarily on Twitch. But I mean, she was good looking, but I hated her from her character in Buffy, so screechy. I didn't watch much Buffy. I've only seen like the first couple episodes of the first season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and like the last 2 episodes that a girl who had a crush on me just out of high school wanted me to watch, I guess, because I don't know, she wanted me to see the last 2 episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer when I went over her house one time. Wild. Angel was better? I've heard of good things about Angel. But yes, okay, all right. Other things about Firefly. The Confederacy bit was what we were talking about that got me off on the Jacques the Whipper tangent. Yeah, it's kind of similar to. I think I don't like when stories draw from the American Civil War and paint the Confederate analog side as like actually the good guys, or like with as many valid points as the like Federalist side. Not necessarily because it would be a problem in a vacuum, but because of the real world sentiments and problems that it feeds into and supports, you know? As long as like the Lost Cause narrative is still like prominent in popular culture, at least in one particular corner of popular culture, which it is, I don't think that you can tell a story analogous to the American Civil War without considering the real world ramifications that it could have. And that's unfortunate, you know? There's a lot of good like narrative meat that you could take from that if you were able to extract it in a vacuum, excluded away from its real world socio-political context. But you can't. So you need to consider that when you're writing a something that is directly analogous, you know, like they specifically draw parallels to that conflict. You know, it's not like vibes based. Like I said, they quote like Lost Cause propaganda lines. It's that you know, and I get it, Western, but like Westerns are a difficult thing to write for in the modern age, because there's so much real world there are so many real world like knock-on effects from that period of time that mythologizing and like glorifying it can have a lot of real world negative effects, and you have to be careful about that. And you can't just, it's not like you need to give up on entire swaths of like styles or genres of writing because they can have bad effects in the real world. But like, you do need to be, I think that you have a certain responsibility to at least acknowledge the possibility, like that it can have an effect. Like a lot of like people's culture, and a culture in a region and the people's politics in a region are at the very least influenced by, if not dictated by, the media they consume. It's why propaganda, like film, radio, now internet propaganda, especially narrative propaganda, is so powerful. Like humans are deeply, like almost like, if I was inclined to religiosity and a little bit of hyperbole, I'd say that humans have a spiritual connection to storytelling, like a deep ephemeral it's almost it's kind of a cornerstone of what makes us human. It's originally how we like passed down knowledge like orally through generations, which is like the foundation of civilization in the first place. Like storytelling and fiction in general is like a really, really huge part of human society and interaction and how we frame and view the world, I think. So I do think that there's like it's just a story is like not a very good like argument for me, or from my perspective on like why you shouldn't take something seriously. Like, it's just fiction. Why do you care so much? Because fiction often, not always, but often, at the very least, like tips the needle in the direction of where we as like a society go. Good evening, Mark. Hi, Forbin. How you doing? Michelle Trachtenberg released a message in 2021 saying that Whedon's behavior towards her was not appropriate and that she wasn't allowed to be alone in a room with him during filming of the show. Don't like that. Trachtenberg was only 15 when she started on Buffy in 2000. Oh, double gross. That clarifies some of the things that I was talking about earlier about how River and Kaylee are written in Firefly. Other points. Other things that have been scratching at my brain. Joss Whedon has had some weird history, none good. Yeah, we've been talking about I just rewatched all of Firefly. And I'm gonna be watching Serenity tonight. And my ultimate conclusion is that I really like the show. I still really like the show. But it's very, very clear that there is some concerning opinions about women going on in the writing room of Firefly at the very least. And I'm guessing Serenity too. What's your favorite ship? Romantic or space? That's on my list of shit that happened during my childhood that I should catch up on. What, Firefly? Firefly is really good. I fully recommend anybody even remotely interested in space westerns or wants to get like is even curious about watching a space western for the first time. You should watch Firefly. It's really good. Like, I know I've spent the last 2.5 hours like skewering the parts of Firefly that I find objectionable, but that's because I love it. Like, I wouldn't put this much effort into dissecting it if I didn't think that it was worth dissecting, if I didn't have something to say about it. Romantic ship in Firefly. Enterprise E, Enterprise J, Enterprise D. Come on now. I don't think I have a favorite Enterprise. My favorite romantic ship in Firefly is probably Inara and that one lady chancellor that she had on the ship as her client that one time. A plus, S plus, triple S tier. We got canonical bisexuals on screen. It was great. And they talked about how much nicer it is being with a lady because they don't have to put on any kind of show for the boys. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, fuck yeah, go marry her. Leave Mal. Don't date Mal. Get out of there. If I had a second favorite, and this is my crack ship. This is my new reading of Mal. As way worse of a person than the show portrays, wants him to be seen as, is Mal and Saffron, because they're perfect for each other in all the wrong ways. They're both terrible. They're going to spend the entire time trying to get a one-up on each other, but I would prefer the spy versus spy, two manipulators trying to get a leg up, clashing on and off over a long period of time, than I would the live-in abusive relationship that Mal and Inara have by the end of at least season 1. Whedon has been described by former Firefly writer Jose Molina as casually cruel. That tracks. I think I explained a lot of it when I was talking about it as casually misogynistic and cruel towards a lot of the people that are in it when I was watching through. Molina said Joss Whedon thought being mean was funny. That tracks. Making female writers cry during a note session was especially hysterical. That tracks. He actually liked to boast about the time he made one writer cry twice in one meeting. That tracks. Most of what I've been talking about, actually, that aligns with perfectly. You feel it through the show. It seems to revel in torturing its female cast. It lingers on those moments so often. And it doesn't do the same thing to the or at least it doesn't frame it the same way when it's the male members of the cast. Even when Mal and Wash are being tortured by Niska, they're it almost having it be played as a joke. Not quite. It doesn't quite stray into being played as a joke. And I know I've brought the Niska torture scene up a couple times, and it's partially because I remembered it being good from when I was a kid, and now I really hate it. Because it's just the entire thing where they're actively being tortured, where they're supposed to be the victims, or where a situation that would be played for a lot of horror and sympathy if there were women involved in it, when it's the guys is yeah, it's bad, it's tense, bad things are happening, but they're just, they're doing a bit about Mal fucking Wash's wife the whole time. And I know I keep bringing it up, but it drives me insane. Serenity's up there for spaceships that I love. Serenity's a great ship design. Sounds like some pervy people we heard of is Josh MAGA? I don't think so. I think he's that brand of misogynistic, ostensibly progressive person who almost uses their front of progressive politics to hide the fact that they treat women badly, Joss's thing has been described as having very competent, sexy young women and extremely flawed, weak men. That tracks. I can see that. Yeah. I get that. And that's not wrong. I just think it's not executed terribly well. Overall, I like that a lot of the women in the show are badasses. That rules. I love that. It's probably a big part of why I like Firefly so much. I just, the execution doesn't always stick the landing. Niska means goose. That's cute. I like that. The Deridu class Warbird, Deridex class Warbird was nice. I personally like Valdor class Warbird more though. I haven't watched that much Star Trek. Moya, oh, Chris, nice, good pull. Moya is an excellent choice for favorite spaceship. Very soft spot in my heart for your classic X-wing. Classic X-wing's good. I like the Z95 Headhunter more though. Talon 2, Talon's also good. The Yorktown is a great ship in Star Trek. I don't even know what that is. Moya in Farscape was awesome indeed. She's probably one of my favorite ships in sci-fi. Yeah. Moya is an awesome sci-fi ship. I like the, fuck. What's the, I like the Beliskner from, Stargate SG-1. The ship that Thor's personal ship. That's a good one. Mwah, I hope you're having a great day, Brat. I am. Not that I need your approval for it or anything. Steamrunner is a pretty cool looking ship in Star Trek. You haven't seen that one. Talon was kind of sad. He always had the conflict between his Leviathan and Peacekeeper side. Yeah. Good puppy. I prefer the later human ships. I do like the later human ships, but I loved Beliskner. I like Beliskner not because it's the coolest ship, but because of how rad it is when it is like first introduced. The first couple times it shows up. Yeah, that was sassy as fuck. Yeah, it was. Someone said Star Trek. Yeah, I've seen maybe the first half, or not the first half. I've seen non-sequentially like half of the like first season of the original series of Star Trek. I've seen the first 2 seasons of The Next Generation. I've seen a season and a half of Discovery right up until they fucking character assassinated Saru, and I swore off ever watching that show again. And I've seen maybe a couple miscellaneous episodes of like Voyager and DS9, but not enough to actually have an opinion on the show. Did you know the Millennium Falcon is actually in Star Trek First Contact for like 1 or 2 frames? I think I actually did know that. Oh, you stopped before TNG got really good then? TNG finds its legs in season 3. That's what I heard, and I liked TNG. I was watching it with my roommate, who I also worked with at the time when I was fixing vending machines in Florida. We would have it on the little TV in the tech room while we were doing repairs, and we only got up to like maybe the end of season 2, start of season 3, before I got moved off of tech work and into inventory, which I had to do in the office instead. So I stopped watching it. I need to go back and finish it. Speaking of Asgard and Stargate, they did once use a ship against a mass amount of Jafar. They used the teleport array to scope up groups, then deleted the teleport buffer. Horrifying. I love that. How dare you quit on TNG? I had a lot going on, all right? I was living in Florida. Like, give me a break. I didn't quit. I paused. Indefinitely. Guard my ass, won't you? I swore off Discovery halfway through the first episodes. Those were not Klingons. They did not have holographic communication devices at that time. I kind of just, at least at the time, I'm not a huge continuity freak between different series. Like, if something is established in the first episode of a show, or of a run of a show, I just assume it's either a creative difference or an alternate universe or timeline or something along those lines. You know, my suspension of disbelief begins with the first episode of a series for the most part, because I mean, just realistically, like, it's a new story being told from a new perspective by a new team most of the time, you know? So I'm not going to hold it too close to like established canon, especially when there's decades of canon beforehand. Like, it would be I would hate needing to try and adhere to every bit of canon. So I allow a bit of creative license. So I was fully on board. I watched that first episode and I was like, okay, this is the standard that we have set for this show. This is what we're working with. Let me take it with like that frame of reference, like that style. And I liked it up until they murdered Saru spiritually. The Orville was more Star Trek than Discovery ever was. That I do agree with. I agree. And I actually said that. I was watching the Orville and Discovery at the same time, and I was like, damn, why is the Orville so good? Like, I don't have a high opinion of Seth MacFarlane as like a writer, as a creator, generally. He every now and then he surprises me, and I'm like, damn, I wish that you wrote like this more often. This is actually really good. I liked the Orville. I only watched, I think, the first 2 episodes because I think there was not 2 episodes, seasons. Because I think there was a hiatus between one or the other, and I just kind of lost track of it. I do want to go back and watch more of it. I need to stop that redeem to break my executive dysfunction. I'm stuck in the bathtub. Chill. Cut it out. Get out of the bathtub and go get functional. Are you going to be less functional than me? Me? The bratty sub bottom? You gotta go be productive. You gotta get your ass in gear, Jill. The clown in Orville is the creepiest clown ever. I don't remember the clown in Orville. I do remember when Carter used a Stargate dialed up to P3W451, the planet orbiting a black hole, to cause a planet to go nova and destroy an entire fleet of Goa'uld ships belonging to Apophis. Yeah, I love SG-1. I've never watched farther than, I think, season 6, just because I ran out of steam on, like, consistently watching, so I need to go back and finish that. I need to actually finish SG-1 eventually. I got to the one where they brought in the alien that adopted like the Christian devil as his like persona, like the other like the Goa'uld did with the gods and stuff. And I got maybe like halfway through that season and kind of just ran out of gas. Sokar, yeah, that's the one. I think that's the one. I didn't hate that season, but it was kind of like, I don't know. It wasn't my favorite from what I remember. I might have just been tired because I watched all of the preceding 5 seasons like over the course of like a month. So I probably just needed a break and then to go back to it later. Anytime I saw SG-1 on the Space Channel, I was always turning that shit on. Didn't follow the story, but the show was so cool. SG-1 rules. I love Stargate SG-1. It's if Farscape didn't exist, it would probably be my favorite piece of like 90s to early 2000s sci-fi media. Same. I also love Atlantis and Universe. They need to complete Universe. That fucking cliffhanger. I've never watched Atlantis or Universe because I wanted to finish SG-1. But I think, isn't the actress who plays Kaylee from Firefly like a central character in Atlantis? We had Momoa and Judge in the show? Yeah. Is it Momoa? Wait, like Jason Momoa? Was he in Stargate? Damn. Christopher Judge. I've been a Christopher Judge fanboy for a long time because of his performance as Teal'c in SG-1. He's my favorite character with Samantha Carter close behind, then O'Neill. Daniel Jackson plays his role in the story, but I don't love him as a character. He's fine. Indeed. Hell yeah. Hi, Tommy the Alien. Welcome in. First time chat. What's up? Yeah, Jewel State played Atlantis' CMO. That fucking rules. It was his big break, I believe. Oh, that's awesome. Not Atlantis, but the last like 1 to 2 seasons of SG-1. Oh, when they picked up a whole bunch of the Firefly cast? Michael Shark's wife is super hot. I don't know who that is. I'm really bad at remembering actor names. Sam Carter, I love short hair blondes. Oh, me too. I just like women, you know? Women are hot. Not just Firefly, but also Farscape. That's right, they did! They scooped up all of the people from my other favorite shows. Okay. How did I manage to get Shagahad hooked on my hair? Whoops. There we go. Alright, the new hot doctor in the Stargate series. I'm gonna have to go rewatch. Well, no, SG-1 picked up Claudia Black and Ben Browder from Farscape in seasons 9 and 10. Alec Baldwin also makes a couple of appearances as like a task force guy. Didn't they? Pretty sure he showed up. I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, Michael Shanks, Dr. Jackson, is married to Lexa Doig Andromeda from the same name. Oh, interesting. Lexa Doig is married to Michael Shanks, who played Dan. Gotcha, okay. Understood. Gotcha. Jinx. Yeah, look at all that go. Yes, we know women are hot, Merrick. Well, I'm gonna say it anyway, okay? Alright, I'm gonna say it. Nice claim, Senator. Can I get a source for that? My source is I made it the fuck up. Let's see. God, I need to watch more Stargate again. I really like Stargate. A good show. Christopher Judge, his performance in that was fucking awesome. When I found out that he was the voice of Kratos, it actually retroactively made me like God of War when I wasn't a huge fan of it for a long time, just because I wanted to hear Christopher Judge's voice. When I was writing for sciencefiction.com, there were several occasions when somebody would ask me, dude, how many fandoms are you in anyway? I mean, as many as I can? Yeah, right. God, Farscape is such a cool show. I love Farscape. I gotta finish it. I was watching it with Faith for a while before I moved out here, and then we haven't really watched it since. By the way, Lexa Doig in person cusses a lot and can have a temper. I mean, like, same, though. I love when we got Teal'c and Ronan together in SGC when it was overrun with Wraith. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was cool. I've also heard that Michael Shanks has kids from the person that played Charé from SG-1. Oh, no. You want to talk about characters that get fridged. Charé gets so mistreated in Stargate SG-1. So mistreated. And I love Charé so much, and it makes me so upset. I don't like it. Because I like Charé. Peacekeeper Wars? I haven't seen Peacekeeper Wars yet. I gotta watch that still. Lex was freaky good, like Farscape. Haven't seen that. Alright, noted. I also need to watch The Expanse still. I've only seen the first couple episodes, and I really loved it, and I just haven't got around to it. In fact, I think after Firefly, I'll probably watch a bunch of The Expanse before I go do my Firefly rewatch to take notes. Indeed, you say that a lot. Do I had not noticed. Let's see. Her nude scene took me by surprise, admittedly. That was pretty wacky. Yeah, like, just like, the opening scene. Because, like, I think... Like, it's so out of place. Apparently, it was supposed to be even worse. It's so out of place with the content of, like, the rest of the show. Like, it's fucking wild. The Expanse was so good. I've loved everything I've seen so far. Yeah, no, justice for Charé. I hate that she just, like, she becomes a damsel in distress. Daniel Jackson, the character, basically completely forgets about her unless it's relevant to an episode, and like is out there like flirting with alien ladies, and then like finally when they reunite, she just dies. It's like, okay, sure, why not? Chari fly ship, Dragonfly? I don't know what I'm missing. Lex massive penis ship? Oh no. They wanted it to be 18 plus, but the studio said no, they want it PG, and they had to do an edited version of it. That tracks. That makes sense. There were definitely some cultural growing pains in the 2000s when like the like general like when it became like uh, 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 commercially viable to have like edgier, darker content in TV shows. They really like we got that like pendulum swing where like everything had to have like sexual assault and nudity and like I don't know, like torturing women in it. Like like every single fucking show. There, back lost connection for a bit, or maybe it's still lost. I hope not. Welcome back, hey Sarah. They also changed how her name was pronounced / spelled between the movie and the TV series. It was Shaori in the movie and Share in the TV series. That tracks. I've only seen the movie like once, maybe twice. I think I've seen it twice. I've seen the movie twice. I like the movie, but not as much as I like SG-1. Cleopatra 2525 was also Farscape / Lex coded. Firefly's Gina Torres was in it. Gina Torres is in it, you say? What really cracks me up is the movie had no nudity, but the pilot did, right? Watch the extended cut version of Stargate. I'll have to. I really like sci-fi. If it isn't, you know, abundantly clear now. I really, 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 really like science fiction, and particularly this is where it may seem a little bit like like internally conflicted here. I really like that era of 90s to early 2000s sci-fi that contains all of these aspects that I'm talking about and criticizing, which again is probably, actually not probably, it is a big part of why I spend so much time analyzing it and critiquing it, is because I genuinely really do love it. Like Farscape, SG-1, Firefly, I need to go watch Babylon 5. I've heard that I really like that from everybody I know who has seen it. I love all this shit. I will say banging pair of tits. Hey, you know? Fair. Reasonable. Understandable. Battlestar Galactica. Oh my god, yes. I love Battlestar Galactica. I have feelings about its ending, but I feel like everybody does. I really, really liked that Battlestar Galactica. Caprica, I have not seen Caprica. I want to go see Caprica. I have not ever watched Caprica. That's another one that I think, I like started the first episode of that once and then got distracted and then never went back to watch it. Way back, I think when I was a teenager. I need to watch that one. I still have trouble giving Caprica a go. My brain goes all weird. Fair enough. Yeah, the OG Battlestar Galactica was good, but the new series was fucking awesome. I like old school Battlestar Galactica, and I did watch a good chunk of the first season. However, my brain was ruined by Starbuck from the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. So I can't have Starbuck be a guy anymore. It's just not right. I think a big part of the reason that Starbuck was my favorite character in the show, like hands down, when I watched the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. And so her being a guy in the original kind of like removed a lot of my attachment to it for reasons that I totally never would have known. You know what's good? Chuck. I've heard Chuck is good. I've never seen Chuck. Babylon 5 is great. Also, there's a spin-off series that takes place after the series, Crusade. Alright. Interesting. I watched all of original Battlestar Galactica and like the ships in it more than the reboot. That's fair. The ship designs in original go so hard. And I love the practical effects in original Battlestar Galactica. Adore them. Really good. Eureka? I love Eureka! Eureka was awesome. I think I watched all of Eureka. I really liked Eureka. Blacklight and I both liked Eureka a lot. We watched a lot of Eureka together. I'm pretty sure I watched it with Blacklight. I think I watched it with Blacklight. I used to watch it as a kid and loved it, but then it went a bit weird towards the end. Which one? Also need to give Babylon another go. The initial acting turned me away, but I know a series needs to find its footing, and I admittedly didn't give it a fair shake. That's what I heard. A friend of mine who I trust the media takes of pretty well, told me that Babylon 5 takes a little while to find its footing, but once it gets there, it gets there, and I can fuck with that. Give Chuck a chance, it will win you over. All right, I'll give it a go. Boomer was also gender swapped in the reboot. Was a black guy in the original and black girl in the reboot. Oh, fuck yeah. I think I remember liking Boomer. I can't remember. I can't remember a lot of, like I've said a million times, trying to sift through my memory from any amount of time beyond like a year or two. Even then it gets fuzzy, but it's like trying to see a reflection of a whole room in shattered pieces of mirror. I only get little bits, but so I wouldn't have brought up Boomer at all, but now that you've said the name, I have like a positive association with it, so I probably liked Boomer. Eureka is good, but so is Warehouse 13. Warehouse 13 is one that has been on my list for a million years that I've just never gotten around to watching. Eureka paired with Warehouse 13 was peak sci-fi. Yeah, I miss when sci-fi actually like had some sci-fi on it, like some halfway decent sci-fi. Didn't they have lasers in the OG Battlestar Galactica? I don't remember. Probably? I don't remember. I do love Chuck, but Zachary Levi being who he is has ruined it a bit. That's sad. Babylon 5, the first season is a bit slow, but picks up after that. Noted. Space, Above and Beyond. I don't know what that one is. Boomer is an Asian woman in the reboot, and she's my favorite. Is she one of the Raptor pilots? The, like, transport pilots? I can't remember. Either a Raptor pilot or a mechanic. I don't know. Funny as shit, Sci-Fi also introduced me to Mobile Suit Gundam 00. I remember thinking, I've only ever seen, like, the first episode of Gundam 00, and I thought it looked rad, but I never got into it. Raptor pilot? Okay, alright. Yes, I do remember Boomer then, and I do like Boomer. I remember the episode where they're trapped behind on the planet that got nuked was like one of my favorites. I don't remember if Boomer was there or if it was just her co-pilot, who I think is a Cylon. Honestly, IMDb Space Above and Beyond, it lasted one season but was so fucking good. Alright, okay, alright, okay, Katie, okay. One step up from Warehouse 13, but the same premise is The Librarians. I've heard about The Librarians. Never watched it. I'm also going to make another slight segue. The Expanse. I brought up The Expanse moments ago, ABSP. I've watched the first couple episodes of The Expanse. I loved it, but I was watching it with our mutual ex. And so when we broke up with her, which was an extended thing, it took a while, I had that, like, why'd you have to have such a damn good taste in music moment where I couldn't watch, yeah, you're welcome, where I couldn't watch The Expanse without thinking about my ex. So I've got enough time between then and now that I think I can go back and watch it now. I've seen maybe almost all sci-fi shows. Damn, alright. The fact that I was into a series where all of the main protagonists were twinks should have been a sign, I think. Gundam in the late 1990s with Gundam Wing. I also wait, Snowy, wait. Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing was my first ever anime, aside from maybe a couple scattered episodes of Dragon Ball. And I liked Gundam Wing a lot more. And the fact that I also got into anime and Gundam because of the show where a bunch of fucking twinks are all being like sort of angstily will they won't they homoerotic subtext towards each other really should have been a sign. You're right, it should have been a sign. I tried to go back and rewatch Gundam Wing fairly recently, and I got like halfway through and was like, this show has no idea what it's doing, but I do love how angsty the boys are towards each other. It's good. I can't remember when Duo, right after Hero steals parts from Duo's Gundam to go and do a mission after they worked together, like after Duo, or one of them tried to save the other, I don't remember. Duo's laying on his like broken down mech staring up at the sky, and he's like, I wonder if Hero is looking up at these same stars. And it's just like, you gay little gay boy. Like, I love it. I love that show. I love that show, even though I don't think it's very good. I don't think Gundam Wing's very good. I think Gundam Wing is in like kind of like the lower spectra of like Gundam series that I've seen. But I like it. I still like it. It's just not perfect. Definitely not perfect, even by Gundam standards. I was in the kitchen but had my headset on and I was cracking up. I'm glad. Here, it's an invitation to my birthday. Psst, I'll kill you. Wanders off. Like, that show is batshit. It's fucking insane. Like, Hero, like, Hero hates, is it Renala? I don't remember. Is like such a funny recurring theme because she just cannot get over this boy, and could not be less interested. He has to go run off with his boyfriend duo, you know? Fucking wild. The fact they got into a series while the main protagonists were Yes, the Twinks, yes. I've seen maybe almost all sci-fi shows. I watched a lot of them. Back when they were all on Netflix, I just ate all of the sci-fi shows that I could. I'm also rewatching Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. I need to watch Ghost in the Shell at all. I've eaten so many clips from that show, and I love it. And I've just never got around to watching it. It's kind of like, it took me years to finally actually watch Akira instead of just like enjoying it through cultural osmosis. So I do need to go watch Ghost in the Shell because I would love it. I know I would. Everything that I have got just through other people talking about it and through like clips and stuff, fantastic. I watched the first 2 seasons of The Expanse. I love it. Hell yeah. Space Rangers is a good one. Not heard of much. Space Rangers. I've never heard of it. Never heard of that one. I read the entire Expanse series of books obsessively. The show was pretty good, but the books are very good. I'm gonna have to pick up the books. I like Habane Renmei. Which one's that? Is that? I don't remember the names. Give me an elevator pitch character description. Raylana Peacecraft. That's right. Yes, the Peacecraft family, the noble monarchy that's going to save the world from eternal war by being peaceful. That show is such like 90s edgy slop, and I love it so much. Gundam Wing is. Have you eaten food today? I did. I ate a little box of sushi, and I have some more like little rice things over here that I can eat. They're like, it's like rice wrapped in a little, some sort of fried dough. I don't know what kind. So I will be eating that in a minute. Torchwood. I want to like Torchwood, and I liked Torchwood right up until they killed Yantu. Was it Yantu? I think Yantu was his name, right? Right up until they killed Yantu. And then they brought him back, and I was like, hell is real, I guess, in this universe, but only for the gays? I don't know. Torchwood upsets me. I liked Miracle Day well enough because I was really into the high concept sci-fi shit they were digging into, but I don't know if it's actually that good or not. I don't remember about it. That was another good series. Heroes Season 1 was one of the best opening seasons of any series ever. I love Heroes Season 1. I'm mixed on Heroes Season 2, specifically the ending. And I heard that they changed the ending, and the original ending that they had planned, I think I would have actually really liked. I am very normal about Heroes. I loved the series Heroes. I loved it so much. I'm a Heroes fucking fangirl. And I got so upset at the end of Season 2, and then Season 3, I didn't like it. I did not care for it. And not very good. I wanted to like it. I deluded myself into thinking that I liked the ending of Season 2 and Season 3 just because I so wanted it to be good that I convinced myself it wasn't as bad as it was. God, I fucking love that show. Mark, be the cheerleader so chat can save you. God, God, I went through, I loved her character, and I had such a huge, like, gender envy / crush, on Hayden Panettiere. And at the time, I liked her even more when I found out that she was a little conservative freak, because I also was. And then as I got older, I started to like her a lot less, and it made me annoyed that I liked her as much as I did, because she at least was. I don't know if she still is, but she was a little conservative, fundamentalist little freak, you know? It was whatever. Yanto was a mistake to kill off. Yeah, Children of Earth was mind-shattering. I love Children of Earth fucking rule. That's a great episode. We are coming. I was screaming when Jack Harkness appeared in Jodie Whittaker's run. Oh, did he finally come back? Upside for the character, downside because I've heard John Barrowman is not great behind the scenes. If we reach the goal, chat can encourage Merc to buy a cheerleader outfit to wear next month. That's true. That's true. Then there was the shit with John Barrowman. Yeah, that was, yep. Season 3 was not good. Heroes Reborn was good. Was it? Do I have to go watch Heroes Reborn? Was fit as fuck. Oh yeah, I wanted to be her. I absolutely wanted to be her. So much. Ah, God. Let's see. Yep, he first thought the dad was the doctor, but still hit on the doctor after finding out. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, this is stuff I haven't seen yet. It's a tofu pocket? Oh, neat. Oh, it's tofu. Okay, that's gonna be good then. Slice of life anime with angel girls deals with forgiving yourself. Wait, what did I miss? Hold on. Oh, the show, High Bane Renma. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it. Hold on. You know what? We're talking about media today. Let me bring up my list of things chat has told me to watch that I have in my Google Docs. I've got a Google Doc for this. Not in this account though. I gotta swap accounts. I got a little swapsy. Stream to-do list. Okay, what have we got so far? Games Pick Me and Repo. I already did those. Sweet. I will post all of those things that Kat wants me to play. Oh hey, Lex is actually already on here from the last time we had this conversation. Let's see. Rose of the Prophet, Dresden Files, Stormlight Archives, Whipping Girl, Sweet Paprika, Banana Fish. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Genshiken, Nishioni-san, Vapor Trail, Lex, Lies of Block Lamora. Okay, cool. Now, what were the other things? It was, we got Heroes, Reborn, Warehouse 13, Babylon 5. What's this one that just came up? Somebody told me to watch Love Flops a while ago, and I had it open in a tab forever, but I never got around to watching it. Let's see. What else have I got? The Expanse. I'm gonna put The Expanse in here. Hydrate. Sorry. Thank you, Jill. I'll do a stretch in just a sec. I got you. Gundam Wing is basically yaoi with no payoff. Yeah, it's queerbait the anime. Gundam Wing is a whole bunch of implied yaoi. Like every single one, they've got like 9. What is it? 9 main characters? No, 6, 7. Is it 9? It's not 9. Is it 9? I don't remember. They got a lot of boys, and they're all varying degrees of gay for at least one other boy on the show, and it was great. Troa and who's the Lawrence of Arabia English twink who has all of the like Arabic themed like soldiers with him as his house retainers. I don't remember his name. Also, everybody's named after numbers in that, which I think is hilarious. I really like that actually. I like naming conventions. That's fun. Yanto was a mistake to kill off Children of Earth was mind-blowing. Doctor Who's good, but it's been about so long. There's some up and downs. Yeah, Doctor Who, I'm super hot or cold on Doctor Who, depending on the run. I like a lot of it, but I also dislike a lot of it. But the real question is, will Merc remember to check out the list? Almost certainly not, but I haven't. Babylon 5 is also Crusade, a continuation of the story? Sure. Whoops, /Crusade. There we go, okay. Don't forget Chuck. I did forget Chuck. Thank you for reminding me. Series that I kind of like is Limitless. I liked the movie. Is it about the is it in the same setting as the movie? I liked the movie Limitless from what I remember of it. Merc is 420. What? What? Okay. Cheerleader next month. Dad, doctor. One more. Check the list. Space above and beyond. Thank you. Yes. Huh. Maybe that's why I go for muscle/lean mommies. I think Tsunade is a gender envy thing. I think I wanted to be Tsunade. I love, like, oh man, I loved Tsunade in original Naruto. I loved Naruto. The original run of Naruto, like, just Naruto. Like, Naruto. Not Shippuden. Naruto. Love it. Love Naruto. Very good. From what I remember. I would have to go back and rewatch it to have, like, an actual critical assessment of it. But from what I remember, I really liked it. Then I got into Shippuden, and the stakes and, like, power levels scaled up so fast, it started to feel like Dragon Ball Z. And I was like, I liked it better when we were setting traps and, like using ninja techniques to sneak around and, like, throwing kunai at people, and when Rock Lee was relevant. If you like Doctor Who, there's a feature film, An Adventure in Space and Time, and it's about how they got Doctor Who started. That's pretty cool. Tsunade, Mikasa Ackerman. I like Mikasa as a character, and I hate what the story does to her, if that counts. Major Makoto Kusanagi. Love Major Makoto Kusanagi. I haven't seen Ghost in the Shell, but I love everything I've seen of Makoto Kusanagi. Me in a good dress. Hell yeah. I miss when King's Haven was running. Love that series. What's that one? There were 5 proper Gundams, then the Tall Geese, and the Gundam Epion. There were only 5? Really? I thought there were more. Well, I love Tall Geese. Tall Geese is my favorite Char clone Gundam, I think. I really like Tall Geese. Tall Geese fucks. Quantum Leap, a different kind of sci-fi. My friends really like Quantum Leap. I never got into Quantum Leap, but I did really like Sliders. Until the weird eyeless, not human, like, alternate timeline, alternate dimension, like, human analog, other ascended primate species showed up, and then I kind of stopped liking it pretty quickly. But I liked a lot of Sliders. The episode where they go to the reality where there's a plague that's, like, killing everybody, and they realize it's, like, a simple bacterial infection that, like, basic penicillin can cure, like, basic antibiotics can cure, but antibiotics were never invented in this timeline, blew my mind. I was like, that completely restructured how I thought about, like, alternate history stories. I love Sliders and Before Gimli Leaves. Yeah. The 5 main Gundams in Gundam Wing were Wing Gundam, Gundam Death Scythe, Gundam Heavy Arms, Gundam Sandrock, and Shenlong Gundam. You're right, there aren't any more than that, huh? Also, like, is it Wu Fei, I think, is the one who pilots Shenlong? I can't stand Wu Fei. Is it just me? Am I the problem? I wanted to like Wu Fei, but I feel like the show hates Wu Fei as much as I do. Like, I feel like he makes the wrong choice in, like, every single situation for at least the first half of the show. And I haven't watched the second half since, like, ever. I don't think I've ever actually finished Gundam Wing. I saw a whole bunch of disconnected episodes when I was a kid, and then I tried to do a full watch through. And I like it well enough, but it's not... You have to really be dedicated to finishing it. It meanders a lot in the middle. Like, it has no idea where it's going. Since you liked Sliders, Timeless is a series you might like. Okay. Best episode in Quantum Leap is where the main character meets Satan. Alright. Hell yeah. I think Wu Fei was clinically depressed. Yeah, probably. Which, like, you know, valid crash out. I just also, it's frustrating. You know what it is? You know what it is? I think Wu Fei needed a character to be consistently working with him, kind of like Troa ends up having with the pilot of Sandrock that I can never remember the name of. Is it Quattro? No, it's not Quattro. Quattro Bagina is Char from Double Z, or Zeta, rather. It's I don't remember. All the other main boys have another main boy that they're like part of a dyad with, you know? And Wu Fei is just off on his own being sad, and he keeps sinking his Gundam into a lake every time. Didn't Wu Fei think his dead wife's soul was inhabiting his Gundam a la Evangelion? I don't remember. Wu Fei thinks a lot of things in Gundam Wing. I just remember he sinks his Gundam to the bottom of the lake and swears off of violence before fighting at the end of an episode like 4 times in the first half of the show. And that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I think he does hide his Gundam in the bottom of a lake multiple times, and he does swear off of violence before breaking that oath in the same episode or the episode after, like, a couple times. I just remember being tired of watching Wu Fei go through the same fucking plot line every time he was on screen. That could be misremembering, too. I could be exaggerating that. It could be not that bad, but that's how I remember it. What was I doing? Right, I have to write Space Above and Beyond. Oh, and For All Mankind. Space Above and Beyond. For All Mankind. Cool. Alright, Brad. Oh, Timeless. Right, you said Timeless. God, there's so many of these. For All Mankind is fantastic. I've heard that. Speaking of Evangelion, actually, I've been rewatching Evangelion on and off. And I really like Evangelion a lot. I haven't got all the way through it yet. I'm only a few episodes, maybe like 4 or 5 episodes in right now. Because I was like watching that and Firefly like interchangeably as my like watching on my own show, and I got more hooked into Firefly. God, I need to watch more Evangelion. I'm dedicated this time to finishing all of Evangelion, watching End of Evangelion, and then watching at least one of the rebuilds to see where the story goes in the expanded canon, you know? Yeah, after a proper watch, I am no longer Team Asuka or Team Rei. I'm Team These Children Need Therapy. That's my team. That's the team I'm on in Eva. I need to know the order of the movies and the other parts. Yeah, me too. I gotta like look up a watch guide. Yeah, watching Evangelion as an adult, I'm just like, wow, I have a very different opinion on a lot of the characters that I did before. Misato is still my favorite character, I think. But in like a shit girl, you need a lot of therapy kind of way. Like, she is a deeply problematic character, but that's the point. And she's framed as being a problematic character, and like her struggle with that is, as an adult, very, I don't know, like I can like relate to a lot of what Misato is going through. Not all of it. There's definitely some aspects of Misato where I'm like, ooh, that's beyond even my level of like trauma fucking coping. But goddamn, she is a very, very compelling character to me. Has anyone seen that One Piece drawing, including a trans Shinji and Asuka thinking it's the wrong pride and putting up the German flag Trans Shinji just makes sense to me, TBH. Trans Shinji is a good reading. I like that reading. I just generally like transing a lot of conflicted, traumatized characters, you know? Estrogen could fix her is one of my favorite, like, you know, shitpost lines. Like when I played Stray Gods, and I was like, oh, Apollo. Oh, we really need to get you on some estrogen, buddy. Like, no, I like Evangelion. Evangelion is one of those things where it engages with a lot of really fucked up sort of like material, but it treats it like it's fucked up, you know? Which makes me more willing to engage with it, like, as like a meaningful part of the narrative, you know? I feel like Warehouse 13, The Librarians, is along the same kind of premise. That's right, that got brought up. All men should try some estrogen, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm not quite on the all men should try some estrogen wagon, but all men should try wearing gender non-conforming clothes and doing a little bit of presentation at some point, you know? Even if it's just for a little taste in a safe environment. Just to see if you like it. If you don't, good, you know. If you do, though, then you should try a little estrogen. HRT could fix them as a fun mental exercise, regardless of characters' assigned gender at birth. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just... My toxic trait is that I'm a lot more invested in, you know, feminizing characters, because that's the experience that I have. Either that or pushing them into, like, a femme-leaning, non-binary angle, because that's my personal experience. But I do like a good trans mask story. You know, they don't show up as often because the boys don't get the respect and the fucking visibility that they deserve. Which I should probably work on. I should add more trans masks into my stories. I'm gonna have to talk to the boys about their stories more. While I was on 4 milligram estradiol, I had the best cry of my life. I felt empowered afterwards. I get those nice, big, bubbly, hot tear cries every now and then, and it feels good. It's nice. CSI had a prominent trans mask character in it. You said the villain, right? Or one of the villains? You know, you could totally add those NPCs in your RPG. I should, yeah. Yeah, I need to get more work done on Wutengeist, honestly. Wutengeist, shocking, the TTRPG that I'm slowly building in my back shed with, in a cave with scraps, slowly putting together into something that's starting to resemble an actual game with, like, structure. I decided on a character in that world. If you want to hear it, of course I do, King. It's a character that somebody went through the effort of making for a world and game system that I wrote. Of course I want to hear that. That's rad. Are you kidding me? It's like every time somebody's like, I made some fan art, but I don't know if you want to see it. I'm like, yes, fucking show me the fan art. Are you kidding me? You cared enough to make something related to me? That fucking rules. It's awesome. Sorry. Anyway, go on. That's it. Yeah, I would love that. I'm very normal about that, in fact. Shocking nobody, though. The TTRPG that I'm making has a lot of transhumanist and transgender theming to it. Same with the Angelic Apocalypse story that I'm writing, where, like, it's very much like rebelling against a cosmic, a forced cosmic order, to the point of, like, spiritual and physical transcendence, away from a fucking the expected standard. I love I like my cosmic horror stuff a lot. I'm also a sucker for an endless well of self-determination, imposing your own will and like carving out your own fragment of reality in a cosmos that hates or is indifferent to you. I like both of these things at once, you know? You might not be able to beat this thing, but you can create a tiny little sanctuary of your own brand of sanity in the middle of it through, like, pure determination and willpower. Because, like, you know, that's the kind of aspirational that I can reach for. Right, librarians, I already wrote down. Cool. Was it CSI or NCIS that you liked with that?
I love NCIS.
NCIS, okay.
With Abby and Gibbs.
Abby, that was the one that I was thinking of, yeah. Oh. So, melee fighter, barbarian S, probably Eldritch abilities, depends on how the world works. Think one arm normal and the other one, like, prototype. Very much seen as a monster, but collects flowers in a book and presses them to use as bookmarks he gives to people he feels he can be open with. I love that, and we can talk shop about how we can make that work. Absolutely. I actually, one of the ways that I'm adding, as like little like kind of side, more aesthetic customization stuff, but with like occasional mechanical, actually it's becoming more frequent, like mechanical effects is the, or those he considers safe, hell yeah, is the like, how I've managed to like kind of, at least in the prototype, this is like a pre-alpha build of the game. She's fit? Who's fit? What were we talking about when that comment came up? Anyway, oh, Abby. Yeah, that's Faith. Faith is very Abby coded. You basically like you gain your like abilities or prosthetics or even like more powerful weapons in Mutengeist, and they are sourced from one of three like kind of branches of the like supernatural technology in the world, either alchemical, like spiritual or like Geist based, or Eldritch, demonic. And so like if you had like you were saying a prosthetic arm that was all like fucked up and like, you know, prototype style, like amalgamation of like warped flesh and stuff, that would be a prosthetic arm, maybe a prosthetic arm with a weapon mod on it with the like Eldritch tag. You have an Eldritch prosthetic weapon arm. Whereas like by just switching out the like tag on it, you would have a different aesthetic and like affect abilities in different ways based on that tag. I like tag systems. I enjoy them. They allow you a little bit. I like Lego brick class building stuff, which, you know, Lancer and Edge of the Empire both do, which is like two of my favorite systems. And Pathfinder 2e also does, but in a very overwhelming way that I have trouble with. The actress of Abby, Polly Perrette, has a degree in the same field. That degree is what got the show to get all those expensive or in beta test equipment. That rules. The fact that they go out of their way to state that she is not gay in any way is wild. Well, you know, if you have to state it that much. Also, I want to circle back to this because it's a nice little ego boost. ASVP, if you're still here, you asking if I had a degree is so fucking flattering. Like, that feels good. That feels nice. I like that. I get afraid a lot that the ramblings that I go off on are like completely out of pocket because I've never had any kind of formal education. So I'm glad that it's at least reflective enough that it, Madam, you are eloquent with your words. Gotta be careful with that though. Gotta be careful about charismatic leaders, you know? Wait, you don't? Yeah, no, I never went to school. I barely graduated high school. I thought that I was failing out. I didn't know. I was at my graduation, and whether or not I passed and got a diploma was dependent on whether a teacher graded, would be willing to grade a late project that I handed in like a week before graduation. And the teacher's answer when I asked, will you grade this and count it after I finished it and handed it in, was maybe. And I never got an answer until I showed up at graduation and got called up. I didn't know if I was graduating. It was fucking wild. The The scientist guy is back? What? You are brilliant, Captain? Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't like to compliment myself. Down that path lies arrogance. I have to be careful. I am prone to bouts of divine delusion, okay? I have to keep myself grounded or I will be subsumed entirely into my ego. You're okay, Mark? Thanks, Julia. I was in special ed because I was at a faster learning rate than the main body of students, so that just meant more learning on my... I don't know what that censorship is. See, I feel like you would like to be like the teacher's favorite that would reignite their desire to teach type shit. So, fun fact about that, King. I was a bit paradoxical to most of my teachers because I was very curious. I talked a lot in class. I interacted in class a lot. Never turned in a piece of homework. Basically never, not once. I was usually like, there was like a 3-point grading system in the school that I went to, which I think is pretty common for a 3-axis grading system, which I think is pretty common for American education, which is like classwork, tests, homework. And I would usually have like A pluses in classwork and testing, unless it was math, in which case I failed enough that I had to retake some classes. And then a 0, like hard deep F in homework. Mark, we are so similar. You know. At least you're not like Eve Anomaly who denies all compliments towards them. I have been fucking bludgeoned by my mod team and some members of the community into accepting compliments, and by
will break you.
Yeah, and by faith. We will break you. I will break you. So I had a lot of teachers that loved me in class and thought that I was saw me as like, the amount of times I had teachers come up to me and be like, you really are not supposed to be in this class. You should be like a couple classes, like I don't know, there's like the college prep and then like advanced and then like AP or whatever. There were like 3 different classes. I was in the lowest like grade or tier of classes consistently throughout my time in school because I wouldn't do homework. So my teachers usually had very mixed feelings about me, where they really, really liked my presence and they wanted me to do better. But I was an undiagnosed autistic ADHD kid living in an abusive household with a cult following, or in a fucking cult. So I was just not being given the, I did not have the resources to succeed in the environment of structured education. And I had been, I thought about, I really wanted to go to college for a little while. Initially, I had kind of for my first like 2 years of school, I felt really defeated and I was like, I'm not college material, like I'm not good enough for that. And in my like junior year of high school, I started, after I had really been pulled in by the theater program and like started to kind of have something to attach to and that I wanted to continue. Specifically, I wanted to go to school for theater. I started trying a little bit again. I was trying to fix things so that I could maybe go to school. And I hit a couple of things where I had a guidance counselor tell me that I probably wouldn't do well in college based on my performance and behavior in high school. I had my parents told me if I wanted to go to school, I'd have to pay for it completely myself, and I was not going to be getting any scholarships, despite the fact that my parents had ostensibly originally put together a college fund for me and then drained it to pay bills because of my dad's terrible spending habits. And then also the real fucking kick in the nuts that was me telling my parents I wanted to try to go to college and my dad saying, don't really see you as the college type, but okay. And I was like, well, I've got a guidance counselor and my dad telling me that I'm not good at it and I'll have to pay for it myself. So I think that this is a recipe for disaster. And I just ran away with the circus instead. You're cute. Oh, thank you, Chris. I gotta hold on. Ooh. Oh, so that just meant more learning on my own. Gotcha. Automod cut off the last bit due to a typo. Gotcha. I think in hindsight, if my parents believed in like psychiatry at all while I was growing up and didn't think that it was just like kids misbehaving because they're poorly behaved, you know, forgive the momentary slur for my British friends, but for lack of a to be accurate to how they treated me, being a spaz, they just thought that I was willfully being an asshole all the time, you know? I couldn't sit still in class. I had a lot of trouble learning things in structured environments, but when left to my own devices, I learned the material really, really well. I did great in class. I did great in tests. I could not do homework. And I basically had, oh God, holy shit. I had a defining moment in my, my time in school was, and the moment where I stopped respecting my family. The moment, I think I was 16 when this happened. I was 15 or 16. I don't remember. I think it was 16 because I was a sophomore. It was my second year in high school. I came back. I had failed a couple of classes. It was a report card time. Report card time was existentially terrifying for me. Every time we got report cards, I actually learned how to forge my parents' signatures so that I didn't have to have teachers' notes signed or get my progress reports signed, because I knew I was going to get in immense trouble every time I had a report card come back, because my parents did not handle me doing poorly in school very well. There was one time it was when, I don't know why they believed me, but I told my parents that they weren't doing progress reports anymore, like this year, like it was a new school thing, and they just bought it. I don't know, like they didn't think that I had the capacity to lie, which is funny because the whole reason that I was going to public school is because they found out that I had been lying about what my brother and I were doing when they left us at home homeschooling, because I found out my mom's password for our computer curriculum, and I was just giving us A's and completing all of our like classwork and stuff through the like admin system. And then we were spending the rest of the time after getting our work done, doing like playing video games and stuff. Which is why I ended up getting sent to public school in the first place. They bought it. They just thought that they weren't getting progress reports and that they were going to get one like at the halfway point or something of the year. And I don't remember. They called the school, or somebody got in touch with them directly, and they found out that I had been like forging like the signatures and not bringing in the progress reports, and not the forgery part though. Yeah. And my dad called me down to his office because he ran a Section 8 housing inspection company, like a contracting company, from an office, a home office, as his second job. He was also a firefighter. He called me down to his office and just screamed at me for so long. He made me go get my backpack. He unzipped it, opened it up, saw how like disorganized it was, because I would just like shove whatever papers I had in the backpack because I didn't have time to go to my locker. I didn't care about my organization. I found it eventually most of the time. He dumped it out all over the floor of the office while screaming at me, like threw it against the wall, was like throwing things and like just tearing into me. I was like weeping, I started like crying, and this was a thing. I had sworn to myself like the year prior to never cry in front of someone again, because every time I cried, I was just treated really terribly for it. By my parents, by other people that I knew. I was like a weepy bitch who was not I wasn't man enough. I wasn't strong. I needed to toughen up, like all of this stuff. So I was like an expert at suppressing my emotions by this point. And he was just screaming at me so hard and for so long, and throwing things and all of this shit, that I just broke down. And he just started screaming at me harder about how if I really wanted something to cry about, he'd give me something to cry about. And I like swallowed it, and I suppressed everything, and he just told me I wasn't allowed to leave the office until I picked up and organized everything. And I did. That was the moment when I realized that, like, he had always told me, he'd been gaslighting me for years about, like, how he had never yelled at me, despite the fact that he yelled at me pretty often. He'd always be like, he would regularly tell me that he had never shouted at me, he had never yelled at me, and that was the moment where it was so blatantly obvious that I knew, like, I broke out of, like, the gaslighting and was like, no, okay, this is happening, this is real. And I held on to it, and the next day, he told me that he never yelled at me. Like, that he had never yelled at me, and that all he ever did was raise his voice to an appropriate amount to get his point across. And that was when I stopped obeying any of the punishments that I got. Like, that was when I shifted from being like the trying really hard to be a good kid and failing to being the bad kid, you know? Like, and I stopped coming home whenever I could avoid it. I of course was you know, grounded for like 3 months. I think it was until the next like term or whatever, the next progress report. So it was like 2 months. I was not allowed to like leave the house unless it was for school. So I just kept not coming home once I went to school. I would just ride my bike around, or like go to the library, or like stay anywhere downtown for any excuse to not go home. And that was just like how I lived my life until I was 17. So like a year, I guess. I spent a year doing that until I finally, you know, had another incident with my dad that escalated things even worse to like the actual physical abuse that I went through, to the point where I was like afraid for my life. And that's when I left home. Like, I just never came back if I absolutely did not have to. It was a lot. So yeah, anyway, I didn't do academia. Sorry for the trauma dumping. Jeez. I don't know. It wasn't great. It took a long time for me to figure my shit out. I was carrying a lot of baggage. I'm pretty at peace with it at this point, but yeah, no, you gotta be completely subsumed in my ego. Fair. I can accept that. God fucking damn it. You know, it's rough. Also, thank you, Chris. Hi. I'm fine, by the way. Like, it's difficult to talk about that sometimes because there's a lot of emotions wrapped up in it, but I'm not like... I'm okay. I guess I'm not up to where you are. It takes time. I've spent a lot... I have gone through a lot of personal development. I realized when I was like 20, I had completely fallen into alcoholism and really bad nicotine addiction. The alcoholism I kicked, at least for a while. The nicotine, it took me until I started transitioning to permanently kick it, though I had like periods of like a few months to like half a year where I would stop. But I hit a point where I realized I was at a crossroads where I had to decide whether I was going to go and live my own life and be my own person, or I was going to turn into my dad. Like, because I knew I had heard about like all of this. My parents are deeply traumatized people. Like, that doesn't excuse all of the things that they've done to me, but like, knowing their story and how they got to where they are, even if they don't see it, I understand how they got there, and like, I am empathetic towards them. Like, it's why like I feel kind of bad about like airing my laundry sometimes, you know, the skeletons in the closet, the dirty laundry and all that, like talking about my childhood, because like they're also you know, deeply injured people, hurt people, you know, that whole thing. You read my dumb ego comment after that? I read your dumb ego comment before, but I was already mid-rant, so I needed to finish the rant before I could circle back, and I figured it would be a good, like, snap us out of the dark place line, you know? Mark was gonna Freaky Friday with her dad, yeah, basically. But no, yeah, I agree, ABSP. The one thing I was most afraid of becoming was becoming my dad. And I could feel it happening. I could feel myself being drawn into that same kind of like trauma response that catalyzed his development into the person he was at that point. And ultimately the person he is now, which is better, but still not great from my perspective. To everybody around him, he's, you know, whatever. Probably a fine dude, which is part of what frustrates me. My dad's always been like, to people outside of the family, he was always like literally the golden boy. Like, that was his nickname in the town that I grew up in. Because he just like could do no wrong. Even it was literally the scoundrel with a heart of gold thing, where it was like, oh, he gets into scrapes and trouble every now and then, but he always comes around and he's there when you need him to do the stuff that you need to do. And then like back at home, he's just like taking out all of his fucking trauma on me and my brother and my mom. Good for you for escaping that fate. Thanks. It literally, actually, it happened because of me, for a little while, literally embracing main character syndrome, where I was like, I looked at my life, and I remember I was thinking about, specifically at that time, because I was running a lot of Star Wars Edge of the Empire games, like TTRPGs. Floor time? Okay, I can do floor time. Whoa. Is that a good angle? I don't know. It's fine. I was running my friends for my I think it was my 21st birthday. It might have been my 20th. I don't remember. One of those two. I think it was the 20th birthday. Got me the whole crew that I hang out with, actually, still now. You know, like Colin and Blacklight and Johnny Extreme and all of them. They got me the core rulebook for Star Wars Edge of the Empire for my birthday, because they knew that I wanted to get into running tabletop games, but that I wasn't really that into D&D. And that I was a huge Star Wars nerd. So they got me that, and I started running games there. And it got me into this mindset of thinking, like, wow, I sure wish that I lived in one of these other, you know, universes or realities or fictional settings. Because if I did, I'd totally go on an adventure and, like, be a hero and do all these cool things. And I had this realization moment where, like, every one of those fantastical settings are filled with people who aren't the main character, who aren't even in the main cast, who aren't doing these things. It's filled with people who, like in any other world, you know, are just farmers, or like, you know, work as clerks or whatever. There's way more of them than there are protagonists. And I had this moment where it clicked, where I was like, I can go and be the main character of my own story right now, like in the world that I live in, I just have to be willing to take the risk and go do it. And that's when I decided that I was quitting Subway and running away with the Renaissance Fair, because I was like, I just need to do something. I need to do anything to break out of this like stagnation and really get out of like the rut that I had just become comfortable in, you know? And adopting that philosophy has more or less kind of kept me going through all of the shitty things that I've lived through, you know? God, you're so fucking cool. I don't know. I think it's kind of nerd shit, you know? I looked away and Merc lost her chair. The chair has a will of its own, you know? I got into a few very heated arguments with my dad, so much so that I was basically daring him to hit me. He didn't, because he knew that if he did even slap me, my mom would kick him out of the house. Sometimes I wish he had, as the only way to get rid of him in the end was to sell the house. She sold it to my sister. Then she got a divorce and she had to sell it. Pissed us off as we lived there since I was 2. Man. In that vein, Chris, when I did finally get the shit properly kicked out of me, by my dad, I didn't fight back. I stared him as emotionlessly as I could. First of all, what happened was we had chickens all through growing up. My parents still have chickens. They live on a farm now, but even before they moved and bought a farm, they've always had chickens. Ever since I was a child. My mom really likes raising animals. She's a big animal person. And I forgot to close the coop one night while my parents were out at a bar. Many such cases. And so a fox or a raccoon or something got in and killed a whole bunch of the chickens. And my dad, in retrospect, so drunk off his ass he doesn't even remember doing this, stormed downstairs to where my brother and I were playing League of Legends in the basement, not with our friends there, but on Skype with our friends, because that's how long ago it was. We hadn't adopted Curse yet, before that got subsumed by Twitch and then burned down and then replaced with Discord. I was on Skype with a bunch of my friends. We were playing League of Legends, self-harm. And then I heard him stomping down the stairs, and I was like, oh shit. What did I do this time? Because this was not the first time that I got that kind of response, obviously. I'm very used to this at that point. And I, took my headphones off, sort of turned back in the chair I was sitting in and was like, what is going? And then, while I was in the middle of, asking what happened, he kicked me, full foot to my sternum, kicked me with my, laptop in my lap playing a game. Out of my chair, my chair fell backwards. I hit the ground. My computer went flying. My younger brother was laying on the couch across the room from me. And the last thing my friends heard before he muted his Skype, because my computer shut and crashed, closed out, was me shouting "fuck you" to my dad, which was not something that any of them had ever heard me do before. And I stood up, and he just started wailing on me. And I just, stared at him, dead in the eye as much as I could as he was hitting me over and over and over again. And he started shouting about why I wasn't fighting back. Or actually, no, sorry. There was a little bit more. My brother made a snarky comment about being, honestly, in retrospect, I appreciate the support, but also it made things way worse. Made a snarky comment about, oh, wow, yeah, you're really big and responsible, kicking the shit out of your kid. And my dad went to go for him, and I got in the way, and he hit me a few more times, and then asked why I wasn't, shouted at me, why aren't you fighting back? And I said, because I'm not going to give you an excuse to put me in the hospital. And that's what, made him stop. I saw, not a lot, but a measure of clarity, on his face. It changed in his eyes. And he, stared at me, still tensed up, he was not sure what to do. then turned away, kicked one door that was off to the side of him so hard a piece of the ceiling tiling fell down, and then kicked the door next to the stairs back up out of the basement so hard that he kicked a hole in it, and then stormed upstairs. And that was that event. Yeah, it sucked. It wasn't great. And as you can tell, I don't remember a lot of things. I don't remember a lot of my childhood. I don't remember what I ate 3 days ago. I remember that. Pretty crystal clear. And the next day, Blacklight, was it the next day? It was either the next day or a couple days after. Blacklight came over to hang out. Blacklight was a legal adult at this point. He was getting ready for college. He's a year older than me. I was 17. And, so he's got his own car. He's driving. He's getting ready to leave. Yeah, I can see why you have memory problems. Yeah. Sounds to me like your dad was a shitty farmer. My dad, yeah, he was shitty at a lot of things. Blacklight came over and I was venting to him about what had happened while we were splitting wood in the backyard, which was one of our, my regular chores I had to do. And my mom heard me, talking about it over the sound of the wood splitter, and pulled me aside afterwards, after Blacklight had gone home, and told me that she heard me talking about what my dad had done, and I can't do that. I have to keep it in the family, because, if I spread that, then, CPS could come and take you and your brother, or, CPS wasn't really a threat for me anymore. I was almost a legal adult. But she basically told me that, if I talked about it, I could end up having my brother, taken away by the government. That was when I realized I was alone. It wasn't, because I used to see it as, me and my mom and my brother against, the worst aspects of my dad. And that was when I realized that I actually didn't have allies in the house, aside from my brother, who was not interested in... He adopted a very different stance on how to get through that kind of environment, where he made himself as small as possible to fly under the radar and just tried not to instigate them, whereas I am very conflict prone. It was a really rude wake up call. Oh, your mom is the keep your head down no matter what type, just like my mom? Yeah, which is frustrating because she's the one who taught me not to take shit from people more than anyone else, unless it was my dad. Also, is your mother still with him? He sounds like he's pure evil. See, the problem is that he's not pure evil. That's exactly it. This is why I talk a lot about how I don't like to categorize people as evil, but rather, judge them by their specific actions and things and all of this, because this isn't me, trying to, devil's advocate him or anything. Yeah, that's pretty rude, I would say. I would say all of that is pretty rude. It's pretty rude, yeah. My mom is still with him. I tried to get her to leave him multiple times while I was out and about and away from the family, because he continued to be terrible. But he does again, it's kind of part of the reason why, circling back to Firefly, I have so much beef with Malcolm Reynolds, is so many of his behaviors mirror the external face that my dad presented to the world, where he was literally a pillar of the community. People did not believe me when I talked about the things that I went through, because to everybody else, he was great. Like, he was the person you could rely on. Like, he was the guy who would show up in the middle of the night to help you out of a bind, whether you were in a fight or you needed, like, help working around a fucking farmstead, or you needed shit moved, or whatever it was. Like, he was, like, everybody, it felt insane. Everybody that I knew saw him as, like, the best person they knew, you know? Yes, because the people that don't live with him 24/7 know him better. Yeah. Well, it was all a lot of, like, I got written off as being just, like, an angsty kid trying to, like, assassinate the character of my upstanding father, who, you know, he's a scoundrel with a heart of gold. Sure, he's got flaws, but he'll always be there for you at the end of the day, and that was really maddening. I really felt like I was crazy for a long time. I thought, for years afterwards, I thought that I had made up the worst of it, you know? Or maybe not made up the worst of it. The worst of it was what I held on to remind myself that the rest of it was bad, you know? My anchor points are those really big flashpoint traumatic moments, because I had to bury so much of the rest of it just to stop myself from completely losing my fucking mind. And it's why, like, to this day, I have trouble understanding, like, familial connections, you know? I don't get it, because, like, to me, like, my extended family wasn't any better. Like, my family, my immediate family, was legitimately, like, the most stable of all of the, like, branches of my extended family. And so I thought that we were the normal ones, you know? I thought that we were pretty standard. And it didn't help that pretty much everybody else that I knew, all the other kids I was really close to, were also being abused by their parents in similar, if not the same ways. So it really, it's not universal. It's not like everybody I knew was going through the same thing, but, like, enough of them were that it seemed like a normal, acceptable thing, you know? You were the least of the worst? Yeah. The extended family I grew up around, there aren't a lot of us left because of either, like, drug addiction or, you know, genetic illness or, assorted other calamitous, occurrences. And so it really was, like, we were the island of stability. Like, my dad employed two of my uncles in his business, you know? Like, he was, again, to everybody else, he was a fucking hero. And it was insane, to me, on my end. And it wasn't, I didn't even know, like, how bad a lot of the, like, substance abuse stuff and all that was until one of my parents' friends, who was kind of like a you know, the adoptive aunt to me, had a conversation with me after the really bad, like, the big event when I was 17, that, you know, she talked to me about looking into support for, like, adult children of alcoholics. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, your parents are alcoholics, kid. And I was like, oh, I guess that's true, isn't it? They do drink a lot, and they do leave me and my brother alone. They have been leaving me and my brother alone at home a lot to go to bars for our entire lives. So that makes sense. I didn't know. I didn't have any frame of reference, you know? I thought everybody did that. Let's see. I feel that I was the child of a black sheep, and then I turned out to be trans, so Lamau, yeah. My dad was a very smart man, but was a drunkard. When he wasn't drunk, you could have a conversation with him, etc. But when he was drunk, he was a racist, homophobic, transphobic twat. On a school night, I'd often be woken up by him yelling obscenities at the TV. He once punched a wall outside my room because he was annoyed with me, made a hole. My mom then came out of her bedroom, not wearing anything, and started to physically fight with him because of the damage. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, Chris. That fucking blows. I haven't had that exact experience, but I've definitely been through similar situations. I get you. Yeah, I don't know. It was a lot. Sorry for all the trauma dumping. I don't know. Should I be talking about this on Twitch? I don't know. I don't know. Is this humanizing? Is this cute? No, I don't know. It's a lot. That's like the origin story. That's the basis of what built, like, what catalyzed me running off to go and, like, be radically my own person. Like, I did not have a support structure outside of, like, Blacklight for years. He was like, we were, he only made me cry 3 or 4 times. Ah, shit. Sorry. Fuck. Wait, where's the, hold up, wait a sec. Hold on. Hey, Sarah, posted something in the We Know the Devil thread that's relevant here. We Know the Devil. Where's that one? Where's this? The one that I reposted and was like, oh yeah, this is like a third of my content. Open link. You'll adjust this window. Bring this down. Shit. Fucked it up. Fucked it up, chat. Should I put trigger warnings on my channel from now on? A warning may descend into trauma dumping at a moment's notice. This is the one. This is the one. Shit, wait. No, fuck. I've ruined everything. Nope, that's my overlay. Trying to do this from down here on the floor is wild. Here we go. Can you see that? Women will tell you the most traumatic, life-altering story you've ever heard in your life, and they'll be like, isn't that funny? Pretty sure that's not against TOS. It's not against TOS, but, like, will the people like it? I'm not allowed to look at my numbers anymore, so I don't know if I've scared everybody off by now. My trauma is very different, but I want to take the chance to say that I think it's amazing you came through that with such an open heart and a love of others. You really are special. That actually means a lot. That's you, also me, right? You haven't scared anyone off. I can see your numbers. All right, that's good to know. That's all I need to know. Thank you. For probably, I want to say 5 or 6 years, basically the bulk of my 20s, from like maybe 20, maybe not quite that long. I think I adopted this stance. No, probably, no, actually, yeah, I think it's from like 21 to 27, probably like 6 years of my life. I just internalized the fact that I was always going to be miserable, and I could either make everybody else around me miserable, or I could do my best to make other people's lives better and easier, even if I couldn't be happy, you know? I remember having a conversation with Blacklight, right, but like I think it was a couple weeks before I ended up like quitting Subway and running away with the Ren Fair, where I was talking to him and I brought up that I wasn't sure I knew what it felt like to be happy. Like, I had felt moments of happiness, I guess. Like, I was capable of enjoying myself. I could have little bits, little pieces of times when I was feeling the feeling of like joy or happiness, but my ambient state, like, I was never as a state happy or content. I was, the moment that the stimulus that was making me feel good went away, I defaulted right back to miserable. And I had spent my entire life like that. Like, I've suffered from suicidal ideation since I was 4 or 5. Like, I remember hearing my parents talking about money trouble and like how expensive it was to feed us when I was younger. and like, I guess like a trigger content warning, like contemplated walking out into traffic to make my parents' lives easier. Like, it's been there forever. The fact that I don't deal with it more now is nothing shy of a miracle, and it's largely because of estrogen. And the support of the people around me. But I remember that particular thing was catalyzed because my grandma once told me, because I was annoying her, when she was over my parents' house once. I was annoying her, I don't know, I was asking her a bunch of questions or trying to get her to play a game with me or something, and she told me to go play in traffic. And I kind of internalized it, and that was rough. That was, go play in traffic became my go-to, like, ideation fantasy. I get fantasy, like, the thing that would intrude into my mind for a long time. Why are you saying my thoughts? Which one was that? What, talking about, like, having suicidal ideation since I was a child? Jesus. Oh yeah, she was a terrible person. I tell people don't believe me always when I say it, but my grandma, if you've ever seen Archer, or oh, you're talking about the if I have to be miserable, I might as well make other people happy, like that? That's you, also me. If you've ever seen Archer or Arrested Development, all of it, fair. Mallory Archer slash the mother slash grandmother from Arrested Development, that is actually like shot for shot my grandmother. Right down to the owning the family business and running it into the ground and causing a schism fight within my family that my dad came out on top of by starting a new family business that he like subsumed all of the business from the old one up. Insane shit. Like, there was some fucking like modern Game of Thrones ass like corporate, not corporate. Was it a corporation? No, it was an LLC, I think. Either way, like family business fucking like capital P politics going on. I got served a note of or I didn't get served, but a lawsuit serving of a lawsuit was handed to me by somebody that my grandma sent during the like splitting of the business, because to sue my dad for stolen property because he didn't give back his like Samsung flip phone, company phone, when he left. Like insane shit. Like it sounds like I'm making it up levels of like petty, right? Hi Doge, what's up? And for me, I don't go, isn't that funny, but I have just talked about things in my life and people get sad for me and I just sit there confused. A streamer I played Final Fantasy 14 with briefly to this day hates my mother, whom I love. She said that if your mother treated her like she yelled at me, she'd have hit her. Again, I love my mother, she's an amazing woman, so yeah, that's me being weird. Everybody processes what they go through differently, you know? The C in LLC stands for corporation. Fair enough. Oh, right, it's just like a little bitty corporation. So it was corpo politics shit, yeah. I come by my hatred of corporations honestly. She just like me for real, and I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's not great. It wasn't awesome. But I don't know, you know, fortunately, this is another reason I have a lot of empathy for bad people that come from bad places, is like, I genuinely feel like, if not for a couple key people in my life, instead of being where I am now and being seen as like broadly a good person, like doing her best, if not for a couple of those key factors at those critical pivot points in my life, I'd probably be like exactly the kind of person that I spend a lot of time like making arguments against and like very heavily criticizing, you know? And it's why I talk a lot about making sure that when you are dealing with even some of the most terrible people that you can imagine, that you still keep in the back of your mind that they're human. That doesn't mean you have to forgive them or treat them with kindness in a moment where they are being hostile or shitty to you. But, like, the moment that you write somebody off as evil, like, just by their nature, you engage in the same kind of, it's a dangerous line of thought. It's not something that itself is going to lead you into, like, doing bad things, but it's like the first step on the path to treating people terribly because you have decided along an arbitrary line that they are the big evil, you know? And there's a mountain of nuance to be had between, like, in all that space. It's just, and again, like, I am 100% a, like, punch the Nazis, you know, do it. But remember that the Nazis are human. They are not ontologically evil monsters. They are people who came to this conclusion through a twisted form of logic. And that doesn't mean that it's good or that they are valid in any way in thinking that way. But even if it takes a million years, you know, anyone is capable of redemption. That doesn't mean that they deserve it or that they're going to get it or that you should be the one to offer it to them. But it's important to remember they are people, even if they're the worst people you know. And I don't know, like, that's one of those things where it's like, hard hill to die on, have sympathy for the devil. Except Hitler. Hitler was also a person, led to that. This is a good point. Terrible person, deserved worse than what he got. One of the most wretched humans to ever exist. Still a human. Still got there through the process that any one of us could embrace. And maintaining vigilance against it is important because you need to keep, you need to be vigilant against those methods of thinking. Because if you think that you could never be that person, it's really easy to accidentally start to walk that path in the right circumstances, you know? This is making me love Blacklight a lot. Yeah, you should. Blacklight is a phenomenal human being. One of the best that I know. I see where you're coming from, thinking that you could have been this horrible person, but listening to you talk and hearing the stories you've told, you wouldn't. Your story would be different, but you'd have never become that person. I'm not saying your belief in people who are just horrible is wrong, not at all, but you, from what I've ciphered, have always had a light about you. Maybe. But whether that's ultimately true or not, I am pretty staunchly anti, like, predetermination, you know? I don't think that there's anything, or even, you know, there's no way to prove it, but I refuse to believe that there is something intrinsic about me that makes me better than somebody who took the wrong path, you know? If I am a good person, it is because I have to keep making the choice to be that way. And I have built a habit of trying to be that way. And I have to continue to maintain those habits of being that way. And let me tell you, I have built a lot of cages in this brain for all of the terrible behaviors and impulses that I've had to lock up. Like, there's a reason I empathize a lot with monstrous characters in fiction, especially ones like someone like the Hulk, or like somebody who transforms into this uncontrollable creature, because I've really felt like that for a lot of my life. I've had to work really, really, really hard to cage the worst aspects of myself. Like, it is like a conscious restructuring of the way that I think and the way that I operate. And I really appreciate you seeing me that way, Misty. I do. I just feel that it is, at least personally for me, if not for everyone else, it's dangerous for me to accept that I am just better because of the way that I am, you know? It requires maintenance. Empathy is a skill that has to be trained and honed and practiced. And empathy is ultimately the core of, I think, what makes somebody as close to truly moral as we can reasonably be with our limited perspectives on the world. Um, being training that skill to be able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and make your judgment from a position of understanding, even if that judgment is you need to be stopped at all costs. Being able to dip your toe at the very least, like feel a little bit of what they feel and why they're doing the thing they're doing, I think is important to being able to make a truly informed and moral decision on how to be the best person you can in that situation, regardless of the action you end up taking. Deserves to be kept alive for all eternity in a sealed room just inches from a smoldering pit. I don't believe in eternal torment, but compelling. We can revisit that later. I'm a Buddhist, so I absolutely understand love thy enemy mentality. Yeah, and I'm even less of a love thy enemy mentality and more of a understand thy enemy. Recognize the humanity of thy enemy, and then crush them if they continue to be an intractable enemy. But I think that even if you're going to fight someone, even if you're going to engage in violence, I think that you need the weight of understanding that if you are doing violence, you are doing it against a human who is capable of a great spectrum of things, both evil and good, and that no one is purely one or the other. We are all a mix of the worst and best aspects of humanity, and where and when you embrace those aspects is really what makes the difference. Remember, chat, maybe you could be the next Hitler. No, but unironically, anybody can be. Do you think that do you think Adolf Hitler woke up one day as a child of 5 and was like, I am going to commit the most atrocious acts of slaughter since Genghis Khan? He got there through, and this is not me defending him, this is me trying to make sure that we understand, villainous, truly terrible person, scum of the earth, still a human who got there through decisions and experiences, whether good or bad, and active choices, made the choice to be a bad person, to be the worst kind of person, the absolute most irredeemable dreg of humanity, but still humanity, still a human, not there. I don't, at least I choose not to believe that there is a fundamental predetermined aspect of every person that decides whether we're going to be good or bad, or capable of good or evil even. I'm very much a nurture versus nature person. There's combinations of both. There are aspects of nature, I struggle with addiction from genetic predisposition. I have to put a lot more work into resisting addiction. For somebody else, it is in their nature to not really have to worry about that. But I don't think that I would have ever broken out of the addictive cycles that I had without the support of people around me, and the context of the life that I grew up in. A big part of the reason the main reason why I got out of being an alcoholic when I was really deep in it was because I didn't want to be my dad. If I hadn't lived through an experience where I witnessed somebody destroy their own life and the lives of the people around them by being an alcoholic, it might have taken me a lot longer. Maybe I never would have gotten out of it. I don't know. I don't get to live in the timeline where I didn't have those conditions, and I can only view things from the life that I've had, Your path could have been tragic and bad. It's not, but I'm saying that it wouldn't have been the path you were thinking. This is my genuine thinking, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad that you think that highly of me. With all the Hitler hate talk, you should add The Wave, the German film, to your watch later list. It's about a free-thinking young teacher. Oh, no, I'm familiar with The Wave. The Wave is fascinating. It actually, totally changed the way that I thought about it's like foundational actually to the way that I think about fascists in particular and fascist movements. It's why it's similar, genuinely very similar to how cults operate. It's like it's all wrapped up in the same terrible soup and villainous, sinister soup. And it really is. That's kind of what I mean. It can happen to anyone, especially if you get got early. You know, everyone has some addictive tendencies. Some drink, some smoke, some have sex. Some are addicted to watching sexy girls sitting on the floor on streams. Some addictions are less dangerous than others. But no, I mean there are I don't know, like everyone has some addictive tendencies though. Does like, and I'm not saying you're trying to do this. This is not a condemnation of you or your point. We're human science has a lot of really solid evidence that a lot of people have genetic predisposition towards addictive tendencies in general, much more than other people, regardless if they end up getting it. Anybody can get addicted to something, especially things that have physically addictive qualities. Things like nicotine and alcohol and opioids, things that once you are taking it regularly, sometimes even only a couple times, depending on how your body reacts, forms a physical addiction. The ability to break out of that, or the difficulty of breaking out of that, and your chance to relapse is heavily informed by, not completely informed by, but heavily informed by a genetic predisposition to how your body reacts to addictive stimuli. So it is a lot harder for a lot of people, which is again why I'm extremely empathetic towards addicts in general. People who are addicted to things will do a lot of bad things in no small part because of their addiction, and that doesn't mean you have to put up with that behavior specifically, but I also really hate when people treat addicts or people who are homeless through a very complicated set of factors, or even just a simple set of factors, like treat them like they are bad people, or like they are less deserving of empathy and like generosity and human kindness. I don't want to just derail the conversation, but may I have permission to bring up a tangential weirdness I found? Modern politics? Go for it. It's late enough. We can talk about whatever we want. Right, but yeah, the German film to your watch later list, it's all about a free-thinking young teacher who is forced to teaching autocracy in school and ends up creating a group very akin to the Nazis. Yeah. Yeah, no, The Wave is really good. You should watch The Wave. I should rewatch The Wave. I haven't watched it since I was like in my early 20s. It's probably been almost, if not over, a decade. Brushing up on that would be good. Yeah, I don't know. I ruminate on the nature of human morality a lot as somebody who's had to struggle with it. I've had to fight and claw for like every bit of my understanding of like how to be as good of a person as I can be with the cards I've been dealt. They lack a certain enzyme or whatever that is not in itself harmful, but when taking drugs, drinking, etc., it fills that lacking thing and gives them euphoria, so therefore it's much, much more addictive. I don't know the exact science. Maybe that is it, but I can't confirm or deny that. I do know. I mean, I know there's a lot of questions. That could be it though. You could be right. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny. I haven't read enough details on the addiction studies. It's one aspect. That sounds right. Yeah, complicated. It's oh boy, God, I love nicotine, and I always feel the siren song of cigarettes calling to me, and I've done a pretty good job. I don't think I've smoked since I got out here, aside from the special occasions where I've had a little bit, like when we went to the staff meeting, which I'm allowed to do. I can do that. It's frustrating though. It is genuinely like the it never leaves, you know. Like I see people smoking in a TV show or something, and I get cravings really bad. It's been over a year since I've like. It's been like 3.5 years since I had any kind of habitual smoking, and it's been over a year since I even had like nicotine for a period of a week, which I did when I was driving out to California because I was really stressed out and was going to be alone for 5 days, and I didn't want to worry about it, so I just got like a vape and vaped the whole way over, and then I threw away the partially filled one that I had left, and didn't buy anymore. So it's like, even with all of that, even being like that distant from it, I see somebody smoking and it just like it spins right back up, and I have to like fight a really intense craving to go and get nicotine. Don't smoke, kids. If you're ever presented with the opportunity and you have any other way to deal with whatever kind of like reality crushing existential crisis you're going through, don't smoke. Stay away from it. The right, especially MAGA right, have basically jumped on the trans hate bandwagon, yet when they made an announcement that they wanted to ban the transes from having guns, they all freaked out with, oh no, well, I don't like them transes, but the Constitution says they have that right and it shall not be infringed. Really? Have we been getting supported by the MAGA weirdos? Tangentially? That's wild. I love to see them infighting. That's great. Really funny to have the NRA on our side for a day. Yeah. Can't wait till it goes back to the fucking beating on our asses. I mean, people shouldn't let me have a gun. I'm not as nice as Merc. Fair. I am very much a and I adopted this relatively young, like in my teens. Actually, even before that, I just had my boundaries crossed a lot more often before I learned how to create space for myself. Push-ups? You didn't redeem push-ups, Hook. Wait, so you're saying smoking can help with crushing reality-destroying existential pain? No, I'm saying if you are in the middle of a psychotic break where you are contemplating taking heroin and somebody offers you a cigarette instead and you get addicted to cigarettes, that's technically a better solution. But it's not a solution, and it will make things worse after a while. It only helps for a couple months, and then it's so bad, and you're stuck in it for years, and every time you take a drag, you're happy for about 15 seconds, and then you're miserable because you don't want to be smoking anymore, and it makes your lungs hurt, and you're coughing all the time, and you can't breathe properly, so you can't run anymore, so you start to fall out of, get out of shape, and then you stop eating because it suppresses your appetite, and you already didn't eat very much, so sometimes you go whole days without eating, because all you're doing is drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes and spiraling into an anxiety hell that is difficult to translate into human speech. Wait, so you're saying that it can help with crushing reality, destroying existential pain? No. Helps for a couple months, happy for 15 seconds. Jill, do not start smoking. I will fight you. Trolling you? Thanks, Hook. It's one of those things where it's like, it makes you feel better very, very briefly, and then it makes you feel so much worse than you did before you started smoking. It's like, you get stuck in a loop where you're constantly chasing that little bit of euphoria that you got from that first time you smoked a cigarette and you were nicotine high for like 2 minutes. So you keep smoking more and more and more to try and get nicotine high again, but nicotine has insanely diminishing returns to the point where every time you light up a cigarette, you only get it for a couple seconds, and only if you've spaced it out a little bit. So eventually you develop into this spiral where you're just smoking constantly, trying to chase a high that you'll never get again, and you're spending all of your money and destroying your health, and it's wretched. Wait, are you saying cigarettes are like drugs? I know, it's crazy. Who knew? Big tobacco is evil, genuinely. Don't smoke. Don't smoke. Don't do it. I know, I had a fucking former motorcycle gang leader tell me the same thing when I was sitting on the floor of a bike shop in Arizona. And I didn't smoke for a long time. But then the existential dread set in, you see. So I went to war, and in the middle of the night in a foxhole, I was offered a smoke, and I tried. And 4 or 5 puffs later, I wasn't relaxed at all. Got left out in a field during the same war, and again tried to smoke. No go. I can't remember the third time, but again, no love. God damn it, yeah, it would have stained my teeth. I'd have an addiction, and I could have been relaxed and skinny for at least a bit. God damn it. Damn. Doctors knew. I know, it's crazy. It's almost like doctors are good at their jobs most of the time. I actually do have some stains on my teeth from smoking. It was the thing that caused me to quit the first time. I had been smoking for like 2 years. And I noticed a tar stain on one of my front teeth. And I was like, well, fuck. I can't let it affect my vanity. My twinkish charm is the only thing I have going for me. So I quit for like 6 months. And then I ended up smoking again later because I was working the Renaissance Fair and everybody around me was smoking and I was surrounded by people who were smoking. And also my boss was being terrible to me. So got back into it. But then every time and ever since, every time I've ever smoked a cigarette, I always make sure that I have my teeth like open enough that the like edge of the filter is just going straight past it directly into my throat, so that I'm not like or I guess down my fucking esophagus rather, so that I it didn't stain my teeth as much. It helped me reduce the amount of stains that I had. Didn't actually, like, you know, obviously it was still a bad thing to do, but yeah, God, the tar stains on my teeth I still regret to this day. They're not as distinct as they used to be. They've mostly faded, but fuck. Fifth Doctor is constantly wrong. I think he's related to RFK. Yeah. I guess I'm done with floor time. I could probably go back up onto my seat. I was supposed to stretch. I'll stretch. I have to run to the bathroom. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Then I'll do the stretch that I was supposed to do like an hour ago. And I'll give Jill her uwu. And then we can, I don't know, chat for the rest of the stream. I'm obviously not playing a game tonight. I got distracted by the trauma. MMG, Merc Trauma stream, let's go. I'll be right back. Oh, right. Stretch. Here we go. Not actually very good at this, stretching properly. I just sort of do the thing that makes the muscles that I have itching the most go, yeah, that feels less bad. Very vibes-based exercise, honestly. Perfect flexibility for an arm binder? Someday. God, I'm so shiny right now. Ew. 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 Oh, it's because I turn this off? Hold on. Ow! Ow! Flashbang to myself, chat. I'm very shiny. Why am I so shiny? Ugh. Gross. What's that? Less shiny. Okay. How about this? Still shiny? Still shiny. Gross. Because the game's indicating you're a quest target? Yeah, right. Did my frame rate tank now? Yeah, okay, the exposure's up too high. Quick. I think I'm just gonna have to deal with being shiny. Fuck. Gross. I'm usually more of a matte girl, you know? Down lower. There we go. What is the frame rate of the camera though? I don't know. I think it's a 60 FPS camera. I just prefer to be a little bit darker. So it has to like adjust the exposure and then it gets all like... I could probably stop auto-focusing it. Oh yeah, I have the Ubu. That's right. Oh, I spilt my beer. Oh no, King! God, I want alcohol. Oh, no. I finished a bottle of vodka this week. I should wait until next week to get sake. At least wait until after the stream week is over. Oh. Can't wait to see what she says between Ubus for this one. Oh no, now I have to actually think. Oh, I actually get that Ubu. Yeah, I don't mean to not do redeems. I just get really distracted. My dad smoked 20 to 40 a day. The ceilings of our house were stained brown. I didn't have to smoke. He did it enough for me. Hated the smell. Having said that, my granddad smoked pipes, and I kind of like that smell. Oof. Yeah, I grew up around a lot of smokers, so I hated smoking for a long time. It really took a true, like, crisis for me to even consider it as an option. It was rough. Didn't like it. Of course, she's Merc's a good girl. She's amazing, isn't she? Really just a miracle of a person? I think you're gassing me up a little bit too much here. But thank you. Has there been music this whole time? Yes. Perfect flexibility for an arm binder. I don't think I want an arm wrestle rematch. What is this? Is this like too... Is this intimidating you, Jillian? Is that... when is the bodysuit stream? Tomorrow. Which I need to announce. Fuck, I always forget to do that. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be playing Rivals with Thorny and Jen, so I'll be doing the bodysuit tomorrow. Oh, and that answered Kat's question. Hell yeah. I encountered an interesting thing today that I never thought I'd see in my life. Like, not even I considered it could be possible. What is it? What's up? With the Dami Mommy boots? I could probably do I could do Dami Mommy boots. Yeah, at least for a good chunk. Okay, so cleaned it up and got more beer? Fuck yeah. Thank you for the prompt answer. You're welcome. I recently read 6 days ago. Read 6 days ago. Moved to the mountains where a lot of bears live. But today I got a picture from my parents of a bear in their backyard in LA. The last bear they saw there was nearly 20 years ago. They've seen more bears in their yard than I have since I moved. Concerning. Damn, that is wild.
We get bears up here.
We do get bears up here. Especially up by the mountain house.
Oh yeah.
Y'all ever ruminate on the nature of power? I do. A lot. I think about it too much, probably. Rawr. Hi, clown. What's up? Welcome in. I think about the need. I spend like a win.rar. Oops. Usually see a few bears a month up here when it's not winter time. Well, you know, times do be a changin'. I think about what I would do if I had power. I do think about what I would do if I had power, but I feel like that's pretty common. I think about how, like, the ethics of power and how, I don't know, like I guess like I said, the nature of it. I mean like superpowers power. Oh, that's fair. I'm in the Midwest. We have bear flags. Oh, hell yeah. I ruminated on the nature of power constantly. This is the domain of a nice heady Superman comic. Hell yeah. Which one? Is it with the world made of cardboard speech? That one? I haven't actually read that full comic, but I like that bit. This is why I hate money. Fair. Let's sell it back to the grid. Having a lot of power can make me money and save the environment because of energy from nothing. Ah, excellent. Yes. No, I don't know. I spend a lot of time, probably in no small part because of the traumatic backstory that we went through earlier, on the nature of, like, applied power and violence. And I can't really talk about violence at all on Twitch, or I'll get kicked off, probably. Which is frustrating, because it's both a very real thing, like, it's something that pretty much everybody experiences at some point, is like, we live in a violent world, like naturally violent. We have to fight hard to prevent it from being like an aspect of everybody's day-to-day lives. And it's aggravating that talking about it is like broadly censored in public forums. I think he's like, wait. I think he's dying and has one less day. It's beautiful. Damn, hell yeah. Okay. My dad died from an infection from his leg after so much smoking. His legs became inflamed and it caused him to have a stroke. He then kept on smoking and drinking and eventually just got an infection after infection and eventually just caught up with him. And he was about 73 when he died, so considering how badly he treated his body, I expect to live to 120. Hey, good for you. Rock on. Not good for your dad, unfortunately. But, you know, I think it kind of seems like you have similar opinions on your dad as I do towards mine, so also maybe fuck him. Jill, you want a little ew, well? You want a little existential dread-filled ew, well? A little bit of a really airing the trauma today. Ew, well. That was it. That was where we were going. That's how it worked. That was what we wanted. Oh. Man, I really went on a journey. We started out talking about Firefly and ended up with Deep Murklore. This one was a roller coaster, I feel like. I hope everybody's okay. I kind of just inflicted that on everyone out of nowhere. Aw, thank you. Hi. Also, I know Og said hello at some point, but I think I was in the middle of a rant, but yes, that's what we wanted. Rad. Talk about high heel preferences. I don't have, I've only ever worn like 3 pairs of heels. I mean, I'm drunk playing Rivals, so I need the app in. Fair. All right, hell yeah. Are you okay? I'm doing great. This is like, I've worked through the worst of all of this like a long time ago. being able to talk about it is really nice, particularly in a space that I have all the control over, and that people can come and go from as they please, because it feels better than subjecting my friends to all of this. Which, like, I've touched on it before. I've talked about this every now and then with, with my friends, especially Blacklight obviously has got all of it. And a good number of the rest of my friends have at least got the basic stories of most of the big flashpoints. But, like, I don't know. There's definitely, like, a level of you don't want to be the downer all the time. I don't talk to my friends enough as is. I don't want, like, the few times that I do talk to them to be me talking about my trauma. So it's nice to just be able to, like, air it out, you know? And especially, like, to talk about how it has affected me and how it has changed or shaped the way that I think and the way that I see the world. Like, that's the more interesting part to me, honestly. Like, ooh, bad thing happened to me is like, less, I don't know, like, less important than, or less interesting to talk about from my perspective than this bad thing happened to me and this is how I've handled it. Because that at least provides a measure of utility, maybe to somebody else who's gone through something similar, or even just expressing that, just like if somebody else has been through something even remotely, tangentially similar, it maybe helps them feel less alone. I don't know. Like, it feels a little bit more like it's cathartic, you know? I get emotional release from having these conversations. It's just also one of those things where, like, I don't want it to be what I'm doing all the time, because then, you know, I've already got the reputation as, like, the trauma streamer among a couple members of some of the communities that I'm in. So it's not like super broad, but I've had it brought up a couple times. Not in any, like, negative way, but I don't know. I've been through a lot. And every now and then it's nice to just, like, talk about that and have people validate that it was in fact a lot. Because it's real easy to get stuck in my own head and be like, it wasn't that bad. You know? It was probably fine. I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I hope to live to 2063 just to meet the Vulcans. I mean, I'll have to survive the eugenics wars in World War III, and I will then be 80, so there's a chance. Hey, you know. That top is great, by the way. Thanks. I like this one. It's basic. I like crop tanks. That's not a top. Quiet you. I think Khan sank the British Isles during the eugenics wars. Horrifying. Well, Chris, you're gonna have to move. I want to eat these little tofu rice things even though they've been out all day. I'm gonna eat these little tofu rice things even though they've been out all day because I'm a goblin. A little fucking gremlin. Yep. That's not a top, that is clearly a bottom. Yes, Cat, thank you. Don't worry, I'll be sucking up to them just to stay alive, too. Fair enough, I guess. Ugh. Innovative to wear a bottom on top. I know. Look at me, I'm a fashion icon. Weird. These are very strange. I don't hate them.
I know.
But I wouldn't get them
I
again.
don't care for them. I was expecting crunchy and it's not. It's just kind of soft and sweet and cold.
The sweet's kind of what I'm getting, man. I wish it was a little more savory.
I wanted it to be savory. I wanted there to be fish in there with it. No fish. It's just rice.
That is an odd little food. I would definitely prefer something with fish in it.
Yeah.
No. Put a bit of soy sauce on it. I put a lot of soy sauce on it. That's actually why I'm eating it, because I smelled it the first time and I was like, it kind of has the same scent as like a donut, and I don't want to do, yeah, right? It's not a donut, but It's got a similar, like,
Does.
aura about it.
I don't know what that sweet glaze on it is, but
Yeah, no. The soy sauce is what's saving it for me.
Okay.
8-hour rizzes. This dub sucks. My dub? The dub of me? Are you watching me in dub? Americans think everything is a donut. Oh my god. Jelly. I love donuts. Jelly filled are my favorite. Holding a fucking onigiri rice ball. That bugged me so much when I was a kid. I was like, that's not a donut. That's rice. Like, what do you mean? Morph is so nice, but every woman who shows romantic interest in him gets killed. Ah, yes, the women in refrigerators trope. We love to see it. We don't, actually. I hate it. Despise it. So much so I did an entire rant about it when I was talking about the episode Heart of Gold from Firefly 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago? 4 hours ago? 3 hours ago? Looked like cookies to me. It's some sort of like, it's like a soft dough of some sort. Like a, I think it's like a, maybe like pan fried or something. It's not crunchy though, so I don't know. It's some sort of dough, fried cooked
dish.
But it originally was dough. It is cooked. It's been wrapped around rice, and it's a sweet dough, and it's very thin, and it's kind of chewy. And I don't know. It's strange. Is it not a dessert? I don't know. Fake just got it because it looked neat, and there's sushi sales at the grocery store down the road on Fridays. So we get sushi on Fridays. Just grocery store sushi, but you know, we take our treats where we can get them.
Yeah,
you know?
Treatos.
Treato. Take the women out of the refrigerator to thaw and put your men in the oven. Geordie LaForge is so fucking cute. I haven't seen enough Star Trek to have like strong opinions about any of the characters y'all are talking about. Sounds like a dessert, so maybe soy sauce was a bad idea. No, it makes it better for me. I like the soy sauce part of it. The soy sauce is what's making it tolerable for me. I tried to take a bite of it before, and the smell overwhelmed me, so I needed some savory on it.
I'm glad that wasn't just me.
No, it's very sweet. It's very, like, sickly sweet, but not in, like, a... I don't know how to describe it.
I think it is intended to have soy sauce.
I think it's intended to have soy sauce as well. I think it's supposed to be as sweet and salty. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I can't see it any other way.
Yeah, me either. 7 of 9, sexiest woman alive. I do think 7 of 9 is super hot. That said, I've never really seen any episodes with 7 of 9 in it because I haven't watched that far into the show yet. Mostly clips, you know. Voyager is deep. Yeah. I've never taken the time to get to Voyager. Deep in the series. That was what I figured you meant, yeah. I've heard that Voyager is like really divisive among the Star Trek fan communities, you know? Like Voyager is by far the stupidest. Even stupider than Enterprise? I've heard Enterprise is terrible, and I tried watching a couple episodes of it, and it's pretty wretched. So it's got severe peaks and valleys? Okay. Alright. Interesting. It's good water. Tastes good soup. It's Lost in Space, as you probably know. I do know that, yeah. Which I actually is I like those kinds of stories a lot. I like, you know, a fleet or a ship like traveling with like an unknown or at the very least like unstoppable threat of some kind, like looming in the background or like needing to find their way home, like being cut off from any kind of support network. That's why I like Battlestar Galactica. I love Battlestar Galactica type stories. Like Fleet on the Run is like one of my favorite tropes. Jill's gonna go lurk. They have to ration the replicator. It's rad. That is rad. Which Lost in Space have you seen? The 60s version or the new reboot? Neither! The third one. The third option. The movie, yeah. The movie with Friends. Yep, the movie with Friends. Which is actually how I knew that actor before. I had never seen Friends. I watched it when I was a kid. I remember liking it overall, but hating the little monkey thing. Wretched little guy. Blark or whatever the fuck it's called. Terrible. Girl was so cute in that. Huge crush. I honestly can't recall the faces of anyone. I just know that Joey from Friends was in it. And I think there was a guy that looked like Gary Oldman in it. I don't know. I haven't seen that movie since I was like single-digit age. The new TV series was good. I might have to check that out. Anyone remember Fringe? I've heard Fringe is awesome. I've never seen it before, though. She was like generic soft cybergoth. Oh, I do remember her. You're right. She definitely didn't inform my aesthetic choices for a long time. Never mind. You just awakened something in me. I do remember that now. I watched the 70s Battlestar Galactica. I watched some of it. It was cool. But again, like I talked about earlier, I couldn't get over Starbuck being a dude in the original. Love Fringe. Last season sucked, though. I did hear that. Yeah. I'm really big. I listened to a couple. Well, really now it's only one like alternate history podcast, and I think Fringe came up in one of them, and they talked about it a bunch there, and it seemed really interesting. The reboot of Lost in Space is great, and there is gender swap in it. The Doctor is a girl in the reboot, and a guy in the original. Intriguing. Fringe was good, and they put it in Friday and ruined the performance of the show. Season 5 was its forced farewell. Bummer. Hate to see it. Truly wretched outcomes. Have you heard of the New Order mod for Hoi 4? Heard of it, but I mostly play Kaiserreich because before they released the Man the Guns expansion for the base game of Hoi 4, it had the best American Civil War where you could get the syndicalist states of America, and it fucking ruled. And then I would go knock over the Kaiser every time. It's fucking great. Absolute cinema. Lovely mod. That and the Fallout mod for Hoi 4.
Clown X Royal sub for 1.
Wow, thank you so much for the sub. Hi. Oh, that means a lot. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Kaiserreich is vastly superior. Yeah, Kaiserreich's really good. It's really good. It's very well done. I'm very, very picky with my full conversion mods for Hearts of Iron because I like the base game a lot. So a mod has to really bring a lot to the table and be relatively well balanced for me to have any interest in it. My motto is give money to trans people. I like you can stay. I'm glad that you have that motto because my motto is like give money to other trans people, but also I need to eat, so I should be promoting myself more. Play the New Order as a spectator sport? Oh, okay, fair. Not like there's anything to do in the New Order. Oh god. See, that's what I liked about Kaiserreich. Like the fact that there's an entire like choose your own adventure like decision tree for Ireland. Awesome. Amazing. 10 out of 10. It's great. You need money so you can give others money? That's true. That is true. I do. God, I love Hearts of Iron. Yeah, I'm trans, so it's not entirely unselfish. You're trans? In this community? I can't believe it. I've never heard of such a thing. Welcome in. You need to play the new version of Kaiserreich? I do. Me and a bunch of my friends have been talking about doing a multiplayer run for a while, and we just haven't gotten everybody together for it. I should probably just go, like, play it on my own for a little bit. No, yeah, the writing of that one. I would love to play with you. We could probably work that out sometime. You'll have to bug me about it. I forget things easily. It's the trauma and the ADHD and a little bit of the autism. And maybe the potential bipolar disorder? We're not sure on that one yet. Jury's still out, but doctors keep telling me it's likely. Also, it's hereditary, and my dad's definitely got it, so. The help Kaiserreich gives you to show the different paths is great. No, it's like, genuinely, it is so well made that if it was the base game of Hearts of Iron, I think the game would be just as, if not more successful than the actual game Hearts of Iron. Like, it's one of the only ones that I've played, that if it was the whole game, I would still play the game just as much, if not more, than I already do. Like, it needs, like, balancing into, like, a little bits of balancing and tweaking and, like, fixes and bug fixes. But like, if there was a real team behind it, you know, or, like, a bigger team, they would be able to do that. It's really fucking good. If you like the game Hearts of Iron, you should try the Kaiserreich mod. It's awesome. It's basically an alternate history version of World War II, where Germany somehow managed to win World War I, and all of the knock-on catastrophic effects that has had for the world at large. It's really good. It's awesome. True, it is a better intro into Hoi 4 than the base game. I agree. There's a tech extension submod for Kaiserreich, which is currently synced up with the current version. Ooh, all right. I'm dubious about tech extensions ever since, I think it's Road to 56 is the one that everybody was super psyched about for a long time for the base game. And, is that where the Mechwalker, screenshot from the Discord came from? Road to 56 is fucking weird. I don't like Road to 56. Its balancing is nonsense, and it adds some questionable things that bugged me when I played it the one time that I did a playthrough of it. No, it is 1960 tech extension. What? RT56 is multiplayer coded. It is, and it's not well balanced for it. Hot take. When everybody is always taking brinksmanship and researching the same, like, 2 special forces trees, the mod doesn't work. Or it's not balanced. And at least, that's how it was a while ago. Maybe it's come a long way since then. But I did not like Road to 56 when I played it a couple years ago. Oh yeah, that screenshot was from the 1960s tech extension. Okay, that's what I thought. Cool. This is weird. Weird one, but has anyone else seen a TV series called Being Erica? No, I haven't. What's that about? Oh, right, Dark Matter. Dark Matter came up a couple times. Hold on, let me add that to the list so I can check into it. Alright, that's in the list now. Yeah, I really do enjoy Hearts of Iron. I hated Dark Matter. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna have to. Now it's controversial. Now I've got to check it out. Mark, you have Shadowrun, right? Yes, I do, and the Hong Kong one that Kat got for me that I still have to go play. I played the original. I remember playing and liking the original Shadowrun game. And I think I played like 3rd edition of the Shadowrun TTRPG, which is why I played Shadowrun, the computer game, at all. I would be here for a playthrough of it. Okay, all right. Maybe I'll do Shadowrun. Time Travel Psychology series was good. I hated the ending, or lack of. This isn't the German sci-fi show Dark, right? Under like a different release name. That's not this. This is a different show, right? Hold on, let me look it up. No, it's not Dark. Okay. I liked the first like season and a half of Dark. I remember watching that. Terminator, Sarah Connor Chronicles, the actress of River, Summer Glau, is the Terminator in there? That rules. Is it a good show, though? I do like Summer Glau. Or Blue? Glau? Hello? I don't know. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Dark matter. Interesting. I like time travel stories. They're usually bad. Ah. The first way you said it is Glau? I thought so. Alright. I'm realizing now part of the reason I was so shiny is because I had a white web page up on my main monitor, and it was like it was acting like my ring light. So I moved it off, and now I had to go turn my ring light back on. Ah, show business. See what we've got here. Dark matter. In the dystopian 27th century, 6 people wake up on a deserted spaceship with no memory of who they are or what they're doing there. They reluctantly team up and set off to find answers with the help of a female android. This sounds like half of my nights out when I used to go party in Plymouth. I will go watch that show. That sounds like my kind of bullshit. I basically know Hearts of Iron from Peep Show. I didn't know that we've got to liberate Frankfurt. I didn't know that it was showed up in Frankfurt or in Frankfurt in Peep Show. That's funny. Hearts of Iron is one of those games where the audience is like 50% actual like avowed fascist like Nazi sympathizers and 50% like the most leftist people you will ever meet, including a whole lot of trans girls. Although you do end up with trans girls on both sides of that dichotomy because like the self-sabotaging fascist trans person is definitely an unfortunately real problem that we run into. It's, not super common, but it exists enough that I have to point it out. Mark the Stuffy One loves World War II history. Yeah, Fuentes types. Yeah, Fuentes, exactly. Those kind of people. The ones that see our politicians doing an actual like fucking Roman style salute and are like, oh fuck yeah, finally, it's about time. Fucking assholes. You want to talk about people back on the thing. Humans that deserve to get their shit rocked while you still recognize that they're humans. People like Nick Fuentes. Fuck those people. And I say that understanding how they got there in no small measure, you know? Like I get it. I was on the beginning of that path. Still a person, still deserves to get their shit rocked. What slurs can we get going? Dorks. Yeah. Awful, terrible, pathetic little dorks. Derogatory. Because I say dork affectionately a lot. World War II is their unfortunate inspiration for transition goals. Yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah, it's like the Nazi femboys, you know? Which is like, it's what... And it's actually... This is something that's really interesting. The twerps then. Twerps is good. I don't like calling people twerps affectionately, so that's a good one. Being Erica is based around Erica, who goes to therapy and her doctor sends her back through time to her past self to change her life. That's interesting. I accidentally opened your throne and now I want half the stuff on it. Oh no. I haven't looked at my throne in like 8 months, probably. I totally forgot I even have that thing. I should probably go update it because I bought the Did I remove the love ants from my throne? I think I did, because I just went and bought it with money that I got from stream so that I can start doing the fancy streams soon. Right. The Nazi femboy thing. This is one of those like paradoxical symbiosis things where one of the reasons that there are a seemingly like outrageously high number of femboys that are also either like, you know, alt-right or Nazis or fucking just hard conservatives. A lot of the what is like the like modern what turned into modern like internet femboy culture originated in a lot of these same message boards and forums that fascists have frequented since before being fascist became mainstream popular again, instead of like actually being all masked up. So like these two communities have been interacting with each other for a long time. Not like saying like they like there's some sort of big amalgamated entity of like the femboys talk to the fascists all the time, but they inhabited the same spaces. And this happens with trans people a lot. Like this is as well a particular kind of pipeline from trans people, like the 4chan, you know, the 4chan brain rot that you run into. That it's 4chan, really. 4chan is the answer ultimately. They're forum neighbors on the board. TM rip, yeah. So the communities interacted a lot, and a lot of fascists hate women to the point where they absolutely like circle all the way back around to especially like it doesn't even have to be like closeted gay fascists either, or even out gay fascists, which also exist, which is frustrating. But even without explicitly being attracted to men, a lot of fascists and extreme misogynists started like interacting with femboys as functionally a palatable replacement for their interactions with women, or as practice for when they finally would you know go meet a woman to turn into a trad wife or whatever. That they like turned into this sort of like very like tribalistic like bonding rituals almost of like all these really terrible people or people who generally social outcasts who were looking for any kind of community that get picked up by fascist groups, because that's how fascists recruit. And that then evolving into like absorbing femboys as their like practice, basically fuck toys for when they finally have a woman to abuse. And that ended up with a whole lot of not even most, but like a pretty decent number of femboys getting sucked into like fascist spaces, kind of in the same way that a lot of early transition trans people can get picked up by really bad communities, because like any objectification can feel like positive attention when you're already like seen as like an outcast by society. It's a really like complicated sociological thing, you know, and it's got some crazy history to it. Yeah, my best friend in high school was a 4chaner. Now she's trans and lives somewhere in New York. I hope she got rid of the 4chan brain rot, because that shit is fucking vile. It's rough. If you ever see somebody call themselves, or as particularly a trans person, themselves or another trans person a passoid for, you know, passing, you know that they're in some deep 4chan brain rot shit, and you should at least get off the boards, kiddo. Like, get out of there. Yeah, gender is the spine of patriarchy. It is, yeah. And there's actually, I read this really interesting thing I saved the post. I can't remember who the author was, but like a feminist author talking about how a lot of, and this is pretty widely known at this point, at least by people who like engage with any kind of like, not even reading feminist literature, but are just in feminist spaces, where a lot of sexual violence is not explicitly about satisfying like a sexual desire, but is more about imposing control or even like domination over the target, the victim. Oh, hi, what's up? Cover up, harlot. You can't make me. Go fuck yourself. And that particularly like group sexual violence is often more of a male-male bonding ritual, using the victim as a like functionally a vessel for them to bond with each other, because they don't see women as people. They see women as property, like on a fundamental level. And it's really dark and fucking, it's a rough read, but I want to go and read the whole book, because it's like, it really digs into like the psychology of how people can do really terrible things and still not think that they're terrible people. Right, it's 5 a.m. I gotta work in 9 hours, so definitely gotta head off to bed. Nighty night, sweet dreams. Good night, Chris. Sleep well. We'll catch you later. Women are infantilized, which trains men to abuse children. Also that. Something, sex is about power. Yeah. A lot of sex is about power. There is, again, I ruminate on power a lot. I ruminate on sex a lot too. Not even in like a, it's not even like a super horny way. Like I'm pretty firmly demisexual right now. With how my hormone balance is. I don't know what caused it, but after being on estrogen for long enough, I stopped getting a lot of like impulse horny. I have to really work myself up into it. But I think about like sex, the intersection of sex and power and sociology a lot, especially as somebody who's done a lot of sex work in the past and occasionally in the present. It's I don't know, like I do spend a good chunk of time like thinking about that and learning about like reading the work of other people who have spent a lot of time dissecting that. I think is very valuable because it's really easy to write off academic or philosophical like approaches to sex as just like, wow, you're really obsessed with getting laid, huh? And it's like, no, this is like a fundamental aspect of humanity, you know, in a lot of cases. Not saying that every human has to be, like, have sex be an important part of their life. You know, I'm on the asexual spectrum. I get that. But it is to like the species as a whole and pretty much every culture on the planet that I'm aware of, at least, like it's a very, very, very major component of how we structure our societies is basically how we regulate or collectively feel about like sex and the dynamics of like sexual contact. Hi, Merc. Did I miss anything? It's been a fucking ride, Sarah. Hi, how you doing? I'm pretty hypersexual, so I understand from the opposite end. I've been hypersexual before, so I totally understand that. I've been all over the place, which, like, is part of why I think about it so much, you know? I've been through the ringer. You know, we talked a lot about, like, my familial trauma and stuff, but I've had a really complicated history with sex as well. And it's, I don't know, like I guess philosophizing and like really applying like a critical lens to how it intersects with society and the way that people treat each other is interesting to me because I've been in a lot of the kinds of positions where like things don't make sense as just like a people trying to have fun with each other. Like, it's not that simple. It can be, but it's not like ontologically that simple. Like, there's a lot behind how we treat like sex and sexual contact. It's wild. I don't know. I probably shouldn't get too deep into that here, but I hate how dumb sounding 4chan words are. The only words that fill a genuine linguistic need, passing trans women, is too many words to reasonably say. Yeah. Well, because it has to be derogatory. If a concept doesn't have a slur, then what's even the point of talking about it from the 4chaners' perspective, you know? That's like the name of an alien or some shit? What was the name of an alien? Oh, Passoid, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, yep. I've been deep in the brain rot mines, okay? I have steeped myself in the chemical rot of human collective consciousness and walked out the other side. I often dive into like I'll take little like kind of sabbaticals, little sojourns, if you will, through spaces that are terrible to try and get a deeper understanding of how the people that harbor these kinds of terrible ideas think and process things and react to stuff, because I really do seriously believe like know your enemy is one of the most important like aspects of conflict in general. Like, it doesn't have to be like even direct, but humans until we reach a distant point sometime in the future, if we live that long, hopefully, as a species, to where we can like be enlightened enough to not be constantly stepping on each other if we ever hit that point. Like, humans live in a constant state of conflict with themselves, with the world, with other people, and so like finding out or exploring how conflict operates, why conflict arises, and how to resolve conflict I'm really passionate about it. And that requires understanding, you know, at least an aspect of the other side of a conflict, you know? Yeah, it's ritualistic gatekeeping of a biological urge. Children are told sexuality is evil perversion. Growing up Mormon, I was very much without guidance. Oof. Yep, I feel that. I wasn't Mormon, and we have somebody else here who is a Jehovah's Witness. I think it was a Sarah. I grew up in an evangelical doomsday cult, so I get that. I taught myself basically everything about sex, aside from literally the most basic, like, passing mentions, because my parents were very uncomfortable talking to me about it. And it caused me to not be great about sex and how I engaged with sex, particularly with my, like, first 2 to 3 partners. And I hold a lot of guilt about that to this day. Like, I feel that still, you know, like I treated people very poorly. And I didn't think that I was treating them poorly. I didn't know that I was doing anything wrong. But like looking back on it now, understanding what I understand now, like I was not good to those people. And I wish that I could like express that to them, but I'm also not going to go try to dig up old contact information and be like, hey, remember that time I was really bad to you when I was a teenager / in my like early 20s? You want to dig that up so that I can get some validation and apologize and absolve my guilt? Like, I'm not going to do that. I used to be so hypersexual, but after the initial euphoria of transitioning more off, I've found I'm considerably less interested in sex. I'm not on hormones, nor have I had sex with another person, but I am actually fine with the latter. Valid. I actually was similar. For the first probably year that I was on hormones, I was absolutely hypersexual, and it got me into some trouble. It actually, like, I had to build a lot of walls and cut myself off from a lot of people, because I was being taken advantage of a lot, and I was just in, like, I put myself into dangerous situations really often, to try and, like, satisfy that hypersexuality. And then it kind of tapered off, actually, basically when I started streaming, because my libido is often tied to how relaxed I am. And while I love streaming, I adore streaming, I'm really exhausted whenever I turn off this camera and get done for the night. And I stream a lot. And when I'm not streaming, I have to be doing other things to maintain my life. So I just, like, I literally don't have time to be horny. Like, it's, I ran into the same thing when I was working in pharmacy, like working really long hours in pharmacy. I was just too tired all the time. I'm less horny now that I have identified my mental illness. The whole, now you know what the problem is, it's worse. Yeah, I feel that. Libido? That sounds like a fake thing to me. Right? I have to remind myself that I was ever, like, innately horny sometimes because it's been so long. I'm genuinely impressed. Your full-time job is low-key performance. I mean, it is, yeah. It's also, thank you. I've talked about what streaming is like before, you know, from, like, the perspective of somebody who, you know, I didn't just, like, get into this, like, it's not like I like started streaming in high school and like got famous really. Like I've lived like a pretty complicated full life before I ever like flicked on my my Twitch setup for the first time, you know? Better than getting horny on stream? Well, we're going to have isolated streams every now and then from on the other site where that's definitely going to happen. But it's more contained. I have to like work myself up. That has happened before, getting horny on stream. I've had to be really like I shut it down like when it's happened, but I have had to deal with that before where it's like somebody's done or said something and it's like flushed me and I've been like, ooh, okay, we gotta be careful. We're gonna get in trouble if we indulge in that. Like, Labradorito. But yeah, no, right, performance. It's it feels silly to me when I talk about how exhausting streaming can be. Again, I love streaming. I adore this. Every day that I get to keep doing this, and every day that I get a little bit closer to having it be like a self-sustaining job, is like paradise. Especially compared to everything that I've done before. But it is a lot of work. It is so much work, and it feels silly saying that sometimes, like having, worked real jobs for a long time, and talking to people who work, real jobs, as opposed to, like, this is a real job. It's just one that doesn't seem like it, and it is awesome. Don't get me wrong. It rules. I'm not complaining about streaming. It's just one of those things where it's like you have to be on for so long. It's like it's a cross between like street performance and like customer service, with a lot of back end business stuff as you get like bigger, like, and like a lot of like crowd management and it's there's a lot going on. I'm super burned out by the end of the day. I turn my camera off and I just go lay on the floor half the time. I don't do the horny really, but I do write great pickup lines. Hell yeah. Like when Doug said dork. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Look, ProZD degrading me live on stream through date everything. That did something, all right? That unlocked something in my brain. That flooded me with chemicals. When you get Morky a dog bed to lay down on, I would love a dog bed, unironically. How much of it do you do for you? What do you mean? How much of what do I do for me? When I'm on Adderall, my libido returns. Actually, yes. Me too. The couple times I've been on Adderall, my libido has come back. Because my brain's functioning properly and I can, like, my executive dysfunction is way less bad. Also, alcohol and psilocybin both make me, those wake me the fuck up. That reminds me that I have urges and that they're just suppressed. Hey Mark, hey Bemek, what's up? That was real? Oh my. Oh, that was real. Yeah, no, 100%. Like there was a reason, like when I do like the stop and cover my mouth and like stare down thing, that's usually, not always, but usually me trying to suppress the fact that I actually got excited by something. And like keep it professional and R-rated instead of X-rated, Ooh, I'll try Silo. Do it in a safe place and start very small, preferably with somebody there who's able to like help you out. As long as you keep it to like low doses and only do it like when you are comfortable and only give yourself 30 to 40 minutes after taking like a little bit before you try to take more, because it takes a while. It builds up and you don't always necessarily notice it right away. At least when you're doing like what is functionally microdosing. If you go over that into like a full dive trip, that's an entirely different deal and you should work up to it. I like it, but it's fucking wild. Oh, you say that streaming is exhausting you? How much do you do for you? What, with streaming? I genuinely adore streaming. I mean, streaming is emotionally and physically exhausting, but in the same way that, like, going to a party is emotionally and physically exhausting, I need to like, crash and recover, but I'm excited to turn my camera on the next day, basically every single time. Very rarely have I ever had a moment where I haven't wanted to stream, and when that's happened, I've taken the day, and it's usually because of other things going on, rather than like me not wanting to stream specifically. It's like there's other stuff around me, You having a good Friday? I'm honestly having a great Friday. I mean, you can kind of tell we've been doing just chatting all day, which doesn't happen often. Usually I cut it off after a couple hours and I go play a game, but I've just kind of been like fucking vibing. What do you do on your streams that don't drain you of energy? What do I do on my streams that don't drain? It all drains me of energy. So you're more of an introvert then? I actually don't fully subscribe to the introvert-extrovert dichotomy. I am I am exhausted by social interaction, but I love it. I love to do it, and I will do it constantly until I full crash. I do like to have my time to myself. I like to have my time to like I do need to rest and recover, but I crave that. I love being on stage. I love being the center of attention. I love being a storyteller. Yeah, it makes less sense once you get into the weeds. Yeah, like if I walked up to like just imagine like if I told someone that I was an introvert and all they knew about me was like what they could observe, they would probably think I was crazy, you know. And if I said I was an extrovert, but that I need my recovery time, they would also probably think that that's not true. So it's like, as we all do, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really. I don't know. I'm multimodal. You know. I relax and like give myself time to rest and recover and recuperate so that I can go and be social again. You know, like that's my like loop. And as far as like what do I do on stream that you know that is for me, pretty much everything. Unless I notice a really distinct drop in my viewership on a particular topic or like doing a particular like style of content or something, it has to be pretty serious for me to like not do it. It's like when I was playing Dune Awakening, my viewership was really bad on that, so I stopped that even though I was super into it at the time. Warframe I would play on stream, but it's really inscrutable for an audience to watch Warframe if they're not super invested in Warframe already. So I don't play that on stream. So like there's that kind of stuff. Like I prune things that don't really work terribly well, but I don't do anything I don't want to do on stream. If I'm not interested in doing it, and if I don't think that it'll be at least a little fun for me, and you know, hopefully also fun for the audience, I just don't do it, you know? But I don't do anything that I'm uncomfortable with or that I dislike in any significant way, you know? And that's, I think, why I love it so much and why I consider myself so insanely fortunate to have made it as far as I have, and why I'm always so grateful to everybody who shows up, whether you're lurking or chatting or subscribing or like a big ticket donator or whatever, like all of you, every single fucking one of you that shows up and like puts me on your screen for any amount of time, I am eternally grateful for that, whatever amount of support that you give. Because like the fact that I just get to show up here and like be like, you know, a slightly exaggerated, more like excitable version of myself, but basically just like I'm going out to the bar or I'm going out to a party or I'm going out to a social gathering, like Merc, like that version of me. The fact that I get to be that, and people find that entertaining. What did I, hold on. I'm cutting me off in the middle of my run. The fact I get to do that fucking rocks, and you all rock for letting me do that. That's awesome. Not being on stage, but being social with varying levels. That's fair, yeah. Have you posted an announcement in the Discord about when the bodysuit stream is? I have not. I should type that up before I end stream. Oh, I think you're mildly okay too. Aw, thanks. We got good viewership on the recent Sunless Sea streams. We did. That was a lot of fun. That was a cool one. That actually was a big thing for me because I tried to do Sunless Sea streams before, like I want to say like maybe 3-4 months before that, and they tanked. They did so bad. Like did not have the kind of following that I needed at the time to make that particular kind of content worth it. And the fact that I got to come back and finally do like a week and a half of playing like a niche game that I really, really wanted to play on stream and share with people, and people showed up in numbers, that's awesome. Like, that's incredible. That was like actually like a hallmark moment for me, like a change in the dynamic of how I looked at my streaming, where I don't feel that I need to specifically chase things that I think are going to get good viewership, because I have enough people, like I have a strong enough core of all of you who will kind of, you know, whether you're showing up every time or not, like enough people in like whatever shifts you're doing up there are showing up just when I turn on the camera, regardless of what I'm doing, that I get to be more free in the style of content that I do, and like the kind of games that I play and what I talk about and how I engage with things. And that's amazing to me. Like, that is I'm like on the verge of tearing up. I can't tell you how like mind-blowing it is coming from like the history that I have and like the all the shit that I've been through, having like this many people that are like interested in listening to what I have to say and like that think that I'm entertaining and like, I don't know, kind of cool maybe. Like that, I don't know. It's like actual dream come true shit. I've wanted to be some level of entertainer since I was like 11 or younger, you know? And the fact that I get to do it in any capacity professionally, like I've said it before, and I hope this doesn't happen, but like if my stream imploded tomorrow and I never got to stream again, like suddenly everything vanished and it was all gone, just the experience that I have had so far has been like a culmination of a lifetime of like dreams, you know, like, and like things that I thought were like too far away that I would never get to do. So the fact that I've got to do it even as long as I have is like better than I ever thought that I would get. And I every day that I continue to get to do it is like a blessing. It's awesome. I love it so much. I would have watched more of it, but again, relative needed help. Nah, you're good. I get you. Oh, I was asking when the bodysuit stream was so I can plan around it. I was planning on doing it tomorrow, but I could do it next week instead if, like, we think that I should have, like, an actual safe amount of warning. I've said it on stream a couple times, but I keep forgetting to announce it. I should really give somebody permission to announce things and make announcements in stream and just ask my staff to do it, because I am so bad at writing announcements. You're fun to talk to and you have an iconic look. Oh, I thank you. I think the core community growth is a good focus. Yeah, that's kind of been, thank you. That's something that I actually set out to try and establish like from day one, basically. Like when I started streaming, because I was originally on TikTok doing like short form like skit and rambling content, you know, and I got a pretty good following on TikTok. Unfortunately, I hate TikTok, and TikTok hates me, so it's mutual. But I got a pretty decent following there, and then thanks to one of my like the first mod that I got bullying me into also streaming on Twitch, I started streaming on TikTok because I had always wanted to try streaming. Right, I streamed on TikTok at the start, but I was just acting like a Twitch streamer on TikTok, and it was not the right content for the site. But it did get me enough people to jump over to Twitch once I started multi-streaming to Twitch, like a week or two in, that I kind of jumped the affiliate gap and got a decent start, which is like kind of the most difficult bit of like starting streaming, I think. And from that early like time, I established that I wanted to make sure I was a variety streamer and that I never let myself get into a groove on a specific game or style of content because I ultimately wanted people to be showing up because they thought that I was entertaining and they wanted me to do things, and it was slower growth than I would have got if I think if I stuck with like a single game. But I also have seen other streamers that started around when I did, or a little bit before I did, get stuck in ruts when they try to change off of, you know, doing one kind of like a specific consistent kind of content, or like a particular game or even genre of game. And I never wanted to have to do something because of an expectation from the community that I've built, you know? So I tried to like poison the well on that as soon as I could. So I've been erratic as fuck my entire time on stream, and fortunately people have been fucking with that. So, you know. Aw, hi. Merc, you're too hot for TikTok? Thanks. You should write that down so you don't forget what to do that. Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah. Merc, I'm gonna send you an audio file and I need you to listen to it live. That's dangerous, cat. It says Carl fucking Weezer. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't know. This could be anything. A Carl Weezer meme could be anything. It is safe for work. I recorded it myself. Maybe. I will consider it. Widescreen lets you put your legs up like that? Yeah, right? You want to know the dumbest thing? For a while, I was streaming exclusively widescreen on TikTok. Like, I was never a TikTok streamer. While bored at a traffic light? Okay, cat. You're going to be punished if this is bad, and not in a fun way. Widescreen on TikTok? Yeah, like landscape. So that you have to turn your phone sideways. Because I wanted to be a Twitch streamer. I didn't want to be a TikTok streamer. I didn't like the vertical format. Eventually, you know, I did cave and I had like the multi... TikTok has streams? Unfortunately, yeah. TikTok Live is a hellscape. It's a terrible place. Lots of them? Yeah, lots of them. We love a messy bitch? I'm so messy. Some of my more popular videos were me doing goth community drama. Like... Well, TikTok wanted you to be a Twitch streamer too. Yeah, that's why they banned me 4 times during Pride Month. Yeah, ruts seem awful. Also, am back, showered. Hell yeah, Sarah, how you doing? It's good to see you. All right, listen to it before playing it on stream. All right, I will. Hold on. All right, Kat, I'll give it to you. That's pretty good. Hold on. I didn't replay it. Fuck.
Jimmy, the FBI shot my fucking Silk Song pre-order. What you gonna fucking do about that, smartass?
Jimmy, the FBI shot my fucking Silk Song pre-order. I can't help it. I love Carl Weezer memes. They're so good. Many such cases. Aw, thanks for the bits, clown. Entering Glizzy Gluck Overdrive. I fucking hate that shit. Oh my god. I've hated that shit since the very first time I saw it. I was like... Far be it from me to criticize somebody over a lack of like dignity on the internet, you know, but I don't know. There's something about I'm a bit pretentious when it comes to my work, you know, when it comes to being an entertainer on the internet. Like I take pride in the little dumb shit posting that I do, you know. I don't know. It has to meet like a certain barrier of personal quality for me to be happy with it. Like I'm kind of obsessed with maintaining a certain level of quality, and trying to always improve that. You know, like I'm in like an eternal cycle like fucking like self refinement, you know? Like the one dude in the hot dog suit, exactly, yeah. I swore to myself when I started streaming that I wouldn't do that. That no matter what, like no matter how likely it was that I would make more money doing it, that I wouldn't do it. Jimmy, I don't think you can reclaim that. Yeah, the like NPC streaming is, I think I actually have like a philosophical opposition to it. Like I think I actually, I'm not gonna say I have a moral problem with it, but I do have like a philosophical stance as like an opposite end of an axis on that kind of content. It falls into the same category for me as like AI slop in a lot of cases. Not always. There are some people who do a good job with it, genuinely. Like, and like, good for them. More power to them. The people who take it really far and do like real weird shit, like really convincingly, it can be awesome. Like, good for you. Like that rules. But I feel like the genre as a whole feeds into this really like death of the internet kind of content cycle, you know? What word would Jimmy even try to reclaim? What minority group is he a part of? I don't know. Autistic people, maybe? It's, yeah, I don't know. Old men. Yeah, no. God, I hate the propagation of AI art. That's it. We're not going to go on a full tangent on that, but it keeps showing up more and more often. Like, companies are doing it now. Like, they're, like, it's being used so often to replace, like, actual human artists, and it's not good 99% of the time. And that 1% of the time, it's not good enough to justify the 99% that is fucking ruining everything. And it grumpifies me a bit. He's going for like an ancient hatred of druids. What? Well, I can feel it. I can feel it, chat. I'm starting to get tired. I'm gonna have to close out soon. I mean, we've got 20-minute hard cap anyway, so I might chill until 10, but I'm not certain. Like that AI League ad, oh my god. The AI League ad is such like a fall from grace moment for a company that, look, Riot's never been like the good guys, all right? Like they're a pretty scummy company, like most companies. But man, going from having some of like legitimately the most interesting like animated like music videos and trailers on the internet for their game and like the world that they have going, to making that disgusting AI like anniversary video. Like, what a cat. Like, Riot funded Arcane. Arcane is one of the most like visually and technically interesting pieces of animation that's come out in like the last decade. Not like, I'm not gonna say it's like the best, but like it's up there. Like it deserves to be in the top 10 list, I think. You know, and the fact that that same company also produced an AI slop anniversary video is like, I got like fucking whiplash from it. I was like, it can't be that bad. There's no way. They didn't actually, did they? And it's so fucking bad. It's good. It being a little gay was nice. It's pretty gay. I like Arcane a lot. I'm a big fan of Arcane. I like Arcane despite any and all of the flaws present in season 2. I adore it. In fact, it's one of my favorite things. I liked those animated League ads. Watched them. I used to watch them all the time. I was a big League head for a long time. I still feel the call every now and then. It scratches at the back of my mind like the Green Goblin mask. I need to go punch things with Vi. Vi has been a main of mine since before Arcane was even, like, announced. And so the fact that she was a central character of Arcane fucking ruled. What is this about mystery? It's the mystery of the Druids. They've all got an attitude. It's the mystery of the Druids. Fucking love mystery of the Druids. Lowry. Mordekaiser calls me to dominate. Oh, I like Savika. Hey, my favorite ship is Savika and Lest. I'm pretty sure if I'm not the only person in that ship camp, I'm the most prominent one, because I want an entire, I'll never get it, I want to write a fucking, like, post-Arcane Savika and Lest, like, political thriller, story, where Lest, ends up hooking up with Savika because Savika's on the council and she only knows how to solve problems with force, and Lest helps teach her how to, like, navigate the dangers of, like, Piltover's political system and actually advocate for the Zonites and not let the, like, momentum of the potential revolution, like, slow down. It's a whole thing. I love those two. Remind me who Lest is. You know the trans cat girl who does all of the drug painting, the prostitute who does all the drug painting on what's his name? That the twink counselor who gets his legs busted up? That's Lest. I was very normal about Savika strangling Kate in Arcane. Absolutely, I feel that. Halligan is really rude. I do also like Kate's fits. I could cosplay a good Kate, similar features. Unfortunately, she has like 4 inches on me. Other than that, who cares? I have multiple inches on every character that I'd want to cosplay. So, you know, if I can be a taller version of the pretty girls that I want to cosplay, you can be a shorter version. Oh, her. I love her. Me too. Me too. Nobody knows her name because it's never said in universe, but I looked it up because I was like, 1, that bitch is trans. I know it. And she was. And 2, politically savvy, like, hinted at potential femme fatale, you know, high class escort to the, like, political upper class. A character made for me. And Savika and her would be the perfect couple. Anyway, that's my Arcane. That's my Arcane shipping brain rot. Nope, my favorite character in League, I guess, is a Mumu. But I had to be a pretty girl, but I still love a Mumu. All of you will die. A Mumu is a great character. Also, I hate a Mumu because a Mumu ruins so many of the characters that I used to play. I was a mid laner, like a mid lane main for a long time. Now I'm an ultimate fill character because, or a fill player. I can play every role because I'm a bottom and a sub. And I like being able to do whatever the team needs because I'm not going to fight with those toxic ADCs for the ADC role. ADC is not even really a role anymore. I'm so old. Is Lest a character in League or only Arcane? Only Arcane and only for a minute. But I love her so much. Jungler is the bottomest role. Guess what my main became in the last waning years of my playing. And you want to know why? I hate that I'm a bottom because of my lack of confidence. Is it because of your lack of confidence, or is it just a convenient side effect? Or a convenient, like, cohabitation. Ramus. Yep, okay, yep, okay, alright, yep, okay. But haven't you heard the sad tale of the cursed boy Amumu? Oh yeah. I was a top laner main and could flex jungle. Hell yeah. I went, my progression went ADC was bad at it. Mid lane was pretty good at it. Did that for a long time. Support, because my one of my best friends when I was playing was an ADC and I would help him out. And then I tried to learn top and got my ass kicked, so I went back to mid lane and support alternating. Then my team needed a jungle, like jungle became the role that nobody wanted to play instead of support, so I picked up jungle and learned how to jungle, and I carried myself through most of my competitive games because jungler is the most important and most hated role. At least it was for a couple year period while I was playing at that time. Jungle is thankless as fuck. Everything is your fault when you're the jungler, and nobody will acknowledge when you have saved their life. So bot lane isn't a role. ADC, see, bot lane is not a role. It is two roles, at least generally. ADC and support. ADC is for the toxic tops, and support is for their battered partners. I lack confidence and am thus a bottom. I'm sure once I feel better about a lot of things, I'll be very different. Don't move back in with your parents, girlies. Ouch. I had to move back in with my parents' face. Fortunately, I wasn't out yet because I don't know how I would have made it through that. Wait, wrong word. Sub. Hey, there you go. All right, so you are a sub because you lack confidence. That makes more sense. I was gonna say bottom top is tends to be a lot more of like not necessarily related to your confidence, I would say. I'm extremely confident, particularly in my capabilities, in those regards, in sexual performance, largely because I spent most of my life trying to learn how to make my partner's life as good as possible, because I thought that sex was tiresome for a long time, despite the fact that my brain kept telling me to have it because I didn't align with my body. So many such cases. Yeah. But I am now, I'm the queen of the bottoms. I'm the queen of the bottoms, I'm the queen of the subs, you know? I am confidently an excellent sub and bottom. I don't like topping primarily because of bottom dysphoria and partially because of inability to maintain performance since getting on HRT. So it's just like not really my deal. Bot is kind of a role with so many AP carries. That's true. Top jungle support ADC mid. Hell yeah. Jungle is thankless. Yeah, already got that. Lack confidence. Enough statement of bot. What's your sure feel? Okay, so sub. Right. Yep, we already got that. I was kind of forced to play League once. Jinx happened to be a free character at the time. The only character I played during that short time. My autistic mind could track players that were no longer in line of sight, and Jinx has that unlimited range rocket. I was pretty good. I played Ezreal for that same reason for a long time. When I was playing ADC, I pretty much exclusively played Ezreal, and that's because I was 16 and identified with the twink who had a crush on the pretty blonde girl that I definitely didn't want to be ever. Definitely not. And also didn't play like a normal ADC, so I could play like a caster. Bottom dysphoria, would you mind talking about it more? Genital dysphoria. Like, I am uncomfortable with the equipment that I've got in my pants. I don't, let me see, how do you, I've come to terms with it for the most part. Like, it's not like actively distressing anymore, but it is a pretty consistent thing for me. And I've actually dealt with it since I was a child. I just had it explained away when I brought it up as everybody feels awkward about their bodies, sweetie. But yeah, I basically my entire life I've not liked having a penis. My entire existence before I started transition, I was very basically from the moment that I knew what testosterone was and how it affected my body, I had a very antagonistic relationship with it. I felt like it was a demon in my brain. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way that it pushed me to act. I had very, very strong reactions to testosterone. Like, I know, like, everybody's body processes it differently, you know? I have really severe biochemical dysphoria. Like, my, like, chronic blanket of depression went away within weeks of getting on estrogen because I have, like, actual, like, fucking neurological receptor mismatches. My brain does not process testosterone properly. And I think it probably contributed to a lot of my anger issues that I had. Oh, I was talking about the position. Might be. Oh, yeah, no. Sorry, no. I just avoid sex altogether, much to the disappointment of many. I'm hot as fuck. Fair. Excellent. Love that confidence. I believe you. Yeah, I wish that I was had a little bit of that like hard sexual drive back. And I would put a lot more effort into nurturing it if I lived around more people that I thought could reasonably top me without being insufferable to deal with, which is most of who I've run into on like FetLife and on dating sites and stuff. So I just don't for the most part. It's hard to see on camera when we stream, but the dark poster above my bed says, "I survived testosterone poisoning." Hell yeah. Oh god, I hated testosterone. Tumblr, maybe? I live way too far up in the mountains for Tumblr to find, like, to find a compatible person on Tumblr, I'm almost certain. I do appreciate the rec, though. I was lucky. The hydrocell I had blocked T, so when I got HRT, my T was already below levels for mask, and my E was already at the bottom range for fem. Damn, hell yeah, okay, rad. Progesterone helps, kinda hate my sex drive to come back. I'm on progesterone. It doesn't actually do that much, like, as far as libido goes for me. I don't actually know if progesterone does anything for me, but I take it because I hope that it'll give me tits someday. I have them, but they're very small. They're like the smallest category of titty that can still be considered like visible titty is very weak. Progesterone does work for some, but not all. Yeah. I'm not gonna complain about my results from estrogen because like I've shown my like pre-transition photos on stream before. Like estrogen's done wonders for me. It hasn't done all the wonders that I wish that it would have done, but it has done wonders for me. It has absolutely changed my body plan considerably, and I'm very fortunate for that, considering that I didn't start till I was 27, you know? Progesterone has varied effects. When I started, I had noticeable growth for a short period, but since then, not so much. Yeah, similar thing, yeah. I just started and it's helping lots with growth. Hell yeah, I love that. I'm so glad. You could get breast implants? I could, but I'm not planning to, I'm not even considering that until I have gone through basically being on hormones for like 6 to 7 years. I have to eat more. I do have to eat more. That's actually been one of my problems. I've started tracking my calories and I have been severely undereating. And that goes back to like, you know, see the past like 10 years, 20 years even of trauma. And like body problems. So I've been working on that. Yeah, if you want curves, you need to eat. I know. I'm trying. It's hard. I'm fat, bitches. Hell yeah. I've been blessed to, let's see, where was it? Started helping a lot with growth. I have to eat more too, and I'm fit. Yeah. I gotta eat a lot more. I'm just hoping it goes to the right places. Either way, I need to eat more because I've been exercising lately, and I keep getting dizzy because like that's how little that I eat. It's a problem. Like I genuinely have a very unhealthy relationship with food. And I've been correcting it. It's been getting better, but it takes like a conscious effort. between the like long-term poverty and trying to stave off twink death as long as possible pre-transition. I don't have a good dietary habit. I had to cut back on how much I've been eating, and you know what? It's less you eat, the more water you need. Really interesting. It's different for everyone. You know, the amount that you need to eat to how much you are like working out or like whatever your like resting intake is, it's you know, wildly different from person to person. There's probably food that helps with fat growth in the chest more. I don't know, maybe. I'm not a doctor. Do I look like a dietitian? Do I look like a bitch who knows how to eat properly? Diet accountability stuff. I'm up for body doubling. All right. We could probably work on that. I need to work out more to reduce the fat in my chest. I sympathize. I do. It's even dispersal? What's dispersal? Oh, what, the fat distribution? We'll see. We'll see. I'm pretty angular as is, so like I don't know. I have pretty decent like observable genetics on potential chest size. I think I do. I think I am just not eating enough probably. Like my body can't develop because I'm not feeding it properly, and I need to do that so that I can be supervillain hot, you know? I'm regular hot right now. I need to be supervillain hot. I gotta have like big ass thighs and fucking big ass and big titties, you know, strong muscles. I don't need the big titties. I'd take like moderately or like just small titties, you know? My trainer started me off with a journal. Over time, he made small suggestions since he also had a nutritionist cert. Oh, that rules. Sodium encourages water retention, which is stored as fat. Excess sugar / carb energy gets stored as fat. If you want to lose weight, you can cut back on these. Huh. I need them so bad, girls. Phil. I just want to fill out clothes I like properly. Big breasts seem like a headache. I'm a suffer for my aesthetic kind of girl, so, you know, up to a certain point, I'd absolutely deal with the headache and the potential back pain. But that's from somebody who likes to walk around in, like, hobbling heels, you know, for the aesthetic. And for a bit of the pain. I'm a masochist, really. And, my shaping of my body is like my rebellion against God, you know, or the version of God that I was raised to believe in. You know, I don't believe in God, but I do feel the urge to spite the concept of God that I was raised to fear, you know, just to really drive the idea home. And watermelon crushing thighs. Yes, I need to be able to crush the watermelon with my thighs. To be supervillain hot, don't you need a laser to carve your initials into the moon? I'm working on it, Sarah, okay? I'm wide, as you should. CICO, calories in, calories out. Ugh, yeah, I gotta deal with that. Oh, okay. It's 10 o'clock. I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm going to go do dishes, and then I'm gonna go play Conan Exiles with my mod team, probably. But, or at least a couple of the mod team. The mods that are playing Conan Exiles with me right now. No, yeah, we're gonna close out. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Oh. Okay. We'll get Morky up to Carl Weezer's size yet. Hey, you know, I've done feeder commissions before. They're very difficult for me because I have a very small stomach and I don't eat enough. Work them thighs? I will, Hook. Alright, where are we going? What are we doing? Mark, have a fantastic night. This was an amazing conversation. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Boobs could be measured in gallons, but the world isn't ready for that. Sharky, if you had to say one thing all stream, I love that that's what you said. That's fantastic. Never change. All right, where are we going? What are we doing? Who are we dropping in on? Ella Relly's online, but she's probably gonna be crashing soon. Put in marker on a watermelon and write Hook's head. I'll do it for a donation. I don't know how much yet. We'll cross that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'll carve it in, you know, so that everybody can see it. Let's see. What have we got? Where are we going? Who are we dropping in on? Oh, you know what? Thorny's live. I'm gonna be streaming with Thorny tomorrow. Let's raid Thorny. I haven't raid Thorny in a minute. Let's see. All right, let me get my Galaxy's online. That's true. Galaxy rules. People should follow Galaxy and Ellerelli and Jen the Dummy, and I've got a whole fucking list. GG Merc, thank you. Nova, oh, did Nova just got on? Thorny's almost done. In that case, maybe we should go for Galaxy. If Galaxy just went live, I'll do Galaxy because we're gonna get the most bang for our buck there, and Thorny's probably gonna close out relatively soon. Yeah, stream's only been up for 20 minutes. Let's do it. All right, fuck yeah. That's what we like to see. That's the kind of shit I'm here for. That's the kind of fastness I want. That's the kind of speed I'm looking for. Okay. Copy this. There's the raid message for non-subscribers. And here's the one for the subscribers. I did the wrong emote there. Fwick. I gotta redo the whole thing. One sec. There you go. Cool. Alright, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to go? You ready to rock? Have a good night, everybody. I know I said it already, this stream, but thank you all for being here. Every single one of you. Whether you just tuned in right at the end, or if you've been here the whole time, or if you've been in and out. All of it. You make this possible. And, I love this shit. I love doing this. And I appreciate every little bit of time that I get to have with all of you doing this. So thank you. Catch you later.